This bill is necessary, and it's necessary right now.
Just real quick on this,
Good morning and welcome in to Live Now from Fox. I'm Josh Breslow. Time now is 5:02 on the East Coast and 2:02 in the morning on the West Coast. We are taking a look right now at video from just a few minutes just coming into our Live Now newsroom. As you know, President Biden did arrive in the Middle East less than 24 hours ago. His first stop was in Israel, where he was expected to hold a joint meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister about an hour ago, and it actually just happened here. So this video that you're looking at shows that meeting between the two leaders there. We do have this feed. We're hoping to get some of the audio from that, but it was pretty low, so I'm not really able to play it for you. But that is video from that meeting. So I do want to start talking a little bit more here about President Biden's trip to the Middle East, the first of his presidency. The Biden administration trying to strengthen the cooperation the U.S. has with our allies in the region, while also keeping a close eye on Iran and its pursuit of nuclear weapons. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard breaks it all down for us.
President Biden is hoping his first Middle East trip as president can strengthen American interests in the region.
This historic visit reflects the deep partnership our nations share.
At the top of the agenda in Israel, Iran's nuclear program and reviving a 2015 deal the former administration did away with.
I think it was a gigantic mistake for the last president to get out of the deal.
On Wednesday, meetings with Israeli leaders full of fist bumps and kisses on the cheek as he talked with Holocaust survivors. Previously, the White House said the president would try to limit physical contact because of COVID. However, on the last leg of the trip, it's no secret the administration is leery of a friendly photo op with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. He is suspected of sanctioning the killing of American journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Likely on the agenda for that meeting, boosting oil production to bring down prices at home.
We have always operated at an intersection where we have to balance what's in our national interest, countering Iran, certainly stable oil prices, and also our own American values and Saudi's violation of human rights.
President Biden will also visit the West Bank and meet with Palestinian officials. He continues to affirm his support for a two-state solution. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, Lauren, thank you so much for that. And that was just one of the top stories that we are following this morning here on Live Now from Fox. What you're looking at is a triple view of the top stories, the three of them that we're following this morning. So you just heard about President Biden making that trip to the Middle East, of course, meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister. We're going to try to get that audio for you as Fox is over there. And we also brought this to you as breaking news yesterday morning on Live Now from Fox. Reaction pouring in about that high inflation rate, the highest in about 4 decades. So the big question here is what it means for you. So we'll bring that to you coming up. Plus, Texas lawmakers are upset after that leaked surveillance video from the elementary school where 19 children were killed, along with 2 teachers. We're talking about the Uvalde shooting from late May. So we'll bring you the latest on that. All right, now more about inflation here, because that's what a lot of people are talking about. Blocked Ukrainian exports are just part of the reason for rising prices here in the U.S. President Biden acknowledged in an interview Wednesday with Israeli press sanctions on Russia have fueled inflation all over the world. He also met with Israeli leaders to reinforce support for Middle East allies. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich breaks it down for us.
Than the Iran that exists now is Iran with nuclear weapons.
For a moment, the focus of President Biden's trip is not his controversial upcoming meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince. An interview taped Tuesday at the White House and released in Israel after his first meetings with officials, making headlines locally for his pledge never to let Iran get a nuclear weapon.
Does that also mean, sir, that you would use force against Iran? Is that what that means?
That was the last resort, yes.
Biden also vowed not to remove Iran's official military, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, from the foreign terrorist list, even if it kills the deal his administration badly wants to resurrect, an effort to soothe Israeli concerns, which may not go as far at home.
Any shred of common sense you might have tells us the Iranians are gaming this out. They're long-term thinkers.
The White House has tried again and again to make the president's upcoming meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, and a push for more Gulf oil production a footnote of his trip. Officials highlighting other foreign policy objectives, describing the meeting as regional, and using COVID as an excuse for Biden not to shake hands with anyone, including bin Salman.
We're trying to minimize contact as much as possible. Again, this is up to his doctor.
Biden abandoned that plan over the course of the day, trading fist bumps for a handshake with the former Israeli prime minister, then more handshakes with Holocaust survivors, and finally, an embrace. The president's critics say he's not fooling anyone.
Of course, oil is at the center of this, and we shouldn't be going to other countries and asking them to do what we are absolutely unwilling to do as an administration here in the United States of America.
Jamal Khashoggi's widow said tonight in an interview that White House officials assured her President Biden will bring up her late husband's name when he meets with the Crown Prince, who the CIA blames for his death. But the White House did not confirm that promise or even answer our emails when we asked about it. In Jerusalem, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Well, that inflation top of mind for a lot of people all over the country, especially at the pumps. Not since 1981 has the U.S. seen such a high inflation rate. We're talking more than 9%. It's probably no surprise to consumers who have visited the grocery store recently. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard shows us the numbers and explains what it means for you.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a fresh or locally sourced. It can also be anything that's shelf stable. All of it, everything prices are going up.
Up, up, up. The price of gas, rent, even things as basic as eggs. The newest report showed prices increased 9.1% year over year in June, exceeding even pessimistic expectations. And feeling like your paycheck is lower, the Labor Department also released data showing real average hourly earnings are down 3.6% over the last year because inflation is outpacing any pay bumps.
Inflation is uniquely bad here because our all-Democratic government has made uniquely bad choices.
The administration says, hold on. The June number doesn't take into account the recent drop in gas prices. The national average for a regular gallon of gas is now at $4.63, down from more than $5 last month.
oil prices have come down, and that's going to provide a little bit of relief for consumers. The bad news, obviously, though, is that oil prices usually happen in a recession.
The White House says they're giving the Federal Reserve space to try to cool off red-hot inflation and avoid a recession. Meanwhile, they say the president is focused on bringing down the price at the pump.
The president understands we need to get oil on the market, so that's why he's in the Middle East.
The Fed is expected to raise interest rates by 0.75% for the second month in a row. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Well, recent reports show inflation is costing American households hundreds of dollars more every month. Moody's Analytics senior economist Ryan Sweet says the average household had an extra $493 in costs in June. That's quite a bit. His estimate is based off of an analysis of consumer price index data. Sweet says price increases will not be duplicated in July, as energy and other commodity prices have dropped noticeably this month. Social Security recipients could receive a big cost of living adjustment next year. That's, of course, due to inflation. A new estimate from nonpartisan group, the Senior Citizens League, says those who rely on Social Security payments could see a 10.5% increase to their monthly checks. That would be the biggest annual increase since 1981. The final cost of living adjustment for next year will be announced in October. So our own Daytona Everett spoke with economist David Ragland to break down the latest on all of this inflation and what it means for you.
So we're talking inflation, we're talking recession, we're talking about oil prices. David Ragland, our financial advisor, to break it all down for us. 9.1, not great, David, not great.
No, big number, back to the 80s, 40 years ago. That was the decade of big hair. Obviously, I had a lot of hair back then, so it's been a long time since we've seen these kind of red hot numbers, as you said. The inflation that we're facing, as we all know, is a combination of two things: not enough supply and too much demand. So it's going to be hot for a while. Inflation doesn't peak in a day or a month. It peaks over a period of time. I think when I look at inflation, I always think about it as a plateau. We come up, we stay here for a while, then we slowly start to come down.
Yeah, and we're slowly coming back down, but there is some concern over the possibility of a recession. I feel like we talk about this every time. Has your mind changed on the timeline of that?
Well, we certainly are slowing down the economy. You know, we're seeing consumers starting to pull back. We're now, just as of a couple days ago, showing a lot of people walking away from home purchases. Actually, 15% of people did not perform on contracts. So you're seeing that interest rate increases are making mortgages unaffordable, as well as price increases on houses. So as we see more people walk away from home purchases, that will slowly impact costs for houses. So hopefully we can start to see a little bit of a pullback in prices on the housing, but we certainly are slowing. Are we technically going to go into recession? That is still TBD. We were negative GDP in the first quarter. The Atlanta Fed has us negative for the second quarter. Those numbers will come out here shortly. So we'll see whether we're technically in a recession, but we're certainly slowing down significantly.
Right. And we have President Biden, who is overseas right now. He arrived in Israel as part of his first visit to the Middle East as president. He's going to hold talks with Israeli, Palestinian, and Saudi Arabian officials. The main goal of this trip is to improve the U.S.'s cooperation with Israel and Saudi Arabia, and hopes to get some of those allies to increase oil production, hence bringing down prices and hopefully addressing soaring inflation. David, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think that this will do anything?
Well, oil prices are worldwide. So it really comes down to supply, supply, supply. You've got really three major producers. You've got OPEC, you've got the OPEC Plus, and you also have the United States. So really what we need to see is more supply from all three groups. Just one group I don't think will be enough. Also, you are starting to see demand come down some. people are driving less to the store. They may carpool, they may work from home a little bit more. So we need both elements to be in balance to bring the prices down. It is true that oil prices have come down from approximately $120 a barrel. Now we're sitting underneath $100 a barrel. Yet to be seen if that is a temporary lull and it go back up, or can we see more progress on oil going down further from here?
Right. Yeah, you said more people working from home. It might be smart to go and work from home out in Europe right now because the euro and dollar pretty much equal for the first time in 20 years. It's a good plan, right?
Well, it's amazing. I want to go to Europe today, tomorrow. My dollar is going to go so much further right now. It's fantastic. We just saw Heathrow out of London cap the number of daily passengers at 100,000 because travel is so dynamic in Europe right now. So we are starting to see the system in Europe kind of come to capacity as far as travelers over there. So absolutely, I want to go and I want to book my ticket now. Maybe I'll go in September and October and miss the crowds. I think that's going to impact inflation as well, as we talked about, because we're starting to see a little bit of reduction in commodity prices. Oil, we talked about, copper, lumber. I'm looking at this summer as the summer of revenge traveling. And when I say that is why you're looking at massive increases in flight costs, hotel costs. Everybody's been locked up for 2 years.
Right.
And now, by golly, I'm going to go out and travel this summer.
Yeah.
So maybe we see in September, October, a little bit fewer people traveling. Maybe that's a demand reduction on the travel side because the travel numbers have added to our inflation as well.
All right. David, anything that you're going to be watching from the feds?
Yeah, so in 2 weeks, the Federal Reserve meets again. So they had all baked in a 0.75% increase in the Fed funds rates. Today, because of the very hot numbers, they're now pricing in a full 1 percentage point increase in that rate. So the Fed is certainly on the game. They are certainly now on the game, looking to try to continue to focus inflation, inflation, inflation. So that is certainly coming up in the next couple of weeks.
All right. David Ragland, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We'll talk to you soon as things are constantly evolving.
All right, David and Dakota, thank you so much, or Daytona rather. Rent prices continue to rise in the U.S. In June, renters saw the biggest monthly price increase in more than 3 decades. The Labor Department reports rent was nearly 1% higher in June compared to May. Over the past year, it's up nearly 6%, but rent prices may be peaking. There's a surge in new units being built, adding more inventory to the rental market. Is working from home a good trade-off for better pay? A research paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research finds that working remotely has become so valuable to workers. They are trading pay raises for the ability to work away from the office. Workers are foregoing raises or taking voluntary pay cuts in order to choose where they can work even a few days a week. The study does believe this will hold back wage growth across the economy by 2 percentage points in the coming years. And just yesterday, Vice President Kamala Harris took the stage speaking at the American Rescue Plan Workforce Development Summit. The White House announcing more than $40 billion in American Rescue Plan funds have been committed to strengthening and expanding our workforce. Again, that is according to the White House. So let's listen raw and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox to Vice President Kamala Harris's comments there just yesterday.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. What an array of extraordinary American leaders. I thank you all for being here and for the work you're doing every day. And Secretary Walsh, I want to thank you for that introduction. But mostly, I want to thank you for the work that you have done your entire career. And as he said, he and I have been traveling the country together, and he is an extraordinary fighter for the working people of America. It is also good to be here with Gene Sperling, and he has, as I mentioned to many of the leaders earlier, he has been working day and night to coordinate with you to ensure that the American people benefit directly from the American Rescue Plan. So Gene, I want to thank you for your leadership, and I want to also recognize a longstanding public servant and leader, Governor Roy Cooper, along with Governor Tom Wolf, who has done an extraordinary job during difficult times. So thank you all, and to all of the local and state elected leaders for being here today. Before I begin, I will address this month's CPI report. There is no question that we still have work to do, but it is important to note that these numbers do not fully reflect the recent drop in gas prices. Average national gas prices have fallen every day for nearly 30 days. Since mid-June, prices are down 40 cents a gallon. Fighting inflation is one of our administration's top economic priorities, which is why we have taken action to lower the cost of living for Americans, millions of Americans. We are releasing 1 million barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to lower prices at the pump. We have reduced high-speed internet bills for millions of Americans. And we passed a tax cut to give working families up to $8,000 a year, which means giving folks more room in their budgets to buy food, medication, and school supplies for their children. President Joe Biden and I are always fighting to make sure that working families can get ahead and stay ahead. And that is why we continue to call on Congress to pass legislation to lower the price of prescription drugs, of health care, and the other everyday essentials that will meet the needs of American families. And so helping working families is why we are here today. When President Biden and I took office, our nation was facing its worst economic crisis in generations. We all remember, millions of jobs had been lost. Millions of small businesses closed. Millions of families pushed right to the edge. But we were not deterred. These leaders were not deterred. From day one, President Biden and I knew that to overcome these historic economic challenges, we needed to make an historic investment in our nation's working families. We needed to build an economy that works for working people. And that is why, with your help, we fought for and passed the American Rescue Plan, which included, among many things, a $40 billion investment in workforce development. Just think about that. When we talk about an investment in workforce development, that is about a direct investment in working people in America. It's a direct investment in human capacity. And for that reason, I know we're all excited about what it means and the potential for where this will go for generations of workers in America. So today it is an honor to gather with a group of leaders who are putting ARP dollars to work in communities across our nation. Governors and mayors, city commissioners and county executives, workers and labor leaders. With your help, we are creating good-paying jobs in small towns and big cities. Jobs for nurses and doctors. Jobs for steel workers, pipe fitters, and engineers. Together, we are investing in training programs and apprenticeships that give workers the skills they need to take on the jobs with better wages and better benefits. In particular, workers from underrepresented backgrounds. Together, we are expanding access to transportation. Seems like maybe it's a small issue, it's a big issue. You need to get to go and need to be able to get where you need to go to do the work and get home. So we have expanded access to transportation, including what we need to do to invest in public transit, understanding that the infrastructure in our country around public transit is and has been in disrepair in many areas of our country. And so that is the investment that we have put in there. And together we are fighting to improve and expand our childcare and healthcare workforce so that everyone who needs better care can have access to better care, no matter where they live, and no matter how much money they make. That includes 8 million Americans who are part of the so-called sandwich generation, which means they're right there in the middle, taking care of both their children and their parents. And that includes people with mental and physical disabilities, so they can access the critical care and support they need to succeed and to thrive. Together, we are doing so much important and impactful work. And we have therefore convened this summit with these extraordinary leaders so they can share their stories and share the stories of the people they represent. And so we can discuss how we can continue to work together on behalf of the working people of our nation. I have seen firsthand how much is possible when we collaborate across lines that relate to the direct benefit of the people of our nation. In fact, earlier this year, I visited a union training facility in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It's called WRPT Big Step. At Big Step, I met workers who had received training to remove and replace the lead pipes and service lines that are poisoning our communities. It was truly an inspiration. As a result of their training, those workers can now access good-paying union jobs, jobs they can raise a family on, jobs they can build a future on, jobs that are helping us build a better future for our entire nation. Today, as many as 10 million homes and 400,000 schools and child care facilities receive their water through lead pipes. Graduates of Big Step are already removing lead pipes in Milwaukee. We have leaders from Milwaukee with us here today, and in communities across America. Big Step is one of hundreds of job training facilities around our nation that received funding through the ARP. Here with us today is Lindsay Bloomer, president of WRPT Big Step. Lindsay, where are you? There you are. And Lindsay and all of the leaders here, I want to thank you for all that you have done to make real the promise of the American Rescue Plan. Since President Joe Biden and I took office, we have accomplished so much with your help, but we still have more to do. We must continue our work together to build a nation where every worker is treated with dignity, where every community is safe and healthy, and where every child can reach their God-given potential. Because every person in our nation, no matter where they start, deserves the opportunity to succeed and to thrive. That is the future we are all fighting for. And that is the future our administration is fighting for. A future that we will all build together. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you.
All right, so I do want to take you out live here to some breaking news over in London. This right here, a live look outside London's Central Criminal Court. As you can hear, it is very loud out there, so I'm going to turn it down so you can hear me a little bit better and I can explain what's going on. The Associated Press is there after Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey has pleaded not guilty to charges of sexually assaulting 3 men a decade or more ago. The 62-year-old, who ran London's Old Vic Theatre between 2004 and 2015, denied 4 counts of sexual assault and 1 count of causing a person to engage in sexual activity without consent. We just lost that feed here. I am going to try to bring it back up for you. There we go. Right now, of course, you can see the crews are waiting for Kevin Spacey to leave that courtroom over in London. So the incidents here allegedly took place in London between March 2005 and August 2008, and one in Western England in April 2013. The victims are now in their 30s and 40s, and the actor has denied the allegations in a statement through his lawyer. Spacey was granted bail and allowed to return to the U.S. after a preliminary hearing last month. The judge expected to set a timeline for that trial today at some point. But again, what you're looking at is this live image from the Associated Press as they do wait for Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey to leave the courtroom after he did plead not guilty to charges of sexually assaulting 3 men a decade or more ago. The 62-year-old again denying those allegations. Will bring you updates as they do come into the LiveNOW newsroom. All right, right now I do want to send you to a 2-minute commercial break. It is 5:29 on the East Coast, 2:29 on the West Coast. We'll be right back with a look at more of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I actually do want to hang on this image because it looks like the guard just came out to signal that Kevin Spacey might be about to leave the courthouse. You can see all the photographers there that are starting to take their pictures, which also indicates that Kevin Spacey is probably about to leave the courthouse. The guards there likely guarding him because he is a celebrity and there are a lot of people outside. All right, doesn't look like he's ready to leave just yet, so we will take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back on LiveNOW from Fox. Stick with us. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back on LiveNOW from Fox. We appreciate you being here with us this morning. I'm Josh Breslow. I'm here for about the next hour to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I want to get to these other stories that are going on right now. Texas lawmakers demanding accountability after surveillance video shows police response to that mass shooting at a Uvalde elementary school. Some families of the victims were in D.C. yesterday, and we do want to warn you, you're about to see this video. Viewer discretion is advised, as some of the video you're about to see could be disturbing to some people. The reason behind, of course, the video showing here is accountability amid complaints that the police response was incredibly slow and delayed, and whether responding faster could have saved the lives of some of these children. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork does have a look at that video and how family and Texas lawmakers are responding.
Families from Uvalde, Texas were among dozens gathered here in Washington, D.C. Wednesday demanding gun reform. The group called on Congress to pass 2 bills that would ban semi-automatic assault weapons, as well as large-capacity ammunition devices. They also want the government to mandate universal background checks. Many emotional over the loss of their loved ones.
I lost my cousin Xavier in the Uvalde shooting. I'm here to fight for justice.
No other parent needs to go through this.
The rally followed the release of surveillance video from the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School back in May. The video shows officers waiting for 77 minutes as a gunman opened fire, killing 19 children and 2 teachers.
To watch that extended standoff go for 77 minutes
including some 45 minutes after they had ballistic shields. It's indefensible, and it's frankly infuriating.
This weekend, a Texas House Investigative Committee will discuss findings from its preliminary report with the Uvalde community. The surveillance video was also expected to be first shown at that meeting. Texas lawmakers are demanding accountability.
We can never have enough high-powered weapons in the hand of law enforcement to stop an assailant if we couldn't get that job done.
The Department of Justice is also investigating police response to the shooting, but says it's not a criminal probe. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you. To our coverage of yet another mass shooting, this one at the 4th of July parade in the Chicago suburb of Highland Park, Illinois. It was last Monday when a gunman opened fire on a crowd of people gathered for that parade, killing 7 people and wounding dozens of others. The community, as you see in this video, came together last night to honor the victims and pray for peace. Our Fox affiliate was there, giving us a look at this out of Chicago.
Tonight I'm looking for further closure, although we will never forget and we shouldn't forget.
Looking for light in their darkest days, hundreds of people came together outside of City Hall, many just beginning to process last week's 4th of July parade shooting.
The memory is etched in our collective and municipal minds forever, and this is a way to honor them through a period of mourning.
Mayor Nancy Rodering honoring the 7 people killed.
Catherine Goldstein of Highland Park, Irina McCarthy of Highland Park, Kevin McCarthy of Highland Park.
And vowing to keep their memories alive.
We will keep those murdered in our hearts and in our minds as we work to resolve that this evil attack will not define who we are, nor will it define how we treat each other.
The event was monitored closely by several federal, state, and local police agencies. Mayor Rodering telling us that presence came in an effort to make those attending the vigil feel safe. A peaceful yet somber evening in a community that may be fractured but is not broken.
Highland Park's strong. Highland Park's full of a lot of love.
All right, thank you so much. And of course, we do want to get to some international news here. American basketball star Brittany Griner due back in a Russian courtroom today. Her trial will resume after she abruptly pleaded guilty to drug possession charges last week. Experts say that guilty plea could actually be an effort to speed up the court proceedings so negotiations could move forward. The Phoenix Mercury Center and WNBA All-Star was detained at Moscow's airport in February while returning to play basketball in Russia. Police said they found vape canisters containing cannabis oil in her luggage. In custody ever since, the 31-year-old faces charges that could bring her a sentence of up to 10 years in prison. In pleading guilty during that previous court hearing back on July 7th, so a week ago, Griner said she had no intention of committing a crime and had acted unintentionally because she packed for Moscow in a hurry. A rare in-person meeting between Russian and Ukrainian officials raising hopes for an end to the blockade of badly needed food exports as the war does continue. Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson has more for us.
The focus turns to food on day 140 of the war in Ukraine. Officials from Ukraine and Russia meeting face-to-face for the first time in months, trying to broker a deal that would allow the export of millions of tons of Ukrainian grain and wheat. Those exports have ground to a halt amid a Russian blockade of the Black Sea. It's caused massive food instability and could soon prompt a global famine, which the Ukrainians blame squarely on Moscow.
Other countries are dealing with food and energy crises, and what led to this? Russia's cynical blockade of our seaports.
The talks come as the fighting in the east remains largely paused, although shelling and missile attacks continue from both sides, killing dozens. Ukrainian forces now bracing for a major new offensive as Russia builds up its troops in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions, saying more help is needed from the west, including stepped-up shipments of artillery and missile systems.
The deliveries of weapons have to be sped up. And all our friends and partners know that.
But there's also new intelligence suggesting Russia could be running out of resources, including military-grade drones, with their Iranian allies stepping up to help fill the gaps.
The Iranian government is preparing to provide Russia with up to several hundred UAVs. This is just one example of how Russia is looking to countries like Iran.
And on the diplomatic front, the U.S. is working ways on capping the price of Russian oil, potentially robbing Moscow of a major revenue source. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much for that report here. We're, of course, going to continue to cover that war as it does play out. 5:40 here on the East Coast and 2:40 in the morning on the West Coast. We appreciate you being with us here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up after this 2-minute break, we have a lot more of your top stories to get to, including the latest on reaction to COVID-19 as we start to see those numbers start to rise again. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. We will have much more coming up after this 2-minute break. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. COVID-19 cases nationwide are climbing as some lawmakers call on Congress to approve more funding to fight the new surge nationwide. Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller has more on that story for us.
The BA.5 subvariant is fueling a surge of COVID-19 cases across the country. The CDC says the BA.5 is the dominant COVID strain in the U.S., accounting for 60% of new infections nationwide. Members of Congress are now scrambling to push more funds toward fighting the virus.
I believed we needed to do more on COVID vaccine deployment in the country and elsewhere a couple months back, and we thought we might be close to a package, and we didn't get there.
The Biden administration is also joining the fight. The White House will deploy 10 million doses of the vaccine to COVID-19 hotspots in the hopes of preventing a future surge. Health experts are now urging Americans, particularly those over the age of 50, to get their booster shot if they haven't already.
Variants will continue to emerge if the virus circulates globally and in this country. We should not let it disrupt our lives.
Meanwhile, Colorado will begin testing wastewater samples for COVID-19 from specific public school buildings throughout the state. The samples will be tested twice a week to better identify COVID variants that may be present in the community.
We need to learn how to interpret that data, what we do with those results. And so what we plan to do is have an internal private dashboard that our school partners and our local public health agencies can see this data in close to real time.
CDC data now shows that about a third of Americans are living in areas experiencing a high level of COVID spread. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
And sticking with COVID-19, as cases do rise here, Colorado is planning to start testing wastewater samples at select public schools in the fight against the virus. Fox's Kim Posey is gathering information on that and has the story.
Right now, 53 Colorado utilities are already drawing samples from wastewater for COVID testing twice a week. Those are used by the state lab to determine the amount of COVID and the variants in that community. College dorms in the state use a similar process. And now the state is starting a pilot program with elementary schools.
Rather than have information about an entire community served by a sewer shed, we can have information about a building worth of people.
COVID can be found in the stool even if a person is asymptomatic. And getting this kind of information about people in one specific building presents great benefits, but some challenges as well.
We need to learn how to interpret that data, what we do with those results. And so what we plan to do is have an internal private dashboard that our school partners and our local public health agencies can see this data in close to real time. And then the reality is we're going to have discussions about, okay, what does this mean for us?
School and public health leaders could use the information along with other tools to help determine the best ways to keep students and staff safe.
And so it's really important to us that the data we get from that is actionable.
Right.
All right, let's talk monkeypox. The world's leading provider of diagnostic information services says they will now start testing for monkeypox. Quest Diagnostics announcing they will launch what is believed to be the first commercially available test created and offered by a national lab provider that will detect the monkeypox virus. The test has been validated under federal regulations and uses swab specimens to determine if a person is infected. Quest says they expect to be able to test about 30,000 people a week by the end of July. This comes as cases of the virus, which was first found in Africa, continue to increase in the U.S. Monkeypox symptoms do include headaches, muscle aches, and fever, along with lesions on the body. Well, from Alaska to California to Utah, firefighters are hitting the ground running as the already busy wildfire season starts. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul has the latest.
Multiple wildfires continue to burn across the western U.S. At Yosemite National Park, more than 500 firefighters are making progress containing the Washburn fire. It's already burned thousands of acres and threatened to damage the giant sequoias.
A lot of work to do on securing the northern and eastern edge of this fire.
What does that sound like?
That was a tree coming down.
The fire in Yosemite is still growing, and so is containment. And crews on site say they are doing their part to keep the park's historic trees safe, like the renowned grizzly giant sequoia.
Arguably one of the most famous trees on Earth, and we've got a sprinkler system set up around it, and we're trying to give it some, preventative first aid, really.
The trees are not in imminent danger. There is a danger there. We have fire line around the Mariposa Grove.
Right now, active wildfires are burning in over a dozen states, with Alaska already on track to set a record this season.
We are seeing active fire behavior because of the hot, dry weather and also the fuels out there. Behind me is an example of what the terrain is like. So those combination of factors are causing flare-up.
According to the National Park Service, about 85% of those wildfires, whether set intentionally or by accident, were caused by people. As we head into some of the hottest months of the year, officials warn folks heading outdoors to be careful with any flammable items or things that can spark fires. Near Yosemite National Park, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
Jeff, thank you. So as you'd imagine, fighting wildfires in Alaska is very different than in other states. The state is massive, more than twice the size of Texas, and many areas can't be reached by fire engines. So As fire season does rage on, Max Gordon takes a look at how firefighting aircraft play a key role in containing the flames.
On a hazy Alaskan afternoon, the thrum of engines beats through the air.
It's just nonstop, around the clock.
Sean Cashmitter is a technician for this CL-415.
It's an amphibious aircraft, so basically it's a boat with wings. It's the only aircraft in the world that is specifically built for firefighting.
And right now, this water scooping craft has been contracted to battle the fires raging here in Alaska.
Aviation in general, I get to be a part of something bigger than myself every day.
The airstrip here at Fort Wainwright in Fairbanks is literally buzzing with activity. That's because aircraft are crucial to the firefighting effort in a state where there often aren't any roads.
Aircraft in Alaska are like fire engines in the lower 48.
There are nearly 100 pieces of firefighting aircraft working in Alaska right now.
We have been real busy this year.
That's because the fire season in Alaska has gotten off to a hot start, with more than 2.8 million acres scorched amid dry conditions and outbreaks of lightning.
We've had so many fires burning that we've got so much smoke in the air that it makes flying aircraft somewhat challenging. On days when we've got good visibility, they can get out and do a lot of good work. But right now, with the smoke being the way it is, we've had some days we couldn't fly at all.
Along with scoopers like the CL-415, there are helicopters, air tankers, and planes used by a specialized group of parachuting firefighters called smoke jumpers.
We're used to being low maintenance. We're used to not having a bunch of resources and always trying to think 3 days ahead.
Andrew Gavin is one of those smoke jumpers, an elite group that can sometimes spend 2 weeks or more fighting fire in the most remote regions of Alaska.
There hasn't been a day where the siren hasn't gone off for about a month now.
Though it isn't just firefighters that fall from these planes. Alaska Fire Service runs a massive paracargo operation, supplying crews on the ground from high in the sky with crates of equipment and provisions.
From food and water, drip torches, all the equipment that you're going to need, it can come out of the aircraft. If it fits, we ship.
A full-throttled response, taking to the air to fight the fires in Alaska's forests. In Fairbanks, Alaska, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
Pretty cool report, because it's something you really don't think about, how they fight those fires in Alaska versus the rest of the states here in the U.S. All right, time now 5:51 on the East Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We have more of your top stories coming up right after this 2-minute break. Stay with us. All right, welcome back on Live Now from Fox, a story that a lot of people are talking about, and about this time yesterday morning we brought you this, but the James Webb Space Telescope sending incredible images of deep space, and some Arizona scientists helped to make this mission a reality. Fox's Marissa Sarback does explain how all of this works and really has a better look at those images that everyone is talking about.
In just a few hours, we've already outdone all that Hubble has done in that similar kind of science area.
The James Webb telescope is larger in size than the Hubble telescope that was launched in 1990, and it puts America at the forefront of space exploration once again. Marcia Reiki, astronomy professor at the University of Arizona and the principal investigator for the infrared camera on Webb, says this technology has the ability to look further into the infrared light and back in time.
When we have exposures that are 10 times longer, we're going to get really close to the Big Bang. We're going to get, very far back in time and understand how things like our own Milky Way have come to be.
A telescope that also shows the future for mankind here on Earth and beyond.
We have the capability of seeing very early galaxies and stars in the early universe, as well as also seeing stars forming inside the dust clouds out of which they're made.
Roger Windhurst is an astronomy professor at ASU and invited to be an interdisciplinary scientist observing NASA's work on Webb, making sure Webb was accurate in size, sensitivity, and capability before launch.
It can see a firefly at the distance of the moon. If the moon were not there, of course, there's no fireflies out there, but if there was an object that faint even at the moon's distance, then Webb would see it.
Windhurst says this is the culmination of the decades of time and money we've invested into space discovery, and the images and information released today are just the beginning of what we'll see Webb accomplish.
The recycling of cosmic material, the circle of life, the cosmic circle of life that we're going to witness here in great detail with the James Webb Space Telescope.
In just a few hours, we've already outdone all that Hubble has done in that similar kind of science area.
All right, I do want to bring you some breaking news here just coming into the Live Now from Fox newsroom. Russian missiles have struck the city of Venestia Thursday, killing 12 people and wounding 25 more in what Ukraine's president called, quote, an open act of terrorism on the country's civilian population in areas with no military value. Ukraine's national police said 3 missiles hit an office building and damaged nearby residential buildings in the city, which is located just southwest of the capital, Kyiv. The missile strike on Thursday ignited a fire that expanded to engulf 50 cars in an adjacent parking lot. The Ukrainian president said a child is among the dead. The strike came after Ukraine's presidential office reported the deaths of 5 civilians in Russian attacks over just the past day. Again, this is breaking news just coming here into the Live Now from Fox newsroom. Russian missiles striking that city, killing 12 people and wounding 25 more. Ukraine's president saying that a child is among the dead. We're covering a lot of top stories from across the country and across the world right now. We're going to step away for a 2-minute commercial break. It is 5:57 in the morning on the East Coast, 2:57 on the West Coast. We'll bring you the latest top stories coming up right after the break here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Good morning, and thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. Time now 5:59 in the morning at our Orlando studios. I'm Josh Breslow. I'll be with you for the next 30 minutes or so to bring you all the top stories from across the country and across the world. I want to bring you what we are covering right now in this triple box view. President Biden did arrive in the Middle East less than 24 hours ago, and his first stop was in Israel, where he was expected to hold a joint meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister. It happened about an hour ago. We do have video of that, but later on this morning, they're expected to hold a press briefing, so we'll bring that to you when it does happen live on Live Now from Fox. We did bring you this as breaking news yesterday morning on Live Now from Fox. Reaction pouring in about the high inflation rate, the highest in about 4 decades, so we're going to explain what it means for you. Texas lawmakers upset after that leaked surveillance video from the elementary school where 19 children were killed along with 2 teachers. We're talking about the Uvalde shooting from late May. And I do want to bring you that video we were just talking about where President Biden did meet with the Israeli Prime Minister as we go about the latest information on his trip to the Middle East. It's the first of his presidency, and the Biden administration is trying to strengthen the cooperation the U.S. has with our allies in the region, while also keeping a close eye on Iran and its pursuit of nuclear weapons. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard breaks it down for us.
The connection between the Israeli people and the American people is bone deep.
President Biden is hoping his first Middle East trip as president can strengthen American interests in the region.
This historic visit reflects the deep partnership our nations share.
At the top of the agenda in Israel, Iran's nuclear program and reviving a 2015 deal the former administration did away with.
I think it was a gigantic mistake for the last president to get out of the deal.
On Wednesday, meetings with Israeli leaders full of fist bumps and kisses on the cheek as he talked with Holocaust survivors. Previously, the White House said the president would try to limit physical contact because of COVID. However, on the last leg of the trip, it's no secret the administration is leery of a friendly photo op with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. He is suspected of sanctioning the killing of American journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Likely on the agenda for that meeting, boosting oil production to bring down prices at home.
We have always operated at an intersection where we have to balance what's in our national interest, countering Iran, certainly stable oil prices, and also our own American values and Saudi's violation of human rights.
President Biden will also visit the West Bank and meet with Palestinian officials. He continues to affirm his support for a 2-state solution. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Time now to talk about inflation and the rising prices here in the U.S. Blocked Ukrainian exports just part of the reason. President Biden, seen right there in that video as he arrived in the Middle East, acknowledged in an interview yesterday with Israeli press that sanctions on Russia have fueled inflation around the world. He also met with Israeli leaders yesterday to reinforce support for Middle East allies. But recent polling in the country does show trust in the Biden administration is wavering. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich explains.
The only thing worse than the Iran that exists now is Iran with nuclear weapons.
For a moment, the focus of President Biden's trip is not his controversial upcoming meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince. An interview taped Tuesday at the White House and released in Israel after his first meetings with officials, making headlines locally for his pledge never to let Iran get a nuclear weapon.
Does that also mean, sir, that you would use force against Iran? Is that what that means?
That was the last resort, yes.
Biden also vowed not to remove Iran's official military, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, from the foreign terrorist list, even if it kills the deal his administration badly wants to resurrect, an effort to soothe Israeli concerns, which may not go as far at home.
Any shred of common sense you might have tells us the Iranians are gaming this out. They're long-term thinkers.
The White House has tried again and again to make the president's upcoming meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, and a push for more Gulf oil production a footnote of his trip, officials highlighting other foreign policy objectives, describing the meeting as regional, and using COVID as an excuse for Biden not to shake hands with anyone, including bin Salman.
We're trying to minimize contact as much as possible
Again, this is up to his doctor.
Biden abandoned that plan over the course of the day, trading fist bumps for a handshake with the former Israeli prime minister, then more handshakes with Holocaust survivors, and finally, an embrace. The president's critics say he's not fooling anyone.
Of course, oil is at the center of this, and we shouldn't be going to other countries and asking them to do what we are absolutely unwilling to do as an administration here in the United States of America.
Jamal Khashoggi's widow said tonight in an interview that White House officials assured her President Biden will bring up her late husband's name when he meets with the Crown Prince, who the CIA blames for his death. But the White House did not confirm that promise or even answer our emails when we asked about it. In Jerusalem, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you. So we brought you that new inflation report yesterday morning right here on Live Now from Fox as breaking news. Well, that report is what a lot of people are talking about, concerned and wondering what it all means. Not since 1981 has the U.S. seen such a high inflation rate, more than 9%. This is all probably no surprise to consumers who have visited the grocery store recently. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard shows us the numbers.
I mean, it doesn't have to be a fresh or locally sourced. It can also be anything that's shelf stable. All of it, everything, prices are going up.
Up, up, up. The price of gas, rent, even things as basic as eggs. The newest report showed prices increased 9.1% year over year in June, exceeding even pessimistic expectations. And feeling like your paycheck is lower, the Labor Department also released data showing real average hourly earnings are down 3.6% over the last year because inflation is outpacing any pay bumps.
Inflation is uniquely bad here because our all-Democratic government has made uniquely bad choices.
The administration says, hold on. The June number doesn't take into account the recent drop in gas prices. The national average for a regular gallon of gas is now at $4.63, down from more than $5 last month.
Oil prices have come down, and that's going to provide a little bit of relief for consumers. The bad news, obviously, though, is that oil prices usually happen in a recession.
The White House says they're giving the Federal Reserve space to try to cool off red-hot inflation and avoid a recession. Meanwhile, they say the president is focused on bringing down the price at the pump.
The president understands we need to get oil on the market, so that's why he's in the Middle East.
The Fed is expected to raise interest rates by 0.75% for the second month in a row. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Recent reports do show that inflation is costing American households hundreds of dollars more every month. Moody Analytics senior economist Ryan Sweet says the average household had an extra $493 in costs in June. His estimate is based off an analysis of consumer price index data. Sweet does say price increases will not be duplicated this month in July, as energy and other commodity prices have dropped noticeably this month. So as we've mentioned, there's a lot to unpack here, and our own Daytona Everett spoke with economist David Ragland to break down the latest on inflation and what it means for you. They also will discuss President Biden's trip to the Middle East. Let's listen in.
So we're talking inflation, we're talking recession, we're talking about oil prices. David Ragland, our financial advisor, to break it all down for us. 9.1, not great, David, not great.
No, big number back to the 80s, 40 years ago. That was the decade of big hair. Obviously, I had a lot of hair back then, so it's been a long time since we've seen these kind of red hot numbers, as you said. The inflation that we're facing, as we all know, is a combination of two things: not enough supply and too much demand. So it's going to be hot for a while. Inflation doesn't peak in a day or a month. It peaks over a period of time. I think when I look at inflation, I always think about it as a plateau. We come up, we stay here for a while, then we slowly start to come down.
Yeah, and we're slowly coming back down, but there is some concern over the possibility of a recession. I feel like we talk about this every time. Has your mind changed on the timeline of that?
Well, we certainly are slowing down the economy. You know, we're seeing consumers starting to pull back. We're now, just as of a couple days ago, showing a lot of people walking away from home purchases. Actually, 15% of people did not perform on contracts. So you're seeing that interest rate increases are making mortgages unaffordable, as well as price increases on houses. So as we see more people walk away from home purchases, that will slowly impact costs for houses. So hopefully we can start to see a little bit of a pullback in prices on the housing, but we certainly are slowing. Are we technically going to go into recession? That is still TBD. We were negative GDP in the first quarter. The Atlanta Fed has us negative for the second quarter. Those numbers will come out here shortly. So we'll see whether we're technically in a recession, but we're certainly slowing down significantly.
Right. And we have President Biden, who is overseas right now. He arrived in Israel as part of his first visit to the Middle East as president. He's going to hold talks with Israeli, Palestinian, and Saudi Arabian officials. The main goal of this trip is to improve the U.S.'s cooperation with Israel and Saudi Arabia, and hopes to get some of those allies to increase oil production, hence bringing down prices and hopefully addressing soaring inflation. David, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think that this will do anything?
Well, oil prices are worldwide. So it really comes down to supply, supply, supply. You've got really three major producers. You've got OPEC, you've got the OPEC Plus, and you also have the United States. So really what we need to see is more supply from all three groups. Just one group I don't think will be enough. Also, you are starting to see demand come down some. People are driving less to the store. They may carpool. They may work from home a little bit more. So we need both elements to be in balance to bring the prices down. It is true that oil prices have come down from approximately $120 a barrel. Now we're sitting underneath $100 a barrel. Yet to be seen if that is a temporary lull and it go back up, or can we see more progress on oil going down further from here?
Right. Yeah, you said more people working from home. It might be smart to go and work from home out in Europe right now, because the euro and dollar pretty much equal for the first time in 20 years. It's a good plan, right?
Well, it's amazing. I want to go to Europe today, tomorrow. You know, my dollar is going to go so much further right now. It's fantastic. We just saw Heathrow out of London cap the number of daily passengers at 100,000 because travel is so dynamic in Europe right now. So we are starting to see the system in Europe kind of come to capacity as far as travelers over there. So absolutely, I want to go and I want to book my ticket now. Maybe I'll go in September and October and miss the crowds. I think that's going to impact inflation as well, as we talked about, because, you know, we're starting to see a little bit of reduction in commodity prices. Oil, we talked about, copper, lumber. I'm looking at this summer as the summer of revenge traveling. And when I say that is why you're looking at massive increases in flight costs, hotel costs. Everybody's been locked up for 2 years.
Right.
And now, by golly, I'm going to go out and travel this summer.
Yeah.
So maybe we see in September, October, a little bit fewer people traveling. Maybe that's a demand reduction on the travel side, because the travel numbers have added to our inflation as well.
All right. David, anything that you're going to be watching from the feds?
Yeah, so in 2 weeks, the Federal Reserve meets again. So they had all baked in a 0.75% increase in the Fed funds rates. Today, because of the very hot numbers, they're now pricing in a full 1 percentage point increase in that rate. So the Fed is certainly on the game. They are certainly now on the game, looking to try to continue to focus inflation, inflation, inflation. So that is certainly coming up in the next couple of weeks.
All right. David Ragland, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We'll talk to you soon, as things are constantly evolving.
Great to be with you tonight.
Great to be with you. So we're
Another one of the top stories that we have been following on Live Now from Fox, Texas lawmakers demanding accountability after surveillance video shows police response to that mass shooting at a Uvalde elementary school. Some families of the victims were in Washington, D.C. yesterday, and those families are not happy about the video being released, really leaked, because some of them had not even seen it yet. We do want to warn you, viewer discretion is advised, as some of that video does appear in this next story. But the reason behind showing that video is all about accountability amid complaints that the police response was either delayed and whether responding faster could have saved lives. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork reports.
Families from Uvalde, Texas were among dozens gathered here in Washington, D.C. Wednesday, demanding gun reform. The group called on Congress to pass 2 bills that would ban semi-automatic assault weapons, as well as large-capacity ammunition devices. They also want the government to mandate universal background checks. Many emotional over the loss of their loved ones.
I lost my cousin Xavier in the Uvalde shooting. I'm here to fight for justice.
No other parent needs to go through this.
The rally followed the release of surveillance video from the mass shooting at Robb Elementary School back in May. The video shows officers waiting for 77 minutes as a gunman opened fire, killing 19 children and 2 teachers.
To watch that extended standoff go for 77 minutes, including some 45 minutes after they had ballistic shields, it's indefensible, and it's frankly infuriating.
This weekend, a Texas House Investigative Committee will discuss findings from its preliminary report with the Uvalde community. The surveillance video was also expected to be first shown at that meeting. Texas lawmakers are demanding accountability.
We can never have enough high-powered weapons in the hand of law enforcement to stop an assailant if we couldn't get that job done.
The Department of Justice is also investigating police response to the shooting, but says it's not a criminal probe. In Washington, I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you. Yet another mass shooting, this one at the 4th of July parade in the Chicago suburb of Highland Park, Illinois. It was last Monday when a gunman opened fire on a crowd of people gathered for that parade, killing 7 people and wounding dozens of others. As you see in this video from our Fox affiliate, the community came together last night to honor the victims and to pray for peace. Our Fox Chicago affiliate gives us a look at that vigil and has the latest on the investigation for us.
Tonight I'm looking for further closure, although we will never forget and we shouldn't forget.
Looking for light in their darkest days, hundreds of people came together outside of City Hall, many just beginning to process last week's 4th of July parade shooting.
The memory is etched in our collective and municipal minds forever, and this is a way to honor them through a period of mourning.
Mayor Nancy Rotering honoring the 7 people killed.
Catherine Goldstein of Highland Park, Irina McCarthy of Highland Park, Kevin McCarthy of Highland Park,
and vowing to keep their memories alive.
We will keep those murdered in our hearts and in our minds as we work to resolve that this evil attack will not define who we are, nor will it define how we treat each other.
The event was monitored closely by several federal, state, and local police agencies. Mayor Rotering telling us that presence came in an effort to make those attending the vigil feel safe. A peaceful yet somber evening in a community that may be fractured but is not broken.
Highland Park's strong. Highland Park's full of a lot of love.
All right, you're taking a live look right now from Israel, where President Biden and the Israeli Prime Minister are expected to speak around 7 this morning, so about 40 minutes from now. They already met for a photo op around 5 this morning. President Biden is in the Middle East for several days, arriving in Israel just yesterday and expected to head to Saudi Arabia tomorrow for a 2-day stop. This is Biden's first trip to the Middle East, but again, what you're looking at right here is a live image from Israel where the president and the Israeli prime minister should be speaking in about 40 minutes. We'll bring those comments to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Time now is 6:19 in the morning on the East Coast, 3:19 in the morning on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Be sure to stay with us here on Live Now for the latest top stories from across the country and across the world. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Is working from home a good trade-off for better pay? A research paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research finds that working remotely has become so valuable to workers, they're trading pay raises for the ability to work away from the office. Workers are foregoing raises or taking voluntary pay cuts in order to choose where they can work even just a few days a week. The study believes this will hold back wage growth across the economy by 2 percentage points in the coming years. A very interesting topic. Our own Andrew Kraft had a very detailed conversation because, again, it's no surprise that a lot of people are choosing now to work from home. I want to listen to that 5-minute conversation.
Joining me now to discuss this even further is Fox 13 Tampa's Brianna Arredondo with this story. Brianna, good to see you. What did you find? Is this, directly correlated to kind of a stagnation in wages or to just lifestyle? People want something a little more easier. They want to be at home while they work.
It definitely is more so related to lifestyle. I was speaking with a remote worker who's been remote since 2020, actually. He finished his MBA program right in the midst of the height of the pandemic. And he told me that what was really attractive to him was just being able to be in the comfort of his own home and having access to his kitchen. He can kind of start his day when he wants to and end his day when he wants to and kind of just have more of that flexibility. There's a McKinsey study that found that 58% of the number of Americans that they surveyed, which is about 25,000 people, they all said that they work from home at least one day a week, and nearly 90% of them actually said that if they had the opportunity to work from home more often, they would definitely take that option. So it definitely just reflects kind of the turn in terms of the desires of what people are looking for out of their workplace.
Yeah, Brianna, this also dovetails with a lot of efforts by major corporations to get their employees back into the workplace. I'm thinking of JP Morgan, I'm thinking of Goldman Sachs, I'm thinking a lot of these major financial firms at least, and tech firms. They want to see their employees back in the workplace But like you have been mentioning, the studies you have been citing, people do not want to do that. What are, I guess, the financial benefits, if any, of staying home to work remotely?
Well, certainly what I found out just from speaking with a lot of the business experts here in our area was that some financial benefits would definitely be saving on gas money. People don't really have to have that commute to and from their work office, as well as, if you're fixing your own lunch or your own dinner there within the comfort of your own home in your kitchen, then you don't have to worry about maybe going out and grabbing lunch and paying for that as well. So that's some of the financial benefits that we were finding. And also, just to kind of throw this out there, there was a different study that was done by the National Bureau of Economic Research, and they were actually finding out that a number of companies were wanting to kind of ease up on forcing people to come back into the office and kind of expand their work from home opportunities as a way to keep their workers happy, and also as a way to kind of tamp down on those pay raise pressures that we're getting right now with inflation.
Yeah, of course, also in the summer months, many employee reviews take place, companies take stock of performance, and people are up for raises, incrementally maybe, but the percentage, if you do get a raise, doesn't go as far as it has in the past because of inflation. So your dollar that you are earning is not worth as much as it was a year ago. Is that also playing into all of this?
Yeah, expenses are up, and so people really just kind of want to save as much money as they possibly can. To definitely mention that, he had mentioned that it's just less expensive for him to continue to work from home and to continue to be in his own space rather than spending what he would normally spend in order to go into the office. And that's definitely what some of these studies have been finding, was that those traditional jobs of working at your desk, a lot of people are just really wanting that more flexible work future.
All right, Fox 13's Brianna Arredondo, thank you so much for this story. It's a big one. It's really a hallmark of the pandemic, possibly here to stay. Brianna, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and one last note, though, on some of these economic headlines. We've been talking about gas prices. I cited the Biden White House statement today. They issued, in response to that 9.1% inflation number, they said, now just hold on a minute, I'm paraphrasing here, of course, but they said gas prices are coming down incrementally. So they were essentially saying that the shock value of it shouldn't deal such a blow. I want to put up this graphic we made here at Live Now from Fox talking about gas prices. This is according to AAA. The current average right now, $4.63 a gallon. A month ago, but that was $5.02 a gallon. That was the highest on record. So you can see the change month to month, so down somewhat. But consider that with where it was last year. At this point in time, the average was $3.15 a gallon. Of course, that was before the war in Ukraine even started. That was when President Biden was just getting going as president. And so you can see there the marked difference in the gallon of gas, the price of.
Well, rent prices continue to rise in the U.S. In June, renters saw the biggest monthly increase in 3 decades. The Labor Department reports that rent was nearly 1% higher in June compared to May. Over the past year, it's up nearly 6%. But rent prices may be peaking. There's a surge in new units being built, adding more inventory to the rental market. As you'd imagine, of course, we have a lot of economic news involving that inflation report here on Live Now from Fox. We are following it all very, very closely. We have much more coverage coming up right after the break. We're going to step away for that 2-minute break. Stay with us for the latest on our top stories coming up in about 2 minutes. We'll see you then. Time now 6:30 on the East Coast, 3:30 in the morning on the West Coast. So as we've mentioned, we brought you that new inflation report yesterday live here on Live Now from Fox, and that report is what a lot of people are talking about, concerned and wondering what it all means. So not since 1981 has the U.S. seen such a high inflation rate. We're talking more than 9%. Following the release of yesterday's inflation report, Senate Republicans had a lot to say about it. I do want to play that for you raw and unfiltered, their comments on Live Now from Fox. And after that, our very own Regina Gonzalez will take over with a look at your top stories. But for now, we're going to listen to those Senate Republicans talking about inflation.
Are you guys ready with the cameras? All right, thank you everybody for coming to this news conference on tax increases. The first tax I want to discuss in this discussion is the stealth tax. We all saw the news this morning that we've hit yet another record, 9.1% inflation. Today's new data shows the consumer price index remaining at a painful 40-year high, jumping to 9.1% for June from 8.6% in May, which was a record in May. And this chart basically shows that. There's a couple of points I want to make about this chart. When President Biden took office, the inflation rate was 1.7%, or the CPI, I think it was 1.7%. Look where it's, and for the 4 years previous to that, it was in that zone. Look where it's gone now, and the president continues to try to give reasons for this, even using Russia, but the little data on the right there shows that the Russian invasion took place at around 7 or 8%, and it's been going up since. Economic conditions generally for Americans have deteriorated significantly. Inflation-adjusted wages of workers are falling. Consumer and business confidence has cratered. Nest eggs of retirees and workers are eroding from a double whammy of inflation and lower retirement account values. And the odds of recession have been rising, and stagflation is an imminent threat. Nonetheless, in the face of all of this, the Democrats want to raise taxes, including on the middle class, as we will show in a minute, and taxpayers earning far less than $400,000. The Biden administration proposed $2.5 trillion in tax hikes in its Green Book. Last year's House-passed Build Back Better Act was more than $1.5 trillion of new taxes. Now, my Senate colleagues are talking about a so-called slimmed-down package of tax hikes in the realm of $1 to $1.5 trillion. There is nothing slim about these tax hikes. Tax increases would make inflation worse by further suppressing the supply side of the economy, including by depressing investment and productivity growth, as well as labor supply when the labor force participation remains below pre-pandemic levels. At a time when families are already paying an extra $5,200 per year or more for inflation, the Democrats' tax proposals would raise the cost of goods even further. One of the tax increases being considered in the resurrected Build Back Better bill is an expanded net investment income tax, or NIIT, the so-called, keep that up here for just, oh no, yeah, I want this chart. The NIIT, known as the tax on flow-through businesses, which are businesses whose owners' incomes flow through to their personal tax forms. Small business groups estimate to be up to millions of small and family-owned businesses would be at risk of having their rates increased under this policy, which will negatively impact their growth. An expanded NIT will drive down small business investment, drive down employment, and reduce small business hiring, lower wages in small business communities, and increase prices, which are then passed on to consumers. Hitting those businesses with a massive new tax hike on the order of $252 billion will hurt the very people the Democrats say they champion, workers and those with incomes well below $400,000. Small businesses are struggling in the Biden economy. It's not time to levy a $252 billion new tax, especially on small and medium-sized businesses trying to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, the massive inflation, and worker shortages. In addition, now let's go to the next chart. A new analysis from the Joint Tax Committee confirms that Democrats' new reported proposals will increase taxes on all Americans. This chart, if you can't read it, goes from 0 or 10,000 and below up to 200,000 in different income cohorts used by the IRS. And it shows that every single income cohort will get a tax increase. Over the course of the 10-year budget, the JCT says that roughly 30% of the revenue raised for spending offsets and deficit reduction will come from Americans earning under $400,000 per year. Under the proposal, the average tax rate for every single income category would increase. If the Democrats' tax reform is enacted this year, more than a quarter of Americans earning between $75,000 and $100,000 will see a tax increase next year, as will more than half of Americans earning between $100,000 and $200,000. As the economy faces runaway inflation, a first quarter decline in GDP, and increasing and uncomfortable odds of a recession and stagflation, raising taxes and killing jobs as we face prospects of recession makes no sense. Senator Grassley?
Well, I want to report to you what I'm hearing on this subject from Iowans. I was in 17 of our 99 counties over the recent break, and it's not a whole lot different than what I heard in the rest earlier this year. But by far the biggest concern that I'm hearing is the increased cost of energy, groceries, and particularly from farmers, how the energy programs of this administration are raising farming costs. Iowans are paying, this is a new figure, $670 more per month on living expenses since President Biden took office. They're pleading for a reprieve from the Democrats' terrible economic policies. All President Biden and Democrats have offered them are false assurances, more reckless spending, and you just heard about the damaging tax hikes on more than just the people over 400,000. More government spending and higher taxes are exactly the opposite of what Iowans need right now. Reckless government spending fueling inflation in the first place. More spending will make it even worse. Their proposed tax hikes would further squeeze a middle.
All right, everybody, you're streaming live now from Fox. On this Thursday, July 14th, we are taking a look back at the latest reaction from Senate Republicans after a consumer price index report yesterday showed inflation hitting 9.1%, which is the highest rate in 40 years. You could also see to the right-hand side of your screen, we've got a gorgeous sunrise here in Florida. And then you've got President Biden expected to step up to the podium in about 20-25 minutes to speak alongside the Israeli Prime Minister. But before he does that, we actually did just get this live feed into our desk. And of course, we are all about prioritizing the live, the raw, and the unfiltered. But we have President Biden, as well as leaders of Israel, India, and the UAE, delivering remarks at the opening of the I2U2 virtual summit in Jerusalem. As you can see, President Biden, one of the panelists in this conversation. This is dubbed in English, even though there are several international leaders present. So we do want to listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
To research and development, healthcare, and space. I also call for building on the strength that each of our countries possesses in these sectors. Dear leader, I look forward today to a fruitful summit.
All right, everybody. It would be nice if I had my microphone attached to my person. So if you are just tuning into our stream, we departed the latest press conference from Senate Republicans to head internationally, live and worldwide this morning as leaders of Israel, the United States, our very own President Biden attending this conference, India and the UAE deliver remarks from the opening of the I2U2 virtual summit being held from Jerusalem. This is dubbed in English, and we always prioritize the live, the raw, and unfiltered. President Biden overseas in Israel today as part of his first trip to the Middle East since taking office. So that's what we are listening into here on Live Now from Fox.
That our protect will be a model for those who desire peace and prosperity, and will provide evidence for the great opportunities lost through conflicts and squandered by blind extremism at the expense of people eager to live a good life. Thank you.
Thank you, President. It is my honor to invite the Prime Minister of the State of Israel, His Excellency Yair Lapid, to deliver his opening statement.
Thank you. The Honorable President of the United States, Joe Biden, the Honorable President of the United Arab Emirates, His Royal Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. Friends, this group was born several months ago during a dinner at the home of the UAE ambassador in Washington, D.C. We sat around the table and spoke about how, after we get control over the pandemic, anyone trying to go back to how things used to be would fail. Anyone who understands that we live in a new world with new challenges would succeed and flourish. That dinner was on a Wednesday evening. A few days later, in what might be a world record in the field of international relations, my friend Dr. Jaishankar, the Minister of External Affairs of India, was already in my office in Jerusalem. Tony Blinken and Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed were on Zoom, and we held the first summit of this Quad, the I2U2 Forum. Our starting point was that in the new world we live in, we need to improve our ability to cooperate quickly, to make the most of our comparative advantages, to put the right advanced tech together with the right resources. We need to think in new terms when it comes to energy, food security, and water tech, defense, and trade. Each one of our countries brings very different challenges and very different qualities to the table. But that is what makes our potential even greater. In the 21st century, challenges are local, but solutions are global. Let me give you two quick examples. The entire world is dealing with issues relating to food security. The combination of the climate crisis, the war in Europe, and the COVID-19 pandemic has created global food insecurity. Food security is going to be the main issue in Africa and Latin America and East Asia, and of course in the Middle East. An initiative like the Food Corridor between India and the UAE, which was put together by this group, is a clear example of a creative solution to a problem we are all facing. The fast transportation of food and preservation technologies, the ability to connect relative advantages together, this is the solution to the problem. Another example is the solar and wind energy storage project. In this case as well, the idea is to make the most of technological capabilities, some of which are still being developed, in order to deal with an energy market that is facing a serious crisis. Since the war in Ukraine broke out, each one of us has had to deal with the crisis on the local level. Its effects on cost of living has been immediate and dramatic, and of course this has political implications. Real solutions will only come through cooperation between countries that know how to put together brainpower, knowledge, and resources on the same table. I would like to emphasize, this is not a philanthropic group. We want to change the world for the better, but we are also creating relative advantages for our countries, for our businesses, for our science sector. In both projects that I mentioned, lists of local companies and relevant technologies have already been shared. Our goal is for the private market to be a full partner in this initiative. This group is interesting because we are four very different countries, but when we started talking, it became clear we all want the same things. For our children to be warm in the winter, for them to have food on the table and clean water from the tap, for them to enjoy a quality education and advanced healthcare and transportation infrastructure. We also want to reduce the damage our generation inflicted on climate and the environment. These are big challenges. No single country, no matter how big or how rich, can deal with them alone. On the other hand, I also believe, and this is part of the idea behind this meeting, that groups that are too big may end up being ineffective. This Quad is, in my view, the correct model. Our advantages are clear to one another, and so are all our needs. We can create enough flexibility and a mechanism that can make fast and smart decisions. At the same time, we can always find ways to create ad hoc connections with countries that want to advance projects with us. The projects I mentioned are just the beginning. The list is ongoing. Our role as leaders is to push our teams as hard as possible to research the fields in which real change can be made, to examine new projects, to bring them to the table, to connect them with the scientific and business communities. The world is watching this meeting. This shows that something special is happening here. A new kind of economic and regional cooperation that is more flexible and better adapted to the problems we face. The diplomatic and economic results that will emerge from this meeting will highlight our commitment to a new kind of cooperation. In this partnership, each country and each partner brings their own strength so that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. This is just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It is my honor to invite the President of the United States of America, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., to deliver his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Lapid, for convening this group for the first time at a leader's level. Prime Minister Modi, President Ben Zayed, thank you for the work you're doing, deepening the linkage and the muscle cooperation between critical partners in the Middle East and Indo-Pacific to deliver important, very important projects for all our peoples. The simple truth is this: the challenge we face in the world, our world in the 21st century, demand that we find new ways of working together. Whether it's accelerating climate crisis, dealing with the accelerating climate crisis, which is being felt here in the Middle East every single day, or growing food insecurity and volatile energy markets, made worse by Russia's brutal and unprovoked attack against its neighbor Ukraine. Or, as we've all experienced firsthand over the past 2 years, tackling the health security needs and economic fallout from the global pandemic. All these issues require cooperation and coordination, and none of us can mount a comprehensive response on our own. And the more we work together, the more we'll see the benefits multiply and grow to advance our shared commitment to peace, stability, and growing prosperity. They all go together. When our foreign ministers first got together in this format last October, I think we all immediately understood the potential to advance a common agenda. It's about demonstrating the importance of practical impacts of building Israel's normalization and economic integration, using these trusted partnerships to crack down on common challenges. Our nations represent some of the most innovative, technologically capable, and entrepreneurial people on the planet. At every step, we should be asking, what can we achieve together? The first two projects that we're tackling together on food security and clean energy are designed to take on two of the most urgent crises affecting people around the globe. Food insecurity. The UAE's investment to develop integrated agricultural parks across India with the support of the American and Israeli private sector experts has the potential to sustainably increase India's food yields in the region threefold in just 5 years. India is a major food producer in the world. Think of the beneficial impacts this will have on India's farmers and the people suffering from hunger and malnutrition in the region. Similarly, the United States has already funded a feasibility study for a hybrid renewable energy project in India, which will develop 300 megawatts of wind and solar capacity, as well as battery storage. With our four nations working together to unite our expertise and drive private sector investment, this is going to help India reach its climate and energy goal of 500 megawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. Our challenge together is to deliver real results that people can feel in their everyday lives. Another key area where we can make big differences is in infrastructure. There's an enormous need around the world for infrastructure. Infrastructure done the right way, transparently, in partnership with the communities that are being served. Right now, there's a vacuum. So over the next few years, this group is going to work to identify new infrastructure projects that we can invest in and develop together. This meeting is just the first step, a chance to demonstrate the value of this new format for cooperation between our four nations. And I'm looking forward to staying closely connected and engaged at the leaders' level as we build out the scope of the I2U2 and work together for everyone. We can do a great deal if we stick together. So I want to thank you all for having this, agreeing to proceed this way. I think we can do some great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor to invite the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, His Excellency Narendra Modi, to deliver his opening statement.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Lapid, Your Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Your Excellency, President Biden, first of all, my warmest congratulations and best wishes to Prime Minister Lapid on assuming the office of Prime Minister. My heartfelt thanks to him as well for hosting today's summit. This truly is a meeting of strategic partners. We are all good friends as well, and there are a lot of similarities in our approach and in our interests. Excellencies, Your Highness, the I2U2 has established a positive agenda from its very first summit today. We have identified joint projects in several areas and have also made a roadmap to take them forward. Under the I2U2 framework, we have agreed to increase joint investment in 6 important areas: water, energy, transport, space, health, and food security. It is clear that both the vision and agenda of I2U2 are progressive and practical. We can give an impetus to our agenda by mobilizing the mutual strengths of our countries, that is capital, expertise, and markets, and we can make an important contribution in this way to the global economy. In the midst of increasing global uncertainties, our cooperative framework is also a good model for practical cooperation. I am sure that with the I2U2, we will make an important contribution at a global level in the areas of energy security, food security, and economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you to the distinguished leaders. We will now continue to the closed dialogue between the leaders. The live broadcast will end here. Thank you to the press. Please kindly make your way out.
Hi, everybody. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that was the latest from President Joe Biden in Israel. It is 6:56 in the morning here on the East Coast. We do want to, of course, take you live out to Nashville, Tennessee, a beautiful shot of the sunrise here on Broadway Street. We also do want to take you out to the White House. Of course, as we mentioned, President Joe Biden overseas for the first time of his presidency, visiting the Middle East. Again, he is in Israel, heading to Palestine, and then tomorrow he will head over to Saudi Arabia. Again, it is just before 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, just before 4 o'clock if you're tuning in from the West Coast. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Thursday, July 14th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll be with you for the next several hours, bringing you the latest top stories, breaking news, and actually some live events that we are getting into our desk. If you were just tuning into our stream, we did have President Biden joining a virtual meeting from Jerusalem, talking about food and security, as well as infrastructure and clean energy over there with leaders from the UAE as well as Israel. And then, of course, he was involved in that conversation as well. We also can let you know that he is expected to speak. And I was just looking to the side of me here to see if we could get you that feed coming in. But he is expected to speak alongside the Israeli Prime Minister in just a couple of minutes. We are, of course, going to stream that for you live, raw, and unfiltered when we do see him stepping up to the podium alongside, again, the Israeli Prime Minister. So he's had a busy couple of days so far. He did land in Israel yesterday as that first part of his first tour to the Middle East since taking office. This is actually some video of him arriving yesterday. He was taking part in a welcoming ceremony. And then he did earlier today, we did get these feeds as soon as we came in and started our show. He met with Israeli officials yesterday to discuss concerns over Iran's nuclear program. And then he also laid a wreath at Israel's Holocaust Memorial. But today, as you can see, he's also already held a private meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister, and they are going to hold a press conference again any moment now. This is a live feed that we've got coming from that. So we will cut right to it if we do see it getting underway. Now, He is going to accept the Israeli Presidential Medal of Honor at around 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. So again, as we get these feeds coming internationally from the president's trip, we will certainly cut to it. As you can see, some of the reporters there taking selfies. Lots of media getting to travel with the president as he goes overseas. And we may be getting a little announcement on when they'll be getting started. Just wanted to listen in there really quick. Live, raw, and unfiltered for you. Tomorrow he is going to head to Saudi Arabia, where he is going to meet with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia to discuss oil production. Now, tensions are high, though. The Saudi leader is suspected of ordering the killing of an American journalist 4 years ago. So there's that big concern on whether or not President Biden will discuss humanitarian and related issues and human rights. So again, we are going to continue to keep a close eye on any feeds coming from his visit over to the Middle East, his first since taking office, but we also can take you back out to the United States. This is a live look at the White House in our nation's capital. Now, we do want to continue on with some more top stories that we are following. As you can see, as we bring you this look of the White House, we can also bring you that side panel that we've got for you on what we are monitoring today. So we're really continuing to monitor Americans' continued reaction to inflation because yesterday, for the year ending in June, the CPI report showed that inflation rose to 9.1%, putting it back at 1981% levels. Now, breaking that down, the price of gas is up 6%, rent over 5%, and then you've got food increased to over 10%. So this is really having an impact on Americans. Apparently, the average American family is spending $500 more on average than they did last year at this time. Experts say this report makes it much more likely that the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates again. So this is something that we are going to follow for you here on Live Now from Fox. We are also monitoring some weather-related news. We've got really devastating flooding hitting rural Virginia, an area called Buchanan County. We do know that about 40 people are unaccounted for and dozens of houses have been destroyed. Later on in our show, we're going to touch base live with our Fox weather reporters who are out there on the ground monitoring the conditions and the search and rescue efforts that are still underway. So this, again, is what we've got going on for you here on Live Now from Fox. But as we do await President Biden to step up to the podium alongside the Israeli Prime Minister, I do want to start off some of our coverage at the top of this hour to, his trip overseas in the Middle East, his first since taking office, like we've mentioned several times. President Biden acknowledging in an interview with the Israeli press sanctions on Russia that have fueled inflation around the world. He also met with Israeli leaders to reinforce support for Middle East allies. But recent polling in the country shows trust in the Biden administration is wavering. So Fox News White House correspondent Cpi Report has this latest package.
Anything worse than the Iran that exists now with Iran with nuclear weapons.
For a moment, the focus of President Biden's trip is not his controversial upcoming meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince. An interview taped Tuesday at the White House and released in Israel after his first meetings with officials, making headlines locally for his pledge never to let Iran get a nuclear weapon.
Does that also mean, sir, that you would use force against Iran? Is that what that means?
That was the last resort, yes.
Biden also vowed not to remove Iran's official military, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, from the foreign terrorist list, even if it kills the deal his administration badly wants to resurrect, an effort to soothe Israeli concerns, which may not go as far at home.
Any shred of common sense you might have tells us the Iranians are gaming this out. They're long-term thinkers.
The White House has tried again and again to make the president's upcoming meeting with the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, and a push for more Gulf oil production a footnote of his trip, officials highlighting other foreign policy objectives, describing the meeting as regional, and using COVID as an excuse for Biden not to shake hands with anyone, including bin Salman.
We're trying to minimize contact as much as possible. Again, this is up to his doctor.
Biden abandoned that plan over the course of the day, trading fist bumps for a handshake with the former Israeli prime minister, then more handshakes with Holocaust survivors, and finally, an embrace The president's critics say he's not fooling anyone.
Of course, oil is at the center of this, and we shouldn't be going to other countries and asking them to do what we are absolutely unwilling to do as an administration here in the United States of America.
Jamal Khashoggi's widow said tonight in an interview that White House officials assured her President Biden will bring up her late husband's name when he meets with the Crown Prince, who the CIA blames for his death. But the White House did not confirm that promise or even answer our emails when we asked about it. In Jerusalem, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jackie Heinrich for that report. Again, we are waiting for any moment now when President Biden speaks alongside of the Israeli Prime Minister. He did just partake in something called the I2U2 Virtual Summit, where he was speaking alongside other world leaders talking about food, security, when it comes to infrastructure and how international partners along with the United States can focus on infrastructure projects globally and worldwide. He was also talking about clean energy and solar projects that the United States also is looking to get involved in. So as we await this press conference live on Unfiltered coming from the President of the United States in Israel, I do want to bring you this latest segment from our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He caught up with an international affairs professor talking about Biden's trip to the Middle East. This has been a very high stakes trip. It's his first since taking office, and he's also received a lot of criticism for going. So what is he up against internationally now that he is out there and this trip is underway? Well, here's the latest from our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft.
Joining me now to talk about the trip, what is in store, is Professor Charles Kupchan from the Wall School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. And thanks so much for being with us. Professor, today, President Biden kicking this off in Israel, speaking to members there, and he said, quote, "You don't need to be a Jew to be a Zionist." This line is getting a lot of good marks today. What does this mean, I guess? Extrapolate this about U.S.-Israeli relations from that one line, if you could.
Well, I think this is a trip that is about showcasing the strong ties between the United States and Israel, between Americans and Israel. And I think Biden is right. There are many Americans that consider themselves Zionists that are not Jewish. Israel enjoys very strong support among evangelicals, really across the board in the United States. And I think Biden is also trying to push back against the idea that if you are a Zionist, somehow you are a racist, anti-Palestinian. I think it's actually a very powerful line that is going to earn good credit for the president.
Yeah, let's talk though about the Palestinian question. We know President Biden will be going to the West Bank and maybe East Jerusalem very briefly. He's going to be having to sit down, I believe, possibly with the leader of the PA, Mahmoud Abbas. Do you think there's going to be a reset there? You know, what we haven't really heard going into this trip is the words two-state solution. Haven't heard that at all. That's something for a Middle East trip by a president.
Well, I think that the reset will be modest in form. And by that I mean, is Biden going to lay down a new peace plan, a new settlement with new borders? No. And that's because we're not there at this stage. Neither in the Palestinian community nor in the Israeli community is there a consensus that would create a cause for really leaning into the two-state solution. And so Biden is not going to knock his brains out trying to push something that has no chance politically of flying on either side. As a consequence, I think you'll see a focus on a couple of different dimensions. One is to re-engage with the Palestinians politically. We don't know yet whether the administration is going to reopen a consulate in Jerusalem that deals with the Palestinians. There's been talk about the reopening of the Palestinian office here in Washington, D.C. But the idea that Biden is going to meet with Abbas. That he's going to go to the West Bank is in some respects an effort to say, we hear you, we want to re-engage, we want to at least appear to be more even-handed. And then I think you will see some initiatives on the economic front. There is a consensus in Israel itself, at least with this government, that is somewhat to the center or center-left of the Netanyahu government, that we need to improve the lives of Palestinians. We need to improve the lives of Israeli Arabs. In fact, there has been an Arab party in the governing coalition. And one of the things that that party has done is try to reallocate the resources to improve the lives of Palestinians that are living in Israel. And I think Biden will try to do something to improve the lives of Palestinians living in the West Bank. Yeah. Do I expect to see any bombshells on these fronts? No.
Yeah. Let's transition, though, to the latter half
Ladies
of the trip. Biden will be meeting
Shalom and welcome
in
to
Saudi
Jerusalem.
Arabia with Saudi Arabian
Please
officials
take your
and
seats.
also representatives from the
We will
Gulf states.
begin
He's been pretty adamant that he is
Please
not
ensure
sitting
your cell phones
down
are
one-on-one with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. They'll be in somewhat of a group setting. King Salman will also be there as well. But just kind of having heard everything President Biden has been saying about the run-up to the trip to Saudi Arabia, there was a lot of back and forth on if it was going to even happen and then on whether he would be meeting with MBS. Do you think Biden made a miscalculation both as a candidate and in his first year in office with this pariah rhetoric, knowing full well that he was eventually going to have to re-engage, re-inset with the Saudis? You can't ignore the Saudis on the world stage.
I think there's several things going on here, Andrew. One is that the United States wants to send a message to the Saudis, to the Gulf Cooperation Council, to the region more generally, that it's staying put as an actor. You know, there really has been a lot of talk in the Gulf region in the wake of the withdrawal from Afghanistan and now the focus on European security because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that the U.S. is backing away from or washing its hands of the broader Middle East. And I think one of the reasons Biden is making this trip is to say, no, we're not going anywhere. We may not be fighting new land wars in the Middle East, but we have very significant stakes. We have a lot of military capability. We're here to stay. And that's an important message, especially when the Chinese are showing up in the region in a more aggressive way. To your specific question, yeah, I think Biden is in a somewhat awkward position because he really came into office with guns blazing, calling Saudi Arabia a pariah state. He was going to keep arm's length from MBS and from Riyadh more broadly. Well, times have changed, right? We are now in a world where there is geopolitical division of a sort we didn't imagine. The cost of gas at the pump is more than Americans had ever imagined. It's time to go to Saudi, to talk to the Emiratis, to talk to others and say, pump more oil. Yep. We are in a crisis situation. We need to play hardball. We need to get more oil into the global marketplace. I think it's the right time to go to Saudi Arabia. Does he need to swallow hard when he meets MBS? Yes, but I still think he's doing the right thing.
Professor, last point I want to make. This is something I'm going to be looking out for, and we know the extent of the Abraham Accords in the last administration have been, largely successful, opening up Israel to countries in the Middle East and the Arab world that really it was unheard of 5-10 years ago that they would be normalizing relations, Bahrain, UAE, and so on and so forth. Is that going to happen with Saudi Arabia? Do you expect to see some type of announcement between Israel and Saudi Arabia about a normalizing of relations, or at least getting there?
My sense is that we are not yet at the finish line. That the Saudis are moving in the direction of a closer relationship with Israel. We're hearing about the possible announcement of overflight rights. We're hearing about the possible integration of intelligence and air defense systems. And one issue we haven't talked about yet, but looms over this whole trip, is Iran.
Right.
In both Israel and in Saudi, Biden will be talking about the Iran situation, the nuclear file, the nuclear deal, trying to close ranks to stand up to Iran's continuing nuclear program. I don't think you're going to see Saudi join UAE and Bahrain in normalization at this point. I think you'll see some important announcements that suggest a warming relationship with Israel. I'm guessing, however, that over time, because of the change of facts on the ground and because of the desire to push back against Iran, the Saudi Arabia will probably get into the zone in which it's ready to normalize relations. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, I guess I get the kind of gist of the trip so far. Is a lot like that being talked about, but not a lot of, substantive, groundbreaking developments once the trip is over. Is that your view, maybe?
Yeah, and there are politically awkward issues on the table, in the sense that whether he's in Israel or whether he's in the West Bank or whether he's in Saudi Arabia, all of these issues resonate quite powerfully here in American politics. And as a consequence, Biden does need to tread carefully. I also think that what's probably going on behind the scenes is that we are preparing a improved relationship, particularly with the Saudis, which will likely bear fruit down the road. In other words, I'm not expecting that Friday, when the meeting takes place, the Saudis are going to come out and say, hey, we're going to start pumping oil like crazy tonight.
Right.
I think what you'll see is that kind of announcement down the road once the existing quota program subsides. Similarly with Israel, there may be some incremental steps that are announced during the trip, but in many respects, Biden's visit to Riyadh is an investment in a relationship with Saudi Arabia that could mean a much more serious relationship between Saudi and Israel down the road.
Yeah, I mean, MBS is in his 30s. Realistically, the United States government might be dealing with him for the next 50 years in U.S.-Saudi relations. So that, of course, is on the mind of many accompanying President Biden there to the Middle East on his first trip. Professor Charles Butcher-Kupchan, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Good to be with you.
All right, some great analysis there from our very own Andrew Kraft, and that international affairs expert, talking about what's at stake for President Biden now that his first trip to the Middle East since taking office has officially gotten underway. We do keep bringing you this shot here of this podium, or two podiums, I should say. President Biden any moment now expected to speak alongside the Israeli Prime Minister. This was slated for about 7 a.m. Eastern time, so they're running a little bit behind. We are going to continue on with some other news, and when we do see them step up to the plate to start speaking, we will certainly cut right to it here on Live Now from Fox. This is the really cool thing about our show, people. When we get feeds coming from a trip like President Biden's international trip overseas, we're able to bring you a front row seat to all of the action. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this. I am going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to continue going on with some more top stories here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to tap into the latest reaction to an inflation report that caught the eyes of all Americans. For the year ending in June, the CPI was up 9.1%, putting inflation back at 1981% levels. And then, of course, in addition to President Biden's trip, we are monitoring several other top stories, actually some weather related today. This is some video that we've got coming out of a rural area in Virginia known as Buchanan County. More than 40 people are unaccounted for this morning, and dozens of homes are destroyed after really devastating flooding hit the area yesterday. Search and rescue efforts are underway, and a little bit later in our show, our very own Mackenzie Stasko is going to touch base with a Fox weather reporter who is on the ground assessing the latest conditions. So that's a look at what we've got going on for you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Thursday, July 14th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from our Orlando, Florida studios. I do want to let you know that we are monitoring a press conference that will soon be held by President Biden and the Israeli Prime Minister from Israel. We have been waiting for this for a couple minutes now, so we are going to continue on with some other top stories, and then when we do see the two leaders stepping up to the stage, we will cut right to it. But I actually do want to continue on with some news that is making headlines here in the United States, and that is the latest June Consumer Index report. We're continuing to get reaction from Americans after inflation rose to 9.1%, the highest rate in 40 years. We're actually going to also get a new round of inflation numbers today, and Douglas Zader is reporting from Washington this morning what the risk of a recession seems to be as inflation and prices rise each day. Here's that report.
Gas prices are down again overnight, almost 3 cents a gallon. That will help ease inflation concerns, but it may be small comfort to consumers who are staring at their receipts in disbelief.
It's crazy. You get like, all I got is this and some water, and it came up to $177. That's crazy.
It's crazy, as shoppers are seeing the impact of inflation firsthand. And economists who have been here before are having flashbacks.
This is about as bad as it gets. And combined with the employment numbers, which are not good for this administration, I don't see how they pull out of a crash.
Well, the Fed is already raising rates in an appropriately aggressive manner.
The White House is putting its faith in the Federal Reserve, which is more likely now to raise interest rates later this month to help curb inflation. While that raises the risk of a recession, the administration is holding out hope.
I don't think it's preordained that we're going to have a deep recession in order for the Fed to moderate prices.
As part of his Middle East trip, President Biden is hoping to convince the Saudis to up their oil output. Back on Capitol Hill, he's hoping to get a new spending package through, but these new inflation numbers could scare off moderate Democrats.
Anything that I'm looking at, anything that people are conversing with me on, I'm scrubbing it the best I possibly can to see if anything could be causing more inflation.
And tomorrow, the Atlanta Fed will release their GDP estimate, giving us a better read on whether the recession may have already started. In Washington, Douglas Zader, Fox News.
And as we continue on with some more news related to inflation, we are going to continue to talk about how this is impacting you as Americans. So when it comes to what we're spending, recent reports show inflation is costing American households hundreds of dollars more each month. Moody's Analytics senior economist Ryan Sweet says the average household had an extra $493 in costs in June. His estimate is based off an analysis of a consumer price index data, that report that we got just yesterday. Now, he says price increases won't be duplicated in July as energy and other commodity prices have dropped noticeably over month. And then we want to talk about what this also means for Social Security, because Social Security recipients could receive a big cost of living adjustment next year due to this inflation. A new estimate from nonpartisan group, the Senior Citizens League, says those who rely on Social Security payments could see a 10.5% increase to their monthly checks. That would be the biggest annual increase since 1981. The final cost of living adjustment for next year will be announced in October. So clearly, this is a lot to unpack here, how this is impacting Americans, what are Americans spending, and where is the state of our economy headed? Well, our very own Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett spoke with economist David Ragland. He's a friendly guest of the program, joined us several times talking about that inflation report. So let's listen to that segment for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're also going to keep a box up monitoring the latest press conference that is going to be held any moment now from President Joe Biden alongside the Israeli Prime Minister. So if we do see them stepping up to the stage, we will exit this interview and we will head straight to that.
So we're talking inflation, we're talking recession, we're talking about oil prices. David Ragland, our financial advisor, to break it all down for us. 9.1. Not great, David. Not great.
No, big number back to the 80s, 40 years ago. That was the decade of big hair. Obviously, I had a lot of hair back then, so it's been a long time since we've seen these kind of red hot numbers, as you said. The inflation that we're facing, as we all know, is a combination of two things: not enough supply and too much demand. So it's going to be hot for a while. Inflation doesn't peak in a day or a month. It peaks over a period of time. I think when I look at inflation, I always think about it as a plateau. We come up, we stay here for a while, then we slowly start to come down.
Yeah, and we're slowly coming back down, but there is some concern over the possibility of a recession. I feel like we talk about this every time. Has your mind changed on the timeline of that?
Well, we certainly are slowing down the economy. You know, we're seeing consumers starting to pull back. We're now, just as of a couple days ago, showing a lot of people walking away from home purchases. Actually, 15% of people did not perform on contracts. So you're seeing that interest rate increases are making mortgages unaffordable, as well as price increases on houses. So as we see more people walk away from home purchases, that will slowly impact costs for houses. So hopefully we can start to see a little bit of a pullback in prices on the housing, but we certainly are slowing. Are we technically going to go into recession? That is still TBD. We were negative GDP in the first quarter. The Atlanta Fed has us negative for the second quarter. Those numbers will come out here shortly. So we'll see whether we're technically in a recession, but we're certainly slowing down significantly.
Right, and we have President Biden, who is overseas right now. He arrived in Israel as part of his first visit to the Middle East as president. He's going to hold talks with Israeli, Palestinian, and Saudi Arabian officials. The main goal of this trip is to improve the U.S.'s cooperation with Israel and Saudi Arabia, and hopes to get some of those allies to increase oil production, hence bringing down prices and hopefully addressing soaring inflation. David, what are your thoughts on this? Do you think that this will do anything?
Well, oil prices are worldwide. So it really comes down to supply, supply, supply. You've got really three major producers. You've got OPEC, you've got the OPEC Plus, and you also have the United States. So really what we need to see is more supply from all three groups. Just one group I don't think will be enough. Also, you are starting to see demand come down some. People are driving less to the store. They may carpool. They may work from home a little bit more. So we need both elements to be in balance to bring the prices down. It is true that oil prices have come down from approximately $120 a barrel. Now we're sitting underneath $100 a barrel. Yet to be seen if that is a temporary lull and it go back up, or can we see more progress on oil going down further from here?
Right. Yeah, you said more people working from home. It might be smart to go and work from home out in Europe right now, because the euro and dollar pretty much equal for the first time in 20 years. It's a good plan, right?
Well, it's amazing. I want to go to Europe today, tomorrow. You know, my dollar is going to go so much further right now. It's fantastic. We just saw Heathrow out of London cap the number of daily passengers at 100,000 because travel is so dynamic in Europe right now. So we are starting to see the system in Europe kind of come to capacity as far as travelers over there. So absolutely, I want to go and I want to book my ticket now.
All right, everybody, as you can see, we do have President Biden and the Israeli Prime Minister stepping up to the stage to hold this press conference. So we are going to head there right now on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Reaffirms the unbreakable bond between the United States of America and the State of Israel, and paves the way to a future of increased partnership based on shared values and a shared vision. Thank you, Prime Minister Lapid and President Biden. The Prime Minister of the State of Israel will now make his statement, followed by the President of the United States, after which we will take questions from the media. Prime Minister Yair Lapid, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. In March 1965, on Dr. Martin Luther King's famous march from Selma to Montgomery, walking beside him in the front row was a Jewish rabbi, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel. When he returned home that day, Rabbi Heschel wrote in his diary, "Today I felt my legs were praying." In the state of Israel, Mr. President, our legs pray every single day. Nothing is in our lives is taken for granted. My father was a Jewish child in the Budapest ghetto, hiding from those who tried to kill him. The fact that I am standing here today did not happen by itself. We learned the lesson, Mr. President, at all times. Israel must be strong, free, and safe, with a powerful army that can defend our citizens. Be it Joshua crossing the Jordan River or Dr. King crossing the Alabama River, the principle is the same. If you want your independence, your hands must defend you and your legs must pray for you. You must march fearlessly towards the river. This past year, with Russia's unjustified invasion of Ukraine, with the Iranian nuclear threat becoming more dangerous, and with the threats of terrorism worldwide, we were all reminded of something. In order to protect freedom, sometimes force must be used. Nobody wants that, but neither can we shy away from it. On the side of terror stand people who will not hesitate to exploit any weakness, people who do not play by the rules. Those of us who are fortunate enough to be born free people sometimes do not understand the intensity of the hatred behind the attack on democracy. What did we do to them? What makes them crash planes into skyscrapers in New York and fire rockets at kindergartens in the city of Sderot? The answer is fear. What scares them the most is that their citizens, their people, can see us, can see our quality of life, the dynamism and creativity of our economy, the rights of women and the LGBTQ community, freedom of religion, freedom of speech. Our way of life is what threatens them. It's what makes the Iranian regime develop its nuclear program. Hezbollah aim its missiles at us, and terrorist organizations worldwide send suicide bombers. They want to destroy the only Jewish state in the world. We will never let that happen. Words will not stop them, Mr. President. Diplomacy will not stop them. The only thing that will stop Iran is knowing that if they continue to develop their nuclear program, the free world will use force. The only way to stop them is to put a credible military threat on the table. You have said many times, Mr. President, that big countries do not bluff. I completely agree. It should not be a bluff, but the real thing. The Iranian regime must know that if they continue to deceive the world, they will pay a heavy price. Here in the Middle East, we have an alternative now. It is growing and gaining power. We are creating an alliance of moderate countries that believe in peace, that believe that our children deserve the opportunity to live a better life. From here, from Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the State of Israel, you will travel to Saudi Arabia. Your visit to Saudi Arabia is important for Israel and for the entire region, for our security and for the future and prosperity of the Middle East. We send with you to all the nations of the region, including, of course, the Palestinians, a message of peace. Israel wants peace and believes in peace. We will never yield an inch of our security. We are obligated to be cautious at every step, but to any country, any nation that wants peace and normalization with us, we say, Ahlan wa sahlan, shalom, welcome. Mr. President, you will meet with the leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, and Iraq. I would like you to pass them all a message from us. Our hand is outstretched for peace. We are ready to share our technology and experience, ready for our people to meet and learn about one another, ready for our scientists to collaborate and our businesses to cooperate. The book of Psalms says all of this in one verse. Chapter 29 reads, Hashem oz la'amo yiten, Hashem yevarech et amo b'shalom. The Lord will give strength to his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. If we are strong, if we are determined, if the word understands that we will not hesitate to defend ourselves and our values, peace can come. Mr. President, our relationship runs deep. It crosses party lines. It connects not only our governments, but also our peoples. This friendship is one of the cornerstones of Israel's national security. It is moving, and it is certainly not taken for granted. Throughout all your years in public service, you were one of the chief architects of this relationship. For that, you have the everlasting gratitude of the people of Zion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Eloquent statement. I'm honored to be back here in the capital of Israel. As I said yesterday, I've met with every prime minister since Golda Meir. It was a pleasure to be able to spend some time with you today and to get to know you better. Mr. Prime Minister, a deep love and respect for Israel has only taken a deeper hold on my heart and my gut since I first visited here back in 1973 as a young senator. I'm returning for my 10th visit as president, this time as President of the United States. But I've never forgotten what Prime Minister Meir told me when I was a brand new junior senator from the state of Delaware. It was just weeks before the Yom Kippur War, and she could see on my face that I was worried. As we stood before the press taking questions and pictures, she looked at me, and without press hearing, she said, "Don't look so worried, Senator. Israel has a secret weapon." I looked at her as I turned my head, and she was going to tell me. I just looked at her. She said, "We have nowhere else to go." I'll never forget what she told me. That was nearly 50 years ago. 50 years ago, the threats then were real, and the threats to Israel remain real today. The scourge of anti-Semitism still marches around the world. We must never forget the horrors which an unchecked hatred can lead. And that's why I immediately, when I returned, I wanted to visit Yad Vashem. When I landed yesterday to bear witness, to remember, to renew our vow of never, never again. At the same time, the Israel of today is not the Israel of 50 years ago. You've cultivated new resources, capabilities, new relationships, including a growing integration with neighbors in the region. You have new tools that keep Israel strong and secure. You have an ironclad commitment from the United States of America to Israel's security, an ironclad commitment. We'll make sure that Israel can defend itself by itself. When I was vice president under President Obama, we passed a record-setting agreement for Israel's security, $38 billion over a 10-year period. And I was proud that last year we also provided an additional $1 billion to replenish Israel's Iron Dome supplies, making 2022 the largest single year of military assistance that Israel has ever received. Yesterday, I viewed some of Israel's Iron Dome technology, as well as a very promising new Iron Beam technology, a laser-enabled missile defense system. These technologies and advancements are critical. They're critical because every rocket that is intercepted is a potential life, perhaps more, that has been saved. As we move forward together, partners in both security and in innovation, the United States and Israel defense sectors will cooperate in new high-energy laser weapon systems that can defend Israeli lives, as well as lives of American service members. Israel and the United States also stand together to defend fundamental values and underwrite global security, prosperity, and freedom, not just for us, but for many around the world. And Putin's assault on Ukraine is a challenge to the peace and stability everywhere in the world. Putin's war must be a strategic failure, and the free world must sustain our resolve to help Ukraine defend its democracy. The United States will continue to support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people who have been devastated and displaced by the Russian violence. Today, you and I also discussed America's commitment to ensuring Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. This is a vital security interest to both Israel and the United States, and I would add, for the rest of the world as well. I continue to believe that diplomacy is the best way to achieve this outcome, and will continue to work with Israel to counter other threats from Iran throughout the region, including support for terrorism, ballistic missile program that continues, and the proliferation of weapons to terrorists and proxies like Hezbollah. We'll also continue building on the Abraham Accords, which I strongly support because they deepen Israel's integration into the broader region and establish lasting ties for business, cooperation, and tourism. We've just completed the first Leaders Summit among Israel, India, the United States, and the United Arab Emirates to deepen the economic ties between the Middle East and the Indo-Pacific, to create new partnerships, to tackle global challenges like food insecurity and clean energy technology. Regional integration is also the goal of the historic Negev Forum, which took place here in Israel this past March. Israel's integration in the region, Israel's peace with its neighbors, these are essential goals. Tomorrow, I'll be the first American president to fly from Israel directly to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. That represents important progress. And when I see the Saudi leadership tomorrow, I'll be carrying a direct message of peace and extraordinary opportunities that a more stable and integrated region could bring to the region and, quite frankly, the whole world. As we work together toward greater integration, we'll also continue to work toward a lasting negotiated peace between the State of Israel and the Palestinian people. Israel must remain an independent, democratic Jewish state, the ultimate guarantee and guarantor of security of the Jewish people, not only in Israel, but the entire world. I believe that to my core. And the best way to achieve that remains a two-state solution for two people, both of whom have deep and ancient roots in this land, living side by side in peace and security. Both states fully respecting the equal rights of their citizens, both people enjoying equal measures of freedom. And any more that takes us further from that outcome, I believe anything is detrimental to the long-term security of Israel. Prime Minister Lapid, Israel and the United States are natural partners because we share the same values. Our people share the same innovative spirit, the same determination to preserve and persevere through every single challenge. That's why we're launching a new high-level strategic dialogue on technology that's going to help Israel and the United States harness critical and emerging technologies and apply them to issues that matter most to our mutual futures. So thank you, Mr. President, for welcoming me back, for fostering the enduring bonds and continuing them that link the people of Israel and the United States. That's what this visit is about, affirming those ties that stretch back to just 11 minutes after Israel declared statehood, when the United States became the first country in the world to recognize Israel. And I assure you, it will be the last country in the world ever to walk away from Israel. Ties that have grown deeper and broader with each passing year and now encompass a 21st century partnership, one grounded on ageless values and looking squarely at the future. We're here to stay, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister. Like it or not, we're with you. There's no way out. I want to thank you very, very much for your hospitality. And I mean from the bottom of my heart that your security, the security is going to determine the security of Jewish people around the world for the rest of the world. It's critical. And we're in it with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And before we move on to the question, there is a technical change on the stage.
These guys work awful hard.
Yes, we're just standing here.
Thank you very much. We will now be taking questions from the press. The first one to ask a question is Ms. Gilly Cohen from Channel 11, Israeli television.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask, will you set a deadline for the nuclear talks or define a certain stage when you will say there is no more opportunity to revive the nuclear deal, and what will happen afterwards? And another question, sir. Your visit tomorrow is Jerusalem, and you won't be accompanied by an Israeli official. Does this represent a change in your administration's view regarding the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, and if East Jerusalem is part of it? Thank you.
Answer to your last question is no. With regard to your first question, we've laid out for the people, for the leadership of Iran, what we're willing to accept in order to get back in the JCPOA. We're waiting for the response. When that will come, I'm not certain, but we are not going to wait forever.
Mr. President, do you want to?
The question was for the President.
Mr. President, do you want to call on the next question?
Sure. I was given a list here. Steve Holland of Reuters.
Some opposition back home to your meeting with Saudi leaders this week. What will you say to Saudi leaders, specifically to Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, about the Khashoggi murder and other human rights practices? And if I may, Prime Minister Lapid, how close are you to an agreement with Saudi Arabia to gain overflight rights, and should we expect that soon? Thank you.
With regard to the question you asked me, my views on Khashoggi have been absolutely, positively clear. And I have never been quiet about talking about human rights. The reason I'm going to Saudi Arabia, though, is much broader, is to promote U.S. interest. Promote U.S. interest in a way that I think we have an opportunity to reassert what I think we've made a mistake of walking away from, our influence in the Middle East. I'm going to be meeting with 9 other heads of state. It's not just it happens to be in Saudi Arabia. And so there are so many issues at stake that I want to make clear that we can continue to lead in the region and not create a vacuum that is filled by China and or Russia against the interest of both Israel and the United States and many other countries. And so the purpose of the visit is to coordinate with 9 heads of state what are in U.S. interest, and I believe in Israel's interest as well.
Well, let's the Prime Minister.
I always bring up human rights. I always bring up human rights. But my position on Khashoggi has been so clear. If anyone doesn't understand it in Saudi Arabia or anywhere else, then they haven't been around for a while.
About the overflights of Saudi Arabia, of course, as I was saying in my speech, we are all for promoting normalizations with every country in the region that it is possible. But since the president is going to Saudi Arabia and there will be a finalization of the issues over there, I will let the president finalize this when he's in Jeddah.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
I'm optimistic.
And the next question will come from Ms. Tal Schneider from Times of Israel.
Hi, hello. Thank you for being in Jerusalem. It's good to see you. Israelis have been waiting to hear developments on the visa waiver program. We know that there are hurdles to get there. But can you set a deadline after which Israeli will be granted with a waiver to enter the U.S.? Will you bring this issue with the opposition leader, Netanyahu, when you meet him today? And another question for our Prime Minister. There is a discussion about regional defense cooperation that includes Israel and the Saudi, but we hear that there are technical difficulties as well as other reservations from the Saudis with respect to defense system, which means it's mostly about Israel sharing its intelligence, its intel. How do you see the cooperation moving along with those problems? Thank you.
With regard to your question to me, we are working very, very hard to eliminate the lack of precision in the applications many times for the visa program. It is my hope and expectation that in the next several months we'll have it worked out.
And jumping on the subject, and we urge the Israeli opposition to be more responsible and help with the legislation needed to finalize this. As for your question, it is no secret that we're doing our best with our American friends to work on a regional security architecture. So this was no secret. The details of this apparently are. So I'm not going to go into details on this, but we are working with everybody we can in order to promote regional security, especially facing Iran's regime and the terror policy they bring to the table.
Us a question, I guess, is Nadia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nadia Bilbesi of Al Arabiya Television. Allow me to press you a little bit on Iran, if I may. You visited
No, I'm not going to.
Yeah,
we got to walk up.
You are visiting the Middle East here in Israel, and then you're going to Saudi Arabia, where you're meeting with King Salman and other GCC leaders. You know in advance, before you come here, their position, their concern, their fear about Iran nuclear program and Iran's support for proxies in the region. Tangibly, what are you offering them to assuage their fear and concern? Practically, is there anything that you're offering them to make them feel comfortable that the United States are on the same page with them? And if I may, Mr. Prime Minister, what are the differences and the similarities between you and President Biden regarding Iran? Do you see eye to eye on all the issues? You alluded to some differences just now. And if I may, I wanted you to confirm to us today your position in supporting the two-state solution as a caretaker prime minister And if, should you be elected as the next Prime Minister of Israel? Thank you so much.
With regard to Iran and convincing the Saudis and others that we mean what we say, is we mean what we say. They have an opportunity to accept this agreement's been laid down. If they don't, we made it absolutely clear. We will not, let me say it again, we will not allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon.
Well, with regard to a question about Iran, we have an open discussion about what is the best way to deal with it, but I don't think there's a light between us in terms of these are all means to an end. We cannot allow Iran to become nuclear. Israel serves the right to act freely on the subject, but we are, of course, discussing everything with our greatest ally, which is the United States. About the two-state solution, I haven't changed my position. A two-state solution is a guarantee for a strong democratic state of Israel with a Jewish majority.
Thank you very much. This concludes the signing ceremony and the press conference. Please remain seated until the leaders have left the room.
Thank you all so much.
No, this concludes sorry.
Architects of the Abraham Accord will deserve the Nobel Peace Prize.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 7:59 a.m. here on the East Coast, bringing you all this live broadcast from our Orlando studios. But we are getting this live now image from Jerusalem, Israel, where President Biden is for the next few days during this foreign trip. Now, we just witnessed President Biden taking a few questions from reporters, speaking alongside of the Israeli Prime Minister. He's also meeting with other leaders today to help reinforce support for Middle East allies. All right, guys, take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time now 8:02 this morning here on the East Coast, continuing to bring you all the latest coverage when it comes to President Biden's foreign trip to the Middle East. Let's go ahead and revisit this virtual summit that aired just a few moments ago. We're looking at leaders of Israel, the United States, as well as India. They're all delivering remarks at the opening of this virtual summit in Jerusalem. We'll hear from President Biden in just a bit. Let's go ahead and listen in, raw and unfiltered.
Anyone trying to go back to how things used to be would fail. Anyone who understands that we live in a new world with new challenges would succeed and flourish. That dinner was on a Wednesday evening. A few days later, in what might be a world record in the field of international relations, my friend Dr. Jaishankar, the Minister of External Affairs of India, was already in my office in Jerusalem. Tony Blinken and Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed were on Zoom, and we held the first summit of this Quad, the I2U2 Forum. Our starting point was that in the new world we live in, we need to improve our ability to cooperate quickly, to make the most of our comparative advantages, to put the right advanced tech together with the right resources. We need to think in new terms when it comes to energy, food security, and water tech, defense, and trade. Each one of our countries brings very different challenges and very different qualities to the table. But that is what makes our potential even greater. In the 21st century, challenges are local, but solutions are global. Let me give you two quick examples. The entire world is dealing with issues relating to food security. The combination of the climate crisis, the war in Europe, and the COVID-19 pandemic has created global food insecurity. Food security is going to be the main issue in Africa, in Latin America, and East Asia, and of course in the Middle East. An initiative like the Food Corridor between India and the UAE, which was put together by this group, is a clear example of a creative solution to a problem we are all facing. The fast transportation of food and preservation technologies, the ability to connect relative advantages together, this is the solution to the problem. Another example is the solar and wind energy storage project. In this case as well, the idea is to make the most of technological capabilities, some of which are still being developed, in order to deal with an energy market that is facing a serious crisis. Since the war in Ukraine broke out, each one of us has had to deal with the crisis on the local level. Its effects on cost of living has been immediate and dramatic, and of course, this has political implications. Real solutions will only come through cooperation between countries that know how to put together brainpower, knowledge, and resources on the same table. I would like to emphasize, this is not a philanthropic group. We want to change the world for the better, but we are also creating relative advantages for our countries, for our businesses, for our science sector. In both projects that I mentioned, lists of local companies and relevant technologies have already been shared. Our goal is for the private market to be a full partner in this initiative. This group is interesting because we are 4 very different countries, but when we started talking, it became clear we all want the same things. For our children to be warm in the winter, for them to have food on the table and clean water from the tap, for them to enjoy a quality education and advanced healthcare and transportation infrastructure. We also want to reduce the damage our generation inflicted on climate and the environment. These are big challenges. No single country, no matter how big or how rich, can deal with them alone. On the other hand, I also believe, and this is part of the idea behind this meeting, that groups that are too big may end up being ineffective. This Quad is, in my view, the correct model. Our advantages are clear to one another, and so are all our needs. We can create enough flexibility and a mechanism that can make fast and smart decisions. At the same time, we can always find ways to create ad hoc connections with countries that want to advance projects with us. The projects I mentioned are just the beginning. The list is ongoing. Our role as leaders is to push our teams as hard as possible to research the fields in which real change can be made, to examine new projects, to bring them to the table, to connect them with the scientific and business communities. The world is watching this meeting. This shows that something special is happening here, a new kind of economic and regional cooperation that is more flexible and better adapted to the problems we face. The diplomatic and economic results that will emerge from this meeting will highlight our commitment to a new kind of cooperation. In this partnership, each country and each partner brings their own strength so that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. This is just the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It is my honor to invite the President of the United States of America, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., to deliver his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Lapid, for convening this group for the first time at a leaders level. Prime Minister Modi, President Ben Zayed, thank you for the work you're doing, deepening the linkage and the muscle cooperation between critical partners in the Middle East and Indo-Pacific to deliver important, very important projects for all our peoples. The simple truth is this: the challenges we face in the world, our world in the 21st century, demand that we find new ways of working together. Whether it's accelerating climate crisis, dealing with the accelerating climate crisis, which is being felt here in the Middle East every single day, or growing food insecurity and volatile energy markets, made worse by Russia's brutal and unprovoked attack against its neighbor Ukraine. Or, as we've all experienced firsthand over the past 2 years, tackling the health security needs and economic fallout from the global pandemic. All these issues require cooperation and coordination, and none of us can mount a comprehensive response on our own. And the more we work together, the more we'll see the benefits multiply and grow to advance our shared commitment to peace, stability, and growing prosperity. They all go together. When our foreign ministers first got together in this format last October, I think we all immediately understood the potential to advance a common agenda. It's about demonstrating the importance of practical impacts of building Israel's normalization and economic integration, using these trusted partnerships to crack down on common challenges. Our nations represent some of the most innovative, technologically capable, and entrepreneurial people on the planet. At every step, we should be asking, what can we achieve together? The first two projects that we're tackling together on food security and clean energy are designed to take on two of the most urgent crises affecting people around the globe. Food insecurity. The UAE's investment to develop integrated agricultural parks across India with the support of the American and Israeli private sector experts has the potential to sustainably increase India's food yields in the region threefold in just 5 years. India is a major food producer in the world. Think of the beneficial impacts this will have on India's farmers and the people suffering from hunger and malnutrition in the region. Similarly, the United States has already funded a feasibility study for a hybrid renewable energy project in India to develop 300 megawatts of wind and solar capacity, as well as battery storage. With our four nations working together to unite our expertise and drive private sector investment, this is going to help India reach its climate and energy goal of 500 megawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030. Our challenge together is to deliver real results that people can feel in their everyday lives. Another key area where we can make big differences is in infrastructure. There's an enormous need around the world for infrastructure. Infrastructure done the right way, transparently, in partnership with the communities that are being served. Right now, there's a vacuum. So over the next few years, this group is going to work to identify new infrastructure projects that we can invest in and develop together. This meeting is just the first step, a chance to demonstrate the value of this new format for cooperation between our four nations. And I'm looking forward to staying closely connected and engaged at the leaders level as we build out the scope of the I2U2 and work together for everyone. We can do a great deal if we stick together. So I want to thank you all for having this, agreeing to proceed this way. I think we can do some great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor to invite the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, His Excellency Narendra Modi, to deliver his opening statement.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Lapid, Your Highness, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Your Excellency, President Biden, first of all, my warmest congratulations and best wishes to Prime Minister Lapid on assuming the office of Prime Minister. My heartfelt thanks to him as well for hosting today's summit. This truly is a meeting of strategic partners. We are all good friends as well, and there are a lot of similarities in our approach and in our interests. Excellencies, Your Highness, the I2U2 has established a positive agenda from its very first summit today. We have identified joint projects in several areas and have also made a roadmap to take them forward. Under the I2U2 framework, we have agreed to increase joint investment in 6 important areas: water, energy, transport, space, health, and food security. It is clear that both the vision and agenda of I2U2 are progressive and practical. We can give an impetus to our agenda by mobilizing the mutual strengths of our countries, that is capital, expertise, and markets, and we can make an important contribution in this way to the global economy. In the midst of increasing global uncertainties, our cooperative framework is also a good model for practical cooperation. I am sure that with the I2U2, we will make an important contribution at a global level in the areas of energy security, food security, and economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you to the distinguished leaders. We will now continue to the closed dialogue between the leaders. The live broadcast will end here. Thank you to the press. Please kindly make your way out.
All right, and that was the latest from President Biden as he was joined by other world leaders speaking on how we can improve our allies as he is visiting the Middle East. Sorry, guys, that press conference ended abruptly there, but we're going to keep you all up to speed when it comes to other related news and headlines. Let's talk about what's taking place right here at home, because as we know, inflation has hit an historic 9.1%, and it is affecting millions of Americans across the country. So let's head out to New York. Right now we have Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez joining us live. Lizette, I can see that you're at a gas station this morning, and boy, are gas prices still very high, but we're hearing that they're dropping some, just slightly. Could you elaborate?
Hi, good morning, Rain. Yeah, you know, there is a little bit of a glimmer of hope in between all of these headlines we've been getting when it comes to inflation. So gas prices have been dropping in the last month. About a month ago, it was about $5 a gallon. Here we're in Astoria, Queens. It is now at $4.79 a gallon.
At the grocery store, it seems like everyone is digging deeper into their pockets to pay for the essentials.
Normal things that we would usually get, like it's a lot more now.
Others are cutting back and looking for cheaper alternatives, as many feel the pinch of inflation.
I tend to spend a lot of money in cherries and blackberries and things like that, so I'm cutting back a little bit on my fancy fruit. And then, still eating food, but, going to other options.
I just make sure that prices and circumstances are not out of whack in terms of what I want to purchase. If it is, then I will hold back.
According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, June's Consumer Price Index jumped by 9.1%, the biggest yearly increase in 41 years. President Biden calling the inflation rate out of date, noting it doesn't include declining U.S. gasoline prices.
I mean, the numbers inherently are out of date because they are from last month, but they don't necessarily tell a completely false story regarding what's happening in the economy right now. People continue to spend. Supply still is very limited, and these things are very slow to change overall. I do think that we might see a modestly lower inflation reading for this month. We know that gasoline prices are down so far, but I don't see a major change, if you will, overall on the inflation numbers for this month.
The national average for a regular gallon of gas is now at $4.60. The cost down from more than $5 last month.
Oil prices have come down, and that's going to provide a little bit of relief for consumers. The bad news, obviously, though, is that oil prices fall usually happen in a recession.
The White House says they're giving the Federal Reserve space to help bring down inflation and avoid a recession. The Fed is expected to raise interest rates by 0.75% for the second month in a row.
All right, Lizette. So by this time, we've read the headlines. We've seen the rising gas prices. We know that inflation is now at a historic 40-year high. But many people are still wondering, when will we see some relief? So can you talk to us about what the experts are predicting?
Yeah, and the economist that you just heard from there in that piece, he's optimistic about the month of July. He believes inflation numbers will be going down just a tad bit for July, but he was also saying that it could be several months until people start seeing a noticeable difference, and we start seeing those prices go down more when it comes to those essentials. We're talking milk, bread, eggs, and of course, we're talking fuel as well. Rain will send things back inside.
All right, and that was Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez. Thank you so much for joining us today. All right, guys, the time is now 8:20 a.m. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute break. We'll have more top stories and major news headlines on the other side.
such a conference. Webb, it was a very important day to show the unity of many countries in the world, but also many organizations to support Ukraine. And it was very important to organize such a dialogue with such a conference to prove that. Of course, it's an important day to organize the unity of all the countries and organizations trying to take part in the process, and I'm sure that we have a lot of things to do to continue to work together. But certainly the main issue today is to organize a good coordination of not only our words, but also our actions. And first of all, to support the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, of course, Irina Venediktova, because she's at work on the ground in an unsafe situation in Ukraine, and we are very proud to see such a capacity to collect so many evidence to try to organize prosecutions and then trials about the atrocities committed in Ukraine. And we try also to give the same support for the ICC and for Karim Khan, the prosecutor. And I was very proud to see today that there were so many new pledges from member states, from organizations to send more experts, to send some money to. And it will be important to have a roadmap to continue to do that, not only for some weeks, for some months, maybe more than that, because it will be a long process. That's the first element, and we try to organize a good coordination of all the supports provided to the Ukrainian Prosecutor General, but also the ICC. Second element, we will continue, of course, to push pressure on Russia, and we'll continue to have a correct implementation of all the sanctions. Tomorrow, I will share again a task force freeze and seize to see how it's possible to go further in the way to freeze assets of oligarchs and entities. Till now, we have frozen 13.8 billion euros in the European Union member states, and we want to continue and to see how it's possible with judicial procedure to seize some assets. And the goal is to put the money coming from the confiscations in a common fund to give the money back to Ukraine and to the Ukrainians. And then, of course, about the war crimes and accountability, it's also very important to see that we are trying to use all the existing tools that we have and to reinforce those tools. Of course, the national jurisdictions, first of all in Ukraine, but also in 14 member states of the European Union, because we have started in those member states investigations about war crimes due to the universal jurisdiction in those member states. We have also, of course, the possibility to work with the ICC, and we'll continue to do that because the ICC is also on the ground. It's the same with the European Court of Human Rights, because there are so many violations of human rights in Ukraine. I'm just thinking about the property rights of many Ukrainians, and they have lost their houses, they have lost quite everything in Ukraine, and it's very important to take into account that in the different procedure at the national level, before the ICC, but also before the European Court of Human Rights. And of course, in the EU, we try to provide all the possible tools to help the prosecutors to organize investigations, prosecutions, and then to go to trials. And to do that, we are using first Eurojust. And Eurojust, we have now a joint investigation team with Ukraine and 5 member states of the European Union, Poland, Slovakia, and the 3 Baltic states, with, for the first time, the participation of the ICC and a good collaboration with our colleagues from the US. And if it's possible, I will be very pleased to see other member states having started investigation at the national level, taking part in the joint investigation team. You know that we have also amended the regulation dedicated to Eurojust to give the possibility to Eurojust to store all the evidence collected in Ukraine and in the testimonies of refugees in all member states, and then to exchange those evidence with all the prosecutors and all the possible actors. And of course, to do that, we need to act in a full respect for the rule of law. So we have kind to provide guidance to all the actors to organize the way to collect evidence in a full respect for the rule of law and fundamental rights. And of course, the ICC at the international level will be maybe the most important actor, and we urge all the participants today, but certainly also Ukraine, to ratify the Rome Statute. It's very important to show that there is a clear commitment to take part in the Rome Statute and to organize all the investigations in Ukraine in full respect for the competence of the ICC. But again, I'm very proud that it was possible to show such a unity today and to make progress in the dialogue, to have a good coordination, because it's the main issue that we have, not only, I said, for the next months and years, maybe for more than that, maybe for decades. You know that we are still now, till now, starting some investigations and prosecutions about the genocide in Rwanda or in Srebrenica. And so it's very important to think that we are not just working for the people in office now, for the successor, but maybe also for the next generation. It will be a long journey, but it was an important day today to start such a journey.
Mrs. Benedetto.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear friends. You know, we have the city in the center of Ukraine. It is Vinnytsia. It is again the center of Ukraine. Today, 20 people killed by Russian missiles, including 3 children. 52 injured by Russian missile, including children. And this information we have every day from morning till night to morning. We see more and more facts of war crimes. It's more now than 23,000 of such cases only about war crimes, when Ukrainians are killed, tortured, raped, and so on and so on. That's why these meetings, this huge honorable conference was very important to take this war in focus. I understand that we have huge number of wars, unfortunately, on our planet. And this war is not the first and unfortunately not the last. But again, we should do our lessons and we should have some results because we are free, civilized people. I appreciate very much personally His Excellency Mr. Hoekstra for organizing this conference in the place of peace and justice. I appreciate very much His Excellency Mr. Reinders, who is with us from first days of this very aggressive war when in full-scale invasion started. I appreciate very much prosecutor of ICC Karim Khan, who started his own investigations as soon as possible and came in Ukraine 3 times. I understand people of your countries. I understand people who take our refugees, who see how prices will rise up from month to month. But dear friends, today's 5th month, when we have this situation in the center of Europe, we mentioned today several times that impunity is not an option, that instruments of international law, instruments of international humanitarian law should protect people, should prevent such aggression in the future. And we are very modern people. We understand the value of human lives. We understand that we are responsible before our future generation. I am Prosecutor General of Ukraine. Every day we have extra 200, 300 cases only about war crimes. I think that actually we should do our steps very fast, because it's true, impunity is not the option. People who are responsible for such aggressive war, we should to take specific words for this. This is war, very aggressive, very brutal war. People who are responsible for this should be punished. And this is first step. And we understand that if we decided don't think about it, how we don't think, for example, about it in Georgia, in Chechnya, in Syria, in 2014 in Donetsk and Lugansk and Crimea, now we see that it will be just worse and worse. And we all are very strong because we are united. And I think this is the most big value what we have now, that we have here all these men and all others men who were on this conference and who are besides them in their states, who are ready to stop such precedents on our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have now time for a few questions. First question, I'd like to add to 1+1 TV, Ukraine. There's a mic.
So my question is about introduction the special ad hoc tribunal for Ukraine, which Ukraine is asking for. Are there any negotiations? What are the results? Will it be introduced? What its jurisdictions will be, and who will pay for it, actually? Thank you.
The question is to me, ma'am. Okay. No, I think it's a very valid point. It was mentioned today by Minister Kuleba and by President Zelensky as well. And the reason is that aggression, which in a way is actually an understatement, it is the illegal war that the Russians started, is the crime of crimes, the mother of all crimes in this particular situation. Because if the invasion would not have happened, we would not be talking about investigating all the atrocities that we have been discussing and that we're investigating. So I do think there is merit into looking into this, also because the way I understand it, and I'm with all the legal expertise on my left and right hand sides, I'm a bit cautious in my description. But the way I understand it, we have to fill the vacuum, and the ICC here doesn't have the jurisdiction. So I can imagine that we do look into coming up with such a tribunal. As the Netherlands, we will take an open look into this. It will probably not be easy. There is merit in doing that with as many friends as possible from the international community, but we will seek to support Ukraine where we can.
Thank you. Next question. Gentleman over there.
Yes, I have a question. Michel Keres, NRC Handelsblad. I have a question for Mr. Khan. Where do you see the ICC going in this respect? What do you would be future tasks you think the ICC could take on? And for Minister Hoekstra, I have a question. You wanted to have a coordination of all the national and international initiatives in this field. How would that look like? What does the conference came up with in the end?
Well, the future task is to get to the truth. I mean, that's what justice is about, isn't it? We have an obligation under Article 54 of the Rome Statute to investigate incriminating and exculpatory evidence equally. We have to do that in a very sober and responsible way, realizing that we're living in a world of truth and also falsehood, of accurate news and fake news, and we can't be gullible. And we use the expertise that we have, those that are also secondments that are joining us, technology to authenticate information, and to see, what crimes may have been committed and who's responsible. The second aspect is redefining success. I have talked about that even before I was elected, well before the Ukraine conflict started. It's not only about the ICC. The kind of crimes within our jurisdiction are normally so wide, so heavy, that no one court alone can cope. Ukraine, of course, under the principle of complementarity, has the primary obligation in international law and the primary right to try to prosecute. But we have a very good relationship with the Prosecutor General of Ukraine, and we're trying to work in a way that's intelligent, looking at the types of skills that we have and where cases can be most properly brought. And the other aspect is using technology. We need to realize that the massive data sets that are produced by telephones that you have in your pockets and that people have around the world require technology, but we need to use it. We need to be able to grapple with those data sets, not only to present cases to the judges of the ICC, but in a way that we should also be able to provide that to other state parties, because the fora is not important. It doesn't matter if it's the flag of the Netherlands or the flag of the ICC or Germany or France. The point is, the evidence that one has received, as long as there's an informed consent, should be used as effectively as possible to narrow the impunity gaps that are, around the world, actually. And we need to start here with Ukraine and do better in all our situations, because ultimately, if we have a two-standard approach, it's going to undermine confidence in the rule of law. Notwithstanding double standards that exist in the world, we need to move to a world in which the law means something and everybody needs to adhere to a greater extent to the law than maybe has been the case in the past.
Thank you.
The question of Mr. Karras to me was about coordination, and he's very right. There were multiple objectives for this conference, of course, all under the header of doing justice. The conference is about action, it is about awareness, it is about perseverance, but it is also about coordination. And also from that respect, to me, the conference truly was a success. And that has to do with the specifics that countries pledge, but also the build-up towards the conference, because then actually you can match the supply of you can make sure that the supply of countries and the demand of the ICC are being brought in sync. And you see that countries specifically pledge money, they specifically pledge resources for the ICC. Various countries made various offerings, and a range of countries also pledged to send a team similar to the teams of France and the Netherlands that have been going there before. So I think we made a huge step in coordination, but let's also be realistic. Coordination will continue to be needed because this will be a longer-term effort.
Thank you. Reuters? Anthony? Yep. Is that a mic?
Hi there, Anthony Deutsch, Reuters. First question for the Minister Hoekstra. If you were to say what today's kind of biggest achievement was, I mean, you said there's going to be a political statement from 45 countries, but what out of today do you think will, in practical terms, will help Ukraine in this huge task of prosecuting war crimes? And I have a second question, if I may, for Prosecutor General Benediktova. You've launched 2 trials so far of war crimes in domestic courts. Are you expecting any more trials soon? And if so, which type of crimes do you expect will be in those trials? Thank you.
You know, it's always difficult to single out one thing. I just mentioned to Mr. Karras a combination of awareness, action, perseverance, and coordination, of course, all under the header of justice. But maybe the most important thing of a day like today, with all the stories and also the personal accounts and hearing what is happening in terms of completely innocent civilians who are being butchered with their hands tied behind their back, women and men being raped, and sometimes family members being forced to look at that, torture, and that at a massive scale. Discussing that
about your answer about our cases. Actually, we have now 6 judgments from first instance of the court, and it is about war crimes, killing civilian, then shelling civilian infrastructure, and now all these cases now in appeal instance. And we have 4 cases which are now in the trial of first instance. It is 1 case about killing the husband and raping their wife. This person is not physically in Ukraine. We prosecute him in absentia. Then it is about shelling civilian infrastructure. And we have 127 suspicions. It means that we started to prosecute these people. We identify them. It's absolutely different kind of war crimes. You know that under Ukrainian legislation we have only 1 article war crime, but we use actually Rome Statute and look at this, and we understand that it's only a question of time when Ukraine will ratify Rome Statute. We respect and we want to use these very high standards of international humanitarian law. That's why we have these types of war crimes for us. And if we speak about these 127 people, they tortured, they raped, they killed civilians, they shelled to civilian infrastructure, they looted. Actually, we have huge number of cases and all 3 pages of Rome Statute which are connected to war crimes. Unfortunately, we had and have in Ukraine We have now, in these 127 suspicions, you see that we have 23,000 cases. It means that it's a huge part of the job which we should do. If we speak about crime of aggression, we have more than 70 cases about crime of aggression. And in our main anchor came, it is now 624 suspects, people whom we started to prosecute at its top level of militaries, politicians, top propaganda agents of Russian Federation, all of people who are responsible for starting this in full-scale invasion, except these people, Troika, such called Troika, which has functional immunity.
Thank you. Yeah. Lady in the back. Yeah, you with the green dress. Yes, there you are.
Hi, it's a question for the two prosecutors. Just to clarify on the issue of complementarity, will the ICC and Ukraine be able to work together to create a war crimes tribunal, even though Russia and Ukraine haven't signed up to the Rome Statute? And if Ukraine signs up soon, can the investigations be done retrospectively? Thank you.
Well, we're working together. If I might go first, if you don't mind. We're working very closely together in relation to the Rome Statute. And the Rome Statute is not to be sniffed at. After all, if one surveys the existing legal architecture after Nuremberg, the former Yugoslavia, Karadzic, Mladic, Milosevic, there was no crime of aggression, and yet there was justice. If one looks at Rwanda and John Kabanda, the former prime minister, there was no crime of aggression, of course, an internal armed conflict. But in relation to Liberia and Charles Taylor, again, it was crimes against humanity and war crimes. So we have more than enough to get our teeth into, more than enough that makes a difference to the victims, more than enough that underlines the importance of human life, the rights of children not to be deliberately targeted and terribly affected by conflicts, and you know, of course, the rights of men and women not to be subjected to sexual and gender-based violence. I much rather focus on what we've got rather than lamenting what we don't have. I don't think we can, at this moment of this critical juncture, be so self-indulgent. And I think where I'm really positive is working with the Prosecutor General of Ukraine and her team, trying to deal with some very difficult issues, but in a way with underpinned by a belief that where there's a will, there's a way. And I think we're moving very positively, and I hope that we are going to accelerate in a way that can demonstrate to the victims and the survivors, whether they're refugees in Poland or displaced throughout Europe, or whether they're in subways in Ukraine, that the law is not impotent. The law can do more than crawl. It is not necessarily so pedestrian. That's the challenge we've got, and we have to deliver on it.
As for me, I want to answer that we started to cooperate before in full-scale invasion. It was in previous year, and we started to build this infrastructure, how to implement all instruments which need ICC to work on the ground in Ukraine. Because for ICC, it's very important to be objective and do their job independent. We understand it and we respect it. From other side, I want to say that Prosecutor Khan started his own investigation in the first days of March. Then, firstly, in the history of ICC, Office of Prosecutor ICC joined a joint investigation team. That's why, for me, as a prosecutor of Ukraine, I see not only for process. Process for us is very important because it should be correct. And in Ukraine, in international platform, and in all 18 states which started their own proceedings and their own investigations. But for me, it's very important, more important, results. These results should be when our victims are still alive, actually. Now I speak about I want to make two stresses. Again, nobody knows what will be tomorrow. I gave you example Vinnytsia, the city in the center of Ukraine. Nobody knows where this missile will be tomorrow or after tomorrow. We saw it in Odessa, in Kremenchuk. It could be shopping mall, it could be hospital, it could be kindergarten, it could be everything. And from other side, this justice should be not in 20 years, not in 30 years. We have such examples. justice is delayed, justice is denied, actually. It's possible. That's why for us, from Ukrainian side, it's very important to do this job with international community, because support and assistance of international community is very, very valuable in all levels, in politician level, in military level, in economical level, in judicial level, in all levels. It's very valuable for us. But from other side, we understand that we should do this step by step together to the common goal. Common goal, it is accountability and justice.
Telegraaf. Peter? Ja.
Peter Winterman, de Telegraaf. For Mr. Hoekstra, like many other countries, the Netherlands supplies weapons to Ukraine. Is it possible to ascertain whether those weapons fall in Russian hands and whether they are used in war crimes?
We have no indication of that. And as you know, after the conversations we've also had with many of the nations that support weapons with the Secretary General of NATO, we are a bit cautious in describing what we exactly deliver and when we deliver it. Even though you are aware, and the Dutch public is aware, of a number of things that we have done in the past, such as the Panzerhaubitze recently with Germany and a couple of other things. So in theory, you know, these things are always possible, but I have no indication that that is happening. And I think both we, our allies, and the Ukrainian forces are very careful to make sure that this doesn't happen.
I think we have room for one more question. Ampe? Lady next to you.
Thank you very much for taking my question. Erika Kienitz from the Associated Press. Question for Commissioner Didier Reynaud. You had mentioned there's 13.8 billion euros in Russian money that's been seized by European member states. Is there currently any to happen in order to make that possible?
So first of all, for the moment, we have organized a way to freeze money. So it's an administrative process by the treasuries in all the member states. And this is why I said it's for a total amount of 13.8 billion euros. But that's the way to freeze. So the property is still in the hands of the oligarchs and the entities. It's just an administrative process. But it's also possible to go further and to organize with a judicial process a way to seize the same kind of assets if there is a link with a criminal offense, corruption, money laundering. And you know that we have asked to the Council and the Parliament in the European Union to extend the list of Eurocrimes to make a Eurocrime of the fact that there is an attempt to circumvent the sanctions, to bypass the sanctions. And of course, with that, it will be easier maybe to seize and to organize a confiscation. We have received the support of the Parliament. It was approved by the Parliament. It will be the same by the Council maybe just after the summer. And we will come from the Commission with the secondary steps, or the secondary law, the directive in October, to go very fast. It's already possible in some member states. So the first phase is to freeze with an administrative process, and then it's possible in justice, of course, to obtain a condemnation and to seize the assets. If it's the case, we have asked all the member states to put the money coming from the confiscation in a common fund to help Ukraine, so to give the money back to the Ukrainian people. Of course, there are different other kinds of requests that we have listened today from the Ukrainian side to see is it possible to do more and to try to seize assets from the Central Bank of Russia, to give a very concrete example. Of course, we are very prudent on this because we want to have a link with a criminal offense. But of course, we have decided to freeze assets also for the central bank. So it's possible to do that for a long period of time. The idea is to ask, of course, to Russia to take part in the reconstruction. If it's not, it's possible to continue to freeze the assets of the Central Bank of Russia. And that is for more money than the assets of the oligarchs. We are speaking maybe of 200-300 billions in the US and in Europe.
Thank you. With that, we're closing this press conference. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Live from the Netherlands, that was an update from the International Criminal Court's chief prosecutor, who is calling for an overarching strategy to coordinate efforts to bring perpetrators of war crimes in Ukraine to justice. Now, since Russian President Vladimir Putin ordered the invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, his military forces have been accused of abuses ranging from killings in the Kyiv suburb of Busha to deadly attacks on civilian facilities, including that March 16th bombing of a theater in Mariupol that an Associated Press investigation later established is likely to have killed 600 people, 600 civilians to be specific. So in this news conference following the closing of an international conference in The Hague, which actually aims to improve the coordination of investigations of war crimes committed in Ukraine. We'll have more on this story, more on the Russian invasion of Ukraine throughout the duration of our show. But for now, let's go ahead and bring you all the latest when it comes to President Biden's most recent foreign trip as he continues to visit the Middle East. We're taking a look back as he was departing for this foreign trip. Live now from Fox's Andrew Kraft is going to bring us more on how the president and the Prime Minister of Israel signed the Jerusalem and United States-Israel Strategic Partnership Joint Declaration.
Joining me now to talk about the trip, what is in store is Professor Charles Kupchan from the Wall School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. And thanks so much for being with us. Professor, today, President Biden kicking this off in Israel, speaking to members there, and he said, quote, "You don't need to be a Jew to be a Zionist." This line is getting a lot of good marks today. What does this mean, I guess? Extrapolate this about U.S.-Israeli relations from that one line, if you could.
Well, I think this is a trip that is about showcasing the strong ties between the United States and Israel, between Americans and Israel. And I think Biden is right. There are many Americans that consider themselves Zionists that are not Jewish. Israel enjoys very strong support among evangelicals, really across the board in the United States. And I think Biden is also trying to push back against the idea that if you are a Zionist, somehow you are a racist, anti-Palestinian. I think it's actually a very powerful line that is going to earn good credit for the president.
Yeah, let's talk though about the Palestinian question. We know President Biden will be going to the West Bank and maybe East Jerusalem very briefly. He's going to be having to sit down, I believe, possibly with the leader of the PA, Mahmoud Abbas. Do you think there's going to be a reset there? You know, what we haven't really heard going into this trip is the words two-state solution. Haven't heard that at all. That's something for a Middle East trip by a president.
Well, I think that the reset will be modest in form. And by that, I mean, is Biden going to lay down a new peace plan, a new settlement with new borders? No. And that's because we're not there at this stage, neither in the Palestinian community nor in the Israeli community is there a consensus that would create a cause for really leaning into the two-state solution. And so Biden is not going to knock his brains out trying to push something that has no chance politically of flying on either side. As a consequence, I think you'll see a focus on a couple of different dimensions. One is to re-engage with the Palestinians politically. We don't know yet whether the administration is going to reopen a consulate in Jerusalem that deals with the Palestinians. There's been talk about the reopening of the Palestinian office here in Washington, D.C. But the idea that Biden is going to meet with Abbas, that he's going to go to the West Bank, is in some respects an effort to say, we hear you, we want to re-engage, we want to at least appear to be more even-handed. And then I think you will see some initiatives on the economic front. There is a consensus in Israel itself, at least with this government, that is somewhat to the center or center-left of the Netanyahu government, that we need to improve the lives of Palestinians. We need to improve the lives of Israeli Arabs. In fact, there has been an Arab party in the governing coalition. And one of the things that that party has done is try to reallocate the resources to improve the lives of Palestinians that are living in Israel. And I think Biden will try to do something to improve the lives of Palestinians living in the West Bank. Yeah. Do I expect to see any bombshells on these fronts? No.
Yeah. Let's transition, though, to the latter half of the trip. Biden will be meeting in Saudi Arabia with Saudi Arabian officials and also representatives from the Gulf states. He's been pretty adamant that he is not sitting down one-on-one with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. They'll be in somewhat of a group setting. King Salman will also be there as well. But just kind of having heard everything President Biden has been saying about the run-up to the trip to Saudi Arabia, there was a lot of back and forth on if it was going to even happen and then on whether he would be meeting with MBS. Do you think Biden made a miscalculation both as a candidate and in his first year in office with this pariah rhetoric, knowing full well that he was eventually going to have to re-engage, re-inset with the Saudis? You can't ignore the Saudis on the world stage.
I think there's several things going on here, Andrew. One is that the United States wants to send a message to the Saudis, to the Gulf Cooperation Council, to the region more generally, that it's staying put as an actor. You know, there really has been a lot of talk in the Gulf region in the wake of the withdrawal from Afghanistan and now the focus on European security because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, that the U.S. is backing away from or washing its hands of the broader Middle East. And I think one of the reasons Biden is making this trip is to say, no, we're not going anywhere. We may not be fighting new land wars in the Middle East, but we have very significant stakes. We have a lot of military capability. We're here to stay. And that's an important message, especially when the Chinese are showing up in the region in a more aggressive way. To your specific question, yeah, I think Biden is in a somewhat awkward position because he really came into office with guns blazing, calling Saudi Arabia a pariah state. He was going to keep arm's length from MBS and from Riyadh more broadly. Well, times have changed, right? We are now in a world where there is geopolitical division of a sort we didn't imagine. The cost of gas at the pump is more than Americans had ever imagined. It's time to go to Saudi, to talk to the Emiratis, to talk to others and say, pump more oil. Yep. We are in a crisis situation. We need to play hardball. We need to get more oil into the global marketplace. I think it's the right time to go to Saudi Arabia. Does he need to swallow hard when he meets MBS? Yes, but I still think he's doing the right thing.
Professor, last point I want to make. This is something I'm going to be looking out for, and we know the extent of the Abraham Accords in the last administration have been, largely successful, opening up Israel to countries in the Middle East and the Arab world that really it was unheard of 5-10 years ago that they would be normalizing relations, Bahrain, UAE, and so on and so forth. Is that going to happen with Saudi Arabia? Do you expect to see some type of announcement between Israel and Saudi Arabia about normalizing of relations, or at least getting there?
My sense is that we are not yet at the finish line. That the Saudis are moving in the direction of a closer relationship with Israel. We're hearing about the possible announcement of overflight rights. We're hearing about the possible integration of intelligence and air defense systems. And one issue we haven't talked about yet, but looms over this whole trip, is Iran.
Right.
In both Israel and in Saudi, Biden will be talking about the Iran situation, the nuclear file, the nuclear deal, trying to close ranks to stand up to Iran's continuing nuclear program. I don't think you're going to see Saudi join UAE and Bahrain in normalization at this point. I think you'll see some important announcements that suggest a warming relationship with Israel. I'm guessing, however, that over time, because of the change of facts on the ground, and because of the desire to push back against Iran, Saudi Arabia will probably get into the zone in which it's ready to normalize relations. We're just not there yet.
Yeah, I guess I get the kind of gist of the trip so far. Is a lot like that being talked about, but not a lot of, substantive, groundbreaking developments once the trip is over. Is that your view, maybe?
Yeah, and there are politically awkward issues on the table, in the sense that whether he's in Israel or whether he's in the West Bank or whether he's in Saudi Arabia, all of these issues resonate quite powerfully here in American politics. And as a consequence, Biden does need to tread carefully. I also think that what's probably going on behind the scenes is that we are preparing a improved relationship, particularly with the Saudis, which will likely bear fruit down the road. In other words, I'm not expecting that Friday, when the meeting takes place, the Saudis are going to come out and say, hey, we're going to start pumping oil like crazy tonight.
Right.
I think what you'll see is that kind of announcement down the road once the existing quota program subsides. Similarly with Israel, there may be some incremental steps that are announced during the trip, but in many respects, Biden's visit to Riyadh is an investment in a relationship with Saudi Arabia that could mean a much more serious relationship between Saudi and Israel down the road.
Yeah, I mean, MBS is in his 30s. Realistically, the United States government might be dealing with him for the next 50 years in U.S.-Saudi relations. So that, of course, is on the mind of many, accompanying President Biden there to the Middle East on his first trip. Professor Charles Kupchan, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Right, a huge thank you to Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft bringing us that update on President Biden's foreign trip. Now here's an update on the Vice President Kamala Harris will visit Orlando, Florida today, where she will speak to a large crowd at the Alpha Kappa Alpha National Ballet Convention. She joined the sorority when she attended Howard University in Washington, D.C. Now after that, she will be joined by the Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra, and they will hold a roundtable with other Florida state lawmakers about reproductive rights. It's been more than 2 weeks since the Supreme Court ruled to overturn Roe versus Wade. And here in Florida, the state's new 15-week abortion ban went into effect earlier this month. Now, on Monday, the federal government issued new guidance protecting providers who perform abortions in emergency situations, but pro-life advocates are pushing back. So we do expect Vice President Kamala Harris again to hold a roundtable on this discussion. And this is all happening as I want to bring you all out live to Washington, D.C., because taking place right now, we have lawmakers who are discussing this very topic, Roe versus Wade being overturned and the possible consequences of that measure. Let's go ahead and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
To believe would remain in place. Indeed, on the right to abortion, a decisive majority of Americans believe that the court was wrong to overturn Roe's constitutional guarantee for abortion access. But the court has defied the will of the American majority, and in doing so has undermined its own legitimacy in their eyes. While Justice Alito specifically claimed that Dobbs was limited to abortion and had no effect on other fundamental rights, I find that assurance cold comfort. The court's reasoning in Dobbs, if taken to its logical extent, could serve as a roadmap for this conservative majority to eviscerate in future cases other fundamental rights premised on the right to privacy and the doctrine of substantive due process more generally. According to this Supreme Court's majority's limited conception of ordered liberty, our understanding of the fundamental freedoms guaranteed by the Constitution should be frozen in amber at the time the Constitution and the 14th Amendment were ratified, periods in history when women and minorities were largely locked out of public life and American democracy. Moreover, Justice Thomas's concurrence is the proverbial canary in the coal mine. There, Justice Thomas said out loud what the rest of the court's majority sought to keep quiet, that under the reasoning of the Dobbs decision, other fundamental rights should be vulnerable to future attack. By calling on the court to reconsider and overturn all of its substantive due process jurisprudence, including specifically precedents recognizing constitutional protections for contraception, intimate relations, and marriage equality. Justice Thomas practically invited legal challenges to these and other rights. That said, these other fundamental rights premised on the right to privacy, the doctrinal foundation for Roe and Casey, remain the law of the land. This includes the landmark decisions that Justice Thomas explicitly targeted. But what the example of the Dobbs decision teaches us is that we cannot be complacent or allow ourselves to be left scrambling to respond after worst-case scenarios have come to fruition if we want to secure fundamental rights for all Americans. This is true especially in the face of a determined onslaught by the conservative legal movement and its allies on the court. To secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, as our Constitution's preamble states, we must remain vigilant against forces hostile to that liberty, including, unfortunately, the current majority on the Supreme Court. We should also consider legislative measures that will secure rights that the Constitution currently guarantees, no matter what may happen in the future. I thank our witnesses for their participation in today's hearing. I look forward to their testimony. I now recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here's what the court said. To ensure that our decision is not misunderstood or mischaracterized, we emphasize that our decision concerns the constitutional right to abortion and no other right. Nothing in this opinion should be understood to cast doubt on precedents that do not concern abortion. The court also said this, and this is critical. We hold that Roe and Casey must be overruled. The Constitution makes no reference to abortion, and no such right is implicitly protected by any constitutional provision. It is time to heed the Constitution and return the issue to the people's elected representatives. Those statements are what bother the left. That's what their beef is with the Constitution. The court was real clear. The Constitution means what it says. But the left and the Democrat Party are so pro-abortion that tomorrow they're going to pass legislation here in the House of Representatives that will allow the taking of an unborn child's life right up until their birthday. And they are so pro-abortion that they are willing to engage in all kinds of efforts to intimidate the highest court in our land. Started a while back when the Senate Majority Leader said this on the steps of the United States Supreme Court. I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you've released the whirlwind and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these decisions. The intimidation of the court continued when the chairman of this committee 15 months ago introduced legislation to add not one, not two, not three, but 4 associate justices to the United States Supreme Court. The intimidation continued when this committee and the left, in a concerted effort, targeted Justice Thomas and his wife, went after them repeatedly. We had a hearing on it here in this committee. And then, of course, the intimidation reached something we've never seen, something that's never happened before. Leak of a draft opinion by the court. Never happened in the history of the country. So focused are they on going against the Constitution and having their pro-abortion agenda happen. And of course, after their leak, there were protests at Justice's home in direct violation of a statute, 18 U.S.C. Section 1507. And of course, after the leak, while the case is pending in front of the court, this committee, in a further effort to intimidate the court, held a hearing on the subject matter pending before our highest court. And during that time, right after the leak, when all this protesting was going on at Justice's homes, when Justice Barrett had her children's school put online, when the left put online where her family attends church on Sunday morning, the United States Senate passed legislation to give protection to justices' families, and the Speaker of the House of Representatives held up they passed it unanimously, and the Speaker of the House held up that legislation for 4 weeks. For 4 weeks. And guess what happened during that time? Guess what happened during that 4 weeks? We had something else that's never happened in the history of this country. we had an assassination attempt on a sitting justice of the United States Supreme Court. Stop and think about it for a second. We have a Justice Department that has failed to prosecute anyone with a statute that's directly on point when people are protesting at justice's home trying to intimidate, influence a decision pending before the court. A Justice Department that refuses to do anything. A Justice Department that is now complicit in this attack by the left to intimidate the court, complicit in going after a separate and equal branch of our government. I want to read something to you. It might take a while, but I want to read this. I think this is important because these are attacks that have happened on crisis pregnancy centers and churches over the last 10 weeks. 10 weeks' time. May 3rd, 2022, individuals vandalized the CareNet Pregnancy Center in Frederick, Maryland. May 5th, in Portland, Oregon, vandals smashed numerous windows, spray-painted graffiti on the Southeast Portland Regional Resource Center. May 7th, activists vandalized a crisis pregnancy center in Denton, Texas. May 7th, Fort Collins, Colorado, activists painted on the doors of a Catholic parish. May 8th, Mother's Day. Individuals attempted to break into the Oregon Right to Life office in Kaiser, Oregon. May 8th, vandals spray-painted pro-abortion messages on the side of a pro-life pregnancy center in Manassas, Virginia. May 8th, a pro-life nonprofit center in Madison, Wisconsin was set on fire and vandalized, and the words, "If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either were on the side of the building. May 13th, activists left threatening messages on the front of the Alpha Pregnancy Center in Reisterstown, Maryland. May 18th, vandals targeted a women's faith-based medical clinic in Auburn, Alabama. May 25th, Linwood, Washington, pro-abortion activists smashed windows, vandalized the Next Step Pregnancy Center, left the threat on the outside of the building and graffiti, "If abortion isn't safe, you aren't either." June 2nd, Anchorage, Alaska, staff member in Community Pregnancy Center found nails placed facing upwards in cracks of the parking lot and graffiti all over the building. June 2nd, Jane's Revenge claimed credit for an attack in which its members broke windows and scrawled messages including "God loves abortion, this is not safe" at the Agape Pregnancy Resource Center in Des Moines, Iowa. June 3rd, the Capitol Hill Crisis Pregnancy Center was the target of left-wing activists who threw red paint on the door, threw eggs at the window, spray-painted the building with "Jane Says Revenge." June 6th, Asheville, North Carolina, vandals broke windows, left graffiti on the Mountain Area Pregnancy Services building. June 7th, reports indicate that the group Jane's Revenge firebombed the Compassionate Care Pro-Life Pregnancy Center in Amherst, New York. June 10th, there was a fire at the Gresham Pregnancy Resource Center in Gresham, Oregon. June 10th, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, vandals smashed windows and put graffiti on the Hope Pregnancy Center. June 15th, Minneapolis, Minnesota, activists smashed the windows of Minnesota Citizens Concerned for Life's office. June 19th, Redford Township, Michigan, windows smashed at the Pregnancy Counseling Center. June 22nd, Jackson, Michigan. Vandals graffitied smashed the windows of the office of the Jackson Right to Life. June 24th, Pregnancy Resource Center of Salt Lake City was vandalized within hours of the release of the Dobbs decision. June 24th. North Carolina, the GOP headquarters was spray-painted with Jane's Revenge threat, quote, "If abortion isn't safe, neither are you." June 24th, St. Anthony's Catholic Church in Renton, Seattle was vandalized with authorities saying the suspect spray-painted messages saying things that I can't say here in the committee. June 25th, Lynchburg, Virginia, pro-abortion activists vandalized the Blue Ridge Pregnancy Center. June 25th, St. Patrick's Catholic Church, Philadelphia, was defaced with "Abort the Church" spray-painted on the outside of the church. June 25th, Paso Robles, California, vandals broke the window, spray-painted the walls of the Tree of Life Pregnancy Support Center. June 25th, rioters breached the Arizona Capitol, rioting against the Dobbs decision overturning Roe. June 25th, Vermont State Capitol building was vandalized by protesters who painted "If abortions aren't safe, neither are you." June 25th, Cortez, Colorado, Heart to Heart Pregnancy Center was defaced with pro-abortion graffiti. June 25th, Longmont, Colorado, vandals put graffiti and set fire to the Life Choices Free Pregnancy Services. June 25th, Portland, Oregon. Rioters vandalized Mother and Child Education Center for the second time since the leaked Dobbs decision. June 25th, Portland, Oregon. All Saints Catholic Church had graffiti put on it. June 26th, Winter Haven, Florida. Pro-abortion activists destroyed security cameras, spray-painted the Life Choice Pregnancy Center with all kinds of threatening messages. June 26th, Tallahassee, Florida. St. Philip's AME Church was targeted. June 27th, Upper West Side of New York, militant pro-choice Network put graffiti, "If abortions aren't safe, neither are you," on the Ascension Roman Catholic Church. June 27th, Portland, Oregon, protesters and rioters targeted Hinson Baptist Church. June 27th in Everett, Oregon. I'm at 37. We still got more. We got 50 of these. Everett, Washington, an attempted arson attack on the Two Hearts Pregnancy Center. June 27th, Bellevue, Washington. Man caught on video smashing glass windows, spray painting messages all over St. Louis Catholic Church. June 27th, Lynchburg, Virginia. Pregnancy center was vandalized with graffiti that included the phrase, "If abortion ain't safe, you ain't safe." I guess proving that people who do this aren't just criminals, they've also failed English class. June 27th, a Women's Friend Pregnancy Resource Clinic in Yuba City, California had windows smashed. June 30th, in Nashville, Tennessee, Molotov cocktail thrown through the first floor window of Hope Clinic for Women. A pregnancy resource center, July 1st, St. Bernard Catholic Church, Madison, Wisconsin, was vandalized. Messages put on the outside of the church that we can't read here. July 5th, Kenmore, Washington, CareNet of Puget Sound Center was vandalized and burned. St. Paul, Minnesota, July 5th, Christ Assisi Pregnancy Center was vandalized. July 5th, Hialeah, Florida, the Heartbeat of Miami Center was vandalized with hate messages. July 8th, Worcester, Massachusetts, Clearway Clinic, a pro-life pregnancy center. I got 3 more, Mr. Chairman. Pregnancy center sustained smashed windows and 2 doors and 3 windows. July 8th, Worcester, Massachusetts, problem pregnancy. A crisis pregnancy center was across the street from Plano, was hit with paint. And July 10th, Bethesda, Maryland, pro-abortion set fire to the North Bethesda United Methodist Church. In Bethesda, Maryland, rioters destroyed the headstones of Wildwood Baptist Church on July 10th. And finally, July 10th, Bethesda, Maryland, St. Jane Francis de Chantal Parish was broken into, set on fire. The pastor spoke about the attack saying, "Last night our church was vandalized. People broke in. They overturned statues. They tore down the Stations of the Cross. They desecrated the tabernacle, and they set the church on fire." The whirlwind that the majority leader talked about on the steps of the Supreme Court, the whirlwind he talked about, that he called for, this is that whirlwind. And this is just in 10 weeks, May 3rd through this past weekend. There are more that have happened since in the last few days, but just in 10 weeks, that all happened. We should be talking about that. And we should be asking the Justice Department, in front of the Judiciary, what are you doing about this sustained effort? It looks to me like domestic terrorist effort, coordinated, it seems, in so many ways, because the message was so often the same on so many of these crisis pregnancy centers. That, to me, seems what we should be focused on. But no, the Democrats want to talk about their radical pro-abortion agenda. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Let me just say that no one condones arson or threats. But there's a long history from extremists on both sides. Planned Parenthood centers for many years have been the subject of attacks. Abortion clinics have been the subject of attacks and even murder. The name of Dr. Barnett Slepian of Buffalo, New York, who was murdered because he was an abortion provider, comes to mind. So these long lists, both sides can have these long lists, and no one responsible condones any of it. I will now introduce today's witnesses. Melissa Murray is the Frederick I. and Grace Stokes Professor of Law at New York University School of Law. Prior to joining the NYU faculty, she was on the faculty of the University of California, Berkeley School of Law, where she also served as interim dean. Previously, she clerked for Sonia Sotomayor, then of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, and Stephan Underhill of the U.S. Circuit Court for the District of Connecticut. Professor Murray received a BA from the University of Virginia and her JD from Yale Law School. Sarah Warbelow is the legal director for the Human Rights Campaign, where she has served in a variety of roles since 2008. Before joining HRC, Ms. Warbelow served as the program manager for the American Association of University Women Foundation Legal Advocacy Fund. She is also an affiliated professor at George Washington University and George Mason Law School. She received bachelor's degrees from Michigan State University and both a master's degree and a law degree from the University of Michigan. Catherine Glenn Foster is president and CEO of Americans United for Life. Previously, she spent 7 years as litigation counsel with Alliance Defending Freedom. She then founded and managed a law practice and led Euthanasia Prevention Coalition USA as executive director. Ms. Foster earned her BA from Berry College, a master's degree from the University of South Florida, and a JD from Georgetown University Law Center. Jim Obergefell was the named plaintiff in the landmark marriage equality case Obergefell versus Hodges, and is a public speaker and author on LGBTQ, equality, and civil rights issues. Previous careers include being a high school German teacher, corporate training, relationship manager, software education consultant, and real estate agent. He earned an undergraduate degree from the University of Cincinnati and attended graduate school at Bowling Green University. We welcome our distinguished witnesses, and we thank them for participating today. I will begin by swearing in our witnesses. I ask that our witnesses in person, please rise and raise your right hand. I ask that our remote witnesses please turn on your audio and make sure I can see your face and your raised right hand while I administer the oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note, please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that time, there's a timing light on your table. When the light switches from green to yellow, you have 1 minute to conclude your testimony. When the light turns red, it signals your 5 minutes have expired. For witnesses appearing virtually, there's a timer on your screen to help you keep track of time. Professor Murray, you may begin.
Chairman Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, thank you very much for this opportunity to appear before you in this hearing on the imminent threat to individual freedoms in a post-Roe world. My name is Melissa Murray. I am the Frederick I. and Grace Stokes Professor of Law at New York University School of Law, where I teach constitutional law, family law, and reproductive rights and justice, and serve as the faculty director of the Birnbaum Women's Leadership Network. Prior to my appointment at NYU, I was a faculty member at the University of California, Berkeley, where I served for 12 years and was the interim dean of the law school. The 14th Amendment guarantees all of us liberty and equality. And to understand the full extent of the amendment's protections, it is necessary to appreciate the concerns that animated its drafting and ratification. Proposed in the wake of the Civil War, the Reconstruction Amendments were consciously drafted and ratified for the express purpose of abolishing and repudiating slavery and its indicia. Accordingly, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery. The 15th Amendment enfranchised Black men and introduced them to the political community as equals. And the 14th Amendment was intended to repudiate the legal and cultural conditions that distinguish slavery from freedom, including the absence of bodily autonomy and control over procreation, the absence of family integrity and parental rights over children, and the ineligibility for civil marriage. Accordingly, the 14th Amendment did more than insist on the equality and citizenship of the formerly enslaved. Implicit in its understanding of liberty was the repudiation and eradication of these hallmark conditions of slavery. The right to abortion, recognized in 1973's Roe versus Wade, proceeds from this understanding of liberty and protects the decision whether to bear or beget a child. For nearly 50 years, the Supreme Court consistently affirmed the right to abortion as an essential aspect of the Constitution guarantees of liberty and equality. Yet, despite these longstanding precedents, on June 24th, the Supreme Court announced its decision in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, upholding Mississippi's 15-week ban on abortion and overruling Roe versus Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey. In the Dobbs decision, the court declared that the Constitution no longer protects the right to abortion, marking the first time the Supreme Court has withdrawn a fundamental right. But critically, the Constitution's protection of liberty and privacy is not confined to abortion, but also underlies the Supreme Court's recognition of various fundamental rights, including rights to contraception and procreation, marriage, family relations, child rearing, and sexual intimacy. Despite the majority's assurances that the Dobbs opinion implicates only the right to choose an abortion and does not cast doubt on these other precedents, its analytical framework clearly implicates these other liberty rights. According to the majority, Roe versus Wade was egregiously wrong because the Constitution does not explicitly identify a right to abortion, and such a right is not deeply rooted in the history or traditions of this nation. Although this account is inattentive to the history of the Reconstruction Amendments, the logic that the opinion applies could easily be translated to a range of other rights that the court has recognized, including the right to contraception, the right to same-sex marriage, and the right to sexual intimacy. Accordingly, the Dobbs decision invites reconsideration of Griswold versus Connecticut, which protects the right to contraception, Obergefell versus Hodges, which secures the right to same-sex marriage, Lawrence versus Texas, which protects the right to private consensual sexual relations, and many other decisions in the court's long line of substantive due process cases. And in a separate concurrence, Justice Thomas made clear his position on the scope of the Dobbs opinion. There, he calls for the court to reconsider all of the court's precedents, recognizing fundamental rights under the 14th Amendment's liberty guarantee. Although no other justice joined his concurrence, it would be a mistake to dismiss Justice Thomas's objections to these substantive due process rights as an irrelevant aside. Like many of his past opinions advocating for the destruction of fundamental liberty and privacy rights, Justice Thomas is signaling that the goalposts have moved, and extremist litigators, judges, and lawmakers are sure to respond in kind. As the dissent in Dobbs states, the majority promises that the decision to overrule Roe does not undermine any associated right to marriage, procreation, contraception, and family relationships. But these promises cannot be trusted, and communities affected by these decisions should not be satisfied with these baseless claims. And I, for one, am not satisfied with the majority's hollow assurances, and I call on this committee to protect these associated rights in a manner that is swift and absolute. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Ms. Warbelow, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Nadler, Ranking Member Jordan, and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sarah Warbelow. I'm the legal director for the Human Rights Campaign, the nation's largest civil rights organization working to achieve lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer equality. It's an honor to testify here today on behalf of more than our 3 million members and supporters nationwide regarding the potential impact of the Dobbs decision on LGBTQ rights. I was born in a post-Roe world to a mother who fought for her 5 daughters' reproductive rights and loved us all the more for being able to choose us. I am shaken to my core by the end of Roe. Loss of abortion access is devastating, including to LGBTQ people who need access to safe and compassionate health care, including access to abortion, contraception, fertility services, so they can decide if they wish to become parents and when to do so. Dobbs is a radical rejection of 50 years of precedent, upending a settled body of case law upon which millions of Americans, including LGBTQ people, rely. The majority in Dobbs emphasized that it did not view the decision to overturn Roe as impacting the results in other substantive due process cases, even saying it's hard to see how we could be clearer. But its cursory analysis fails to meaningfully distinguish Dobbs from other substantive due process cases, except to point to fetal life. Frustratingly, the Dobbs opinion obliquely references Lawrence and Obergefell as examples the court regards as correctly decided to reject stare decisis and overturn prior precedent. But both Lawrence and Obergefell expanded the realm of individual rights and recognized that prior decisions reflected animus to and exclusion of LGBTQ people. By contrast, the court in Dobbs stripped away the rights of women and LGBTQ people to have control over when and whether to bear a child. Distinguishing Dobbs in this way provides cold comfort that the court might not be willing to reconsider the outcomes of Obergefell, Lawrence, and potentially even Loving if presented with the opportunity to do so down the line. In fact, Justice Thomas's extraordinary and alarming concurrence, disavowing substantive due process entirely, invites it. However, should the court choose to do so, these precedents have deep, double-stranded constitutional roots in not only substantive due process, but also equal protection case law. Moreover, LGBTQ people have robust reliance interests that impact their relationship to the government and that carry financial, familial, and other obligations. To put it squarely, if Lawrence were overturned, a marriage certificate could be evidence of a crime. Today, nearly a dozen states retain laws criminalizing same-sex sexual relationships, and 35 states still have laws or constitutional amendments on the books that bar same-sex couples from marrying. Despite growing acceptance for LGBTQ people, coming out still comes at a cost. Anti-LGBTQ hate crimes and violence are at historically high levels. State legislatures have been particularly hostile to LGBTQ people since the Obergefell decision. Since 2015, 1,200 anti-LGBTQ bills have been filed in state legislatures. With Lawrence or Obergefell perceived at risk, state legislatures are likely to redouble their efforts to recriminalize intimacy between consenting adults and undermine marriage of same-sex couples. Justice Thomas's concurrence may inspire legislators to pass laws in conflict with existing precedent in the hopes that it will result in that precedent being overturned. State employees emboldened by Dobbs may engage in rogue discriminatory behavior for purposes of setting up a test case. Additionally, laws abrogated by Lawrence and Obergefell could be enforced anew. No single action can repair the constitutional crisis inflicted by Dobbs' radical rejection of precedent. But in addition to the Women's Health Protection Act, there are important steps Congress can take to stymie the damage. The Respect for Marriage Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Enhancement Act, and the Equality Act would all provide important protections as we fight to restore the right to abortion and shore up other rights protected by substantive due process. This list is not exhaustive, but a starting point. There is no question that stemming the effects of Dobbs will require careful and concerted action at the federal and state levels. Moreover, there's no question that organizations like HRC will vigorously defend precedents that protect the right to marriage, to federal equality, and to loving who you love without fear of criminalization. Ultimately, as the Dobbs dissent stressed, the new majority of the Supreme Court may not be done with its work, but neither are we.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
I come before you honored to speak for all Americans who value human life. For every mom and dad, every family, every young person, every person who has fought to advance the human right to life. We survived Roe v. Wade, but Roe did not survive us. We are now living in a post-Roe America. So what comes next? The twilight of Roe, tragically, does not yet mean the dawn of a pro-life America, truly. The greatest threat to individual freedoms in a post-Roe world remains the reality that some would elevate their desire to kill over and against the natural right of each and every one of us to live. In a post-Roe world, all of us have incredible opportunities to proclaim that there is no liberty without life, without the freedom simply to be. Roe was extreme, but the pro-abortion lawmakers who called today's hearing and the pro-abortion witnesses want a future more extreme than even Roe made possible. Abortion money and abortion special interests continue to wield deadly power in Washington. Today's hearing is a testament to the menace of abortion's power brokers. Worse, abortion activists post-Roe are telling us that now, in this incredible moment when lawmakers can finally uphold the human right to life, now that we might finally have the freedom to live, that it's now that all of our other freedoms are somehow at risk. It's hysteria, it's nonsense, it's just not true. Anyone who has read the Dobbs decision could tell you that. But there is good news. We can do better. It's in our nature as Americans to do better. Elizabeth Brunig, writing in The Atlantic just a few days ago, challenges us to make birth free for all Americans. And I agree with her. Pregnancy, childbirth, postpartum care, they should all be free for all mothers. And that's what today's hearing should be about: how to serve American mothers, fathers, and families. Let's have a hearing about that. Republicans boldly and courageously led the expansion of maternal and prenatal care during the Reagan era. There's truly no reason why making birth free for Americans can't be the bipartisan work of our time, the defining work of a Congress or of a presidency. Instead, even in this post-Roe world, some in Congress see fit to focus our attention on how to expand the killing power of the state. I know from my own experience of forced abortion the traumatic consequences of abortion violence. I was hurt by abortion. My first child never lived to take her first breath because of abortion. It remains a scandal that any American state remains neutral on abortion, that any American state condones or celebrates abortion violence. I was failed by America's experiment with abortion during the Roe era. But out of that trauma, eventually, came clarity. My vocation, my life's work as a constitutional attorney and as a human rights advocate. As president and CEO of Americans United for Life, I've been so honored to travel the states and meet people of all ages, backgrounds, and beliefs. Americans who are united by their commitment to protecting our first and most intimate individual freedom, to live. We know what pro-abortion activists want. Unrestricted abortion available always and everywhere. Every individual freedom we hear about today starts, in their minds, with the freedom to kill. But there is no such freedom. Abortion activism requires first dehumanizing our most vulnerable brothers and sisters, and then hardening our hearts to the holistic challenges of living and thriving together. Contrary to what you may have heard, this life of ours is not a zero-sum game. No one needs to lose for others to win. We can only enjoy our authentic freedoms by living with a spirit of love, with solidarity, and with hospitality. The truth is, living and thriving together is hard, killing is easy. But as the most prosperous, most powerful, most free nation in history, it's our responsibility to do the right thing with the gifts we have, not because it's easy, but because it is hard. The common good of this American republic depends on rediscovering what we once knew. That America will be great if America is good. If not, her greatness will vanish away like a morning cloud. Let's be good to one another. Let's be better. Let's heal. Let's grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Obergefell, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm endowed with the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am part of We the People. All people in this nation, including LGBTQ+ people, are. My name is Jim Obergefell, and I'm the named plaintiff from Obergefell v. Hodges, the case that made marriage equality the law of the land. I felt joy as a lawfully wedded man. 9 years after my husband's death, I still find comfort as his widower. Everything changed when John and I said, I do. We felt different, we felt better, we felt more complete. But the state we called home, Ohio, ignored our lawful Maryland marriage. And make no mistake, Ohio harmed us. John was dying of ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. Even with our marriage license in hand, doctors, hospitals, and others could refuse to serve us. They could bar me from John's room, from making decisions on his behalf. John was nearing the end of his life, and they had the right to ignore a dying man's most important relationship, to ignore any request or decision John and I made as husbands. Is that moral? Is that just? Is that right? We were not equal in life, even when most vulnerable, dealing with a terminal illness. After death, we would still not be equal. John's death certificate, his last official record as a person, would be wrong because Ohio would say he was unmarried and my name would not be listed as his surviving spouse. In the future, we would not be memorialized or interred together in John's family cemetery plot because the deed states that only direct descendants of his grandparents and their spouses were allowed. The cemetery and Ohio would not allow us to be together in death because they considered me a stranger. But I was no stranger. John and I had been a couple for more than 20 years. We shared everything with each other. We laughed, loved, and disagreed. We dreamed together, we struggled together, we built a world together. I became his full-time caregiver as John lost every ability due to ALS. Nothing was easy about that, but when you love someone, you care for them no matter what. If that was not marriage, I have no idea what is. We shared our vows and commitments in a lawful marriage ceremony. Yet to Ohio, our marriage did not exist. We were treated as less than full American citizens. We were considered separate. Yes, we could secure every legal document and solution available to us, but that is a burden unfairly placed on same-sex couples when opposite-sex couples receive those rights, responsibilities, and protections by simply saying, I do. And it could never provide John the dignity of dying a married man with an accurate death certificate. And families are harmed when states ignore their marriages. Birth certificates would not have both parents' names. What happens to a child if the parent listed on the birth certificate dies? Will that child end up in the child welfare system instead of at home with the only other parent they have known? Will a parent be able to see their child in a hospital and make decisions for them, hold their child's hand through the pain, or worst of all, as their child takes their last breath? How is any of this pro-family or in the best interests of a child? No couple, no family should be forced to go to great financial expense and legal effort to gain a pale approximation of the rights and protections that come automatically with marriage. Yet those who are uncomfortable with our marriages and our families say that is the solution. But that is not marriage, and it sets our relationships and families apart as something less worthy. Discomfort or distaste is not a justifiable reason to deny another person their human and civil rights or to harm our families. If you do not protect our marriage equality, you are saying that we do not belong in We the People. You are telling us that we do not deserve life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the happiness we find in love and family. It is shameful for any member of Congress to believe that. No relationship or person has been harmed because two men, two women, or two non-binary people got married. But those couples gained so much: rights, protections, dignity, and respect. We are one United States, and states should not be allowed to deny or ignore our marriages. To argue that it is okay for our marriages, our families, to vanish by crossing a state border, a border within our very own nation, is appalling. It is harmful. It is un-American. Will you tell our nation's LGBTQ+ military members that their families no longer exist when they are deployed to a different state? Is that how you thank them for their service? How you showed them respect? People's futures became brighter with Obergefell v. Hodges because they were no longer excluded from marriage and family. Parents felt joy and hope for their children. That day, many of us felt like an equal American for the first time in our lives. A young woman told me that if not for marriage equality, she would have killed herself. Let that sink in. How many other lives were saved that day? How many will be lost? What damage will be done to our families if our right to marriage is taken away? Our understanding of humanity and society should not be stuck more than 200 years in the past as of the writing of the Constitution, nor should our rights. That will not make the United States a more perfect union. What it will do is deny many of us our rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It will deny us our rightful place in We the People. Do the right thing and protect the right to marry. Protect and respect our families. Protect our rights to privacy and intimate relations.
All right, everybody, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the House Judiciary hearing right now discussing the impact of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. We do have several different people on both sides of this issue testifying today before the committee. We do want to dip out of this, but stay on this topic, specifically some news relating to abortion out of Ohio. It's a story that has really been picked up virally and has gotten a lot of national attention. It involves a 10-year-old Ohio girl who was raped and became pregnant, but due to Ohio's stringent abortion restrictions in the overturning of Roe versus Wade, she had to go to Indiana to get an abortion. And some updates on this story: we have learned that her rapist, a 27-year-old man, has now been charged in this crime of, again, impregnating and raping this girl. And for more on this story, we do want to head out to Chicago, where we have Fox News correspondent Mike Tobin joining us live there this morning. Mike, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. A lot of different elements to this story, but again, the latest update: one man, a 27-year-old man, has been charged. What more can you tell us?
Well, that's the immediate update, that the 27-year-old Guatemalan national has been charged with raping this 10-year-old girl. This case, of course, has generated so much national attention, even the attention of the White House, following the overturning of Roe versus Wade, because that little girl had to travel to Indiana to terminate the pregnancy that resulted from her being raped. Now, according to court documents, a Columbus police detective testified that Gerson Fuentes, 27 years old, confessed to raping the girl on at least 2 occasions. Ohio has a law that was dormant while Roe v. Wade stood that banned abortions as early as 6 weeks into a pregnancy. When Roe was overturned, the ban went into effect. When it was learned the little girl was pregnant in late June, the Indianapolis Star reports that she missed the deadline for the Ohio law by 3 days. So Children's Services in Ohio contacted an Indianapolis-based OBGYN, and the procedure was done.
And Mike, we are playing some video of the suspect's mugshot. We are learning he apparently confessed. He was arrested. What more can you tell us about that, specifically his confession about this horrific crime?
Well, that confession came in the initial hearing, and there's some discussion. Well, he's now being held on $2 million bond. The initial hearing charging him. So according to a police detective in Columbus, Ohio, he confessed during their interrogation of him. And you saw that the Ohio Attorney General in particular praised the work of the detectives getting the confession out of Fuentes. It still is not a rock-solid case simply because they don't have the DNA match. But what you have pending right now is testing of the material that came from the OBGYN office in Indianapolis. That is now being tested to see if there's not only a DNA match against Fuentes or a DNA match to Fuentes, but the siblings of the little girl who allegedly was raped here.
And Mike, you know, you mentioned earlier in your story, of course, the suspect. Some outlets are referring to him as a Columbus, Ohio man, but we are hearing that he is not actually a U.S. citizen. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, ICE sources have been talking to Fox News' Bill Malugin, and they say that he is a Guatemalan national who entered the U.S. illegally. They don't have a lot of details about how he ended up in the U.S. illegally. Is he someone who stayed too long? Is he someone who crossed the border and ran? They call them gotaways. In the event that he's a gotaway, there's not going to be any kind of documentation. So we'll see as this investigation moves forward how he got into the U.S. There is some reporting that he has been in the U.S. for as long as 7 years.
And I did want to ask, you know, we do know he obviously, again, has been charged with this horrific crime. He's being held in the Franklin County Jail in Columbus, Ohio on $2 million bond because he is apparently not a citizen. How do you think that this could impact the investigation? Will he face deportation? How do you think this is all going to play out?
Well, ICE has a detainer pending against Fuentes. So if they determine that they want to ship him out of the country, obviously the legal proceeding would stop. But let's see how it goes. And I think this has so much attention right now, and so many people want to see this prosecuted. It seems that the local case is going to take precedence, and he will leave that to the hands of the justice system. But it seems that he will have to answer for the charges in Ohio.
And Mike, you know, obviously this is clearly sort of an impact or result of the Supreme Court decision. That's initially why this doctor sort of mentioned that this happened. I did hear some reports that the doctor who shared the details about this 10-year-old traveling across state lines to get an abortion, will this doctor possibly face any HIPAA violations, any sort of federal repercussions on revealing this information? Possibly.
It seems that she is the source of the leak, Dr. Caitlin Bernard, and may have inadvertently leaked the information, not aware that she was violating the protocols of HIPAA. It also seems that the White House got the information because of the HIPAA violation and the investigation thereof. So we'll see how this moves forward if they want to go after this doctor who looks like the information came from her, and we'll see if the powers that be and the lawyers involved determine that indeed she did violate the HIPAA protocols.
All right, Fox's Mike Tobin. Mike, before I let you go, any other details, any other information about this story we should know about, or any other developments?
No, I think we've pretty much covered it. Well, let's see what ICE determines as far as how Fuentes got into the U.S., how this plays out in terms of immigration, which is such a hot topic, and also as this develops, as everything there's so much focus on the overturning of Roe versus Wade and how the ripple effect that is going to cause across the nation, and this is certainly one example of the impact of the overturning of Roe versus Wade.
Most definitely. Fox's Mike Tobin joining us live on this awful story, unfortunately. Again, joining us live from Chicago, Illinois. Mike, as always, thank you so much for your insight into this.
Got it.
All right, everybody, we do want to take you back out live to Capitol Hill. Just again, a big thanks to our Fox's Mike Tobin for that update on the man who is charged with raping a 10-year-old Ohio girl who had to travel across state lines to Indiana to get an abortion based on the aftermath of the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. So again, we are taking you live out to Washington, D.C., where we do have the House Judiciary hearing discussing the threat to individual freedoms in a post-Roe world. It is 9:55 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break, but we'll bring you back live inside of this hearing on the other side of that break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Thursday morning. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. We do have a lot going on today, not only stateside, but also internationally as well. We do, of course, have President Joe Biden overseas in Israel for his multi-day tour of the Middle East, not only stopping in Jerusalem, but also Palestine. And then tomorrow, he will be headed to Saudi Arabia. Stocks, of course, reacting to the high inflation report, showing that inflation has jumped quite a bit over the past year. So you can see the stock board there right now, the New York Stock Exchange, down about 530 points, just about 30 minutes after opening. And we do want to take you back live to Capitol Hill, where we do have the U.S. House Judiciary hearing talking about the threat to individual freedoms in a post-Roe world, following the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. So again, a lot happening today. As soon as we get more from President Joe Biden, we will take you live out to Israel. But for now, let's go ahead and listen in to this House Judiciary hearing on abortion.
Have confidence in this Supreme Court. And that was before the court overturned Roe. So to put it simply, this court is in a major crisis. Professor Murray, isn't it true that the Dobbs decision, which snuffed out the reproductive freedom of women and put politicians and state legislatures in control of women's bodily autonomy, operates to relegate those women to second-class status? And if you believe that, why?
Thank you, Representative Johnson. It is true that the Dobbs opinion in withdrawing this fundamental right from women reduces them to second-class citizenship. The court acknowledged in Planned Parenthood versus Casey, the 1992 decision that reaffirms the right to an abortion recognized in Roe, that the right to control one's reproductive capacity is essential to women's equality as equal citizens. And again, taking this right away limits the ability of women to control their destinies. It is a right that was recognized in the 14th Amendment, the control over procreation, which had been denied enslaved women. It was recognized in the 14th Amendment, and it has now been withdrawn by this court.
Thank you. And it's a fact, isn't it, that the majority's reasoning in Dobbs, really the dissent or the concurring opinion of Justice Thomas implicates a plethora of other rights recognized under the 14th Amendment, liberty and privacy guarantees. It implicates, or it indicates, or it tells us that the court, that those rights are in jeopardy, that Justice Thomas cited in his concurring opinion. Even the right against forced sterilization is found in Skinner versus Oklahoma. Would you agree?
Yes, that is exactly right. Justice Thomas's concurrence invites challenges to the long line of substantive due process cases, which begin in 1923 with Meyer versus Nebraska's recognition of the right of parental autonomy and go all the way forward to 2015's Obergefell versus Hodges, which recognizes same-sex marriage.
And those rights include those 14th Amendment due process, privacy and liberty guarantees implicate the decision in Loving versus Virginia. Would you explain that, and would you give me some explanation of why Justice Thomas would exclude court review of that due process right in his concurrent opinion?
Well, I agree it is a curious omission. The right to marry the person of one's choice, as the court recognized in 1967's Loving versus Virginia, is part of the essential civil rights of man. The court said that in its decision. It also decides the decision on equality grounds, noting that Virginia's Racial Integrity Act of 1927 proceeded from an interest in enshrining white supremacy. So it struck it down on both equal protection grounds, but also noted that there were significant due process concerns because marriage is a fundamental right. So I am confused as to why it was not included in Justice Thomas's long laundry list of rights to be overturned, but it surely would be there.
Well, could it be that he himself enjoys that right conferred under Loving?
Well, it would not be the first time that someone offered freedom for me, but not for thee.
That's pretty hypocritical. Professor Murray, what threat does the Dobbs decision pose to access to contraception and other reproductive health care?
I think the threat to contraception is quite imminent. In footnote 41 of the Dobbs opinion, the court attempts to link the right to contraception to eugenics and racial genocide. I think there's no reason to include that in this opinion, given the other reasons the court has for overruling Roe versus Wade. So I speculate that the reason that very curious footnote is included is to seed the ground for associating the right to contraception with racial injustice so that it may be struck down in the future.
Well, I thank you, and I thank the witnesses for their testimony and their time today. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I just want to mention to the members and witnesses, I said I'm going to have a very strict gavel. A light tap will be a 15-second warning. Ms. Fischbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For nearly 5 decades, the American people were stripped of their ability to decide on the issue of abortion through elections and elected officials. And over 60 million unborn babies paid the price. Roe versus Wade was unconstitutionally imposed abortion policy on the American people, legislated by unelected judges that left Americans with no voice. Now this Supreme Court gave the decision back to the states and the American citizens. In case we have forgotten, This is what democracy looks like. Elected leaders accountable to the people they represent. They propose, debate, and pass laws that people support. Justice Alito explicitly stated in the majority opinion that the opinion only impacts abortion, arguing that abortion is fundamentally different from the other privacy issues like contraceptive and marriage because it destroys the life of a human being. The left wants you to believe that Republicans are extremists, when the fact is the majority of Americans agree there should be some restrictions on abortion. Americans do not support abortion on demand through all 9 months of pregnancy. This is especially true when they learn all the scientific facts that have come out since the Roe decision was put down. My colleagues seem to be conveniently ignoring this information. Thanks to advances in science and modern medicine, the humanity of the unborn child is undeniable. At 6 weeks, an unborn child has a beating heart and facial features that begin to form. And by 15 weeks, unborn children's major organs are functioning. They can suck their thumb, they have fully formed noses, lips, eyes, and eyebrows, and they have facial expressions, and they are capable of feeling pain. Upon knowing this, it makes sense that the majority of Americans support some sorts of limits. Despite these facts, the left is proposing legislation that goes even further than Roe did. They want abortion on demand up until birth with no exceptions, no regulations, no limits. This is extreme. The left also wants to paint the pro-lifers as people who do not care about the health of the mother. This is fundamentally untrue. Pro-lifers care about the mother and the child, the unborn child and the mother. For decades, we have cared about the mothers, providing them with resources necessary for them to choose life, caring for the mother and the child. There are over 27, and maybe I should be corrected, over 3,000 pro-life pregnancy centers across the country that stand ready to be there for the expectant mother, regardless of their circumstances. My colleagues on the left are full of scare tactics about what this country will look like now that Dobbs has been decided and that Roe is no longer the law of the land. We cannot let their fear-mongering and their inflammatory language pull us away from reality. The reality is Roe has been overturned and the abortion policy has been put back in the hands of states' elected officials where it should be. And I would like to yield the rest of my time to Ms. Foster. I believe there was a question that you wanted to answer, that you were cut off.
Yes, the pro-life movement supports women at all costs. We support them with this network of thousands of pregnancy care centers that outnumber abortion facilities 5 to 1 in our nation. They're in communities throughout our nation, not just in, in the big cities where the abortion businesses seem to target, but we are throughout our nation, and we're providing women with all kinds of resources, the financial resources, the housing resources, the material resources, the needs for their babies, and the needs for postpartum care, and the needs for, relationship and job training going forward so that they can live a full and fulfilling life and they can thrive in whatever they choose to do. So I am just so incredibly proud to serve on the board of a pregnancy center, to support pregnancy centers with my time, talent, and treasure. And women deserve better than abortion. We deserve care, we deserve support, and that is exactly what pregnancy centers offer.
Thank you very much, and I would just like to add that while the pregnancy care centers are doing their work with volunteers and raising money to do that, the abortion industry is a $1.6 billion industry, and that's what the Democrats are protecting. Thank you very much. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to ask Ms. Murphy a few questions. It's been gone over pretty much, but I'd like to get into the legal distinctions of Griswold and Roe versus Obergefell and Loving. Were 2 of those cases decided only on substantive due process and the other 2 both substantial due process and equal protection?
That is correct, Representative Cohen.
So if that's correct, and I thought it was, and I appreciate your clarifying for me, how could one distinguish the case on gay marriage from the case on interracial marriage? Is there any way to distinguish it at all legally?
To my mind, there is no way to distinguish the two. Both of them acknowledge that there is a right to marry or not, and that implicit in that right is the right to marry a person of one's choice.
It was interesting to me when I saw Clarence Thomas not mention loving, which of course ended what was archaic and abhorrent policy of telling people that you couldn't marry somebody of a different race. It certainly affected Senator McConnell. It certainly affected Justice Thomas, my good friend back in Memphis, the late Judge Sugarman, and so many others. The lady from the minority side, is it Ms. Foster or Ms. Fletcher?
Foster. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Foster. You are a constitutional expert, as I understand it. Do you agree that that Loving versus Virginia is indistinguishable from Obergefell, and if taken up, and Justice Clarence Thomas suggested that it could be and probably would be struck down by this court?
You know, I'm a constitutional attorney specializing in bioethics, not in marriage, but I would point out that in Loving, that decision was based on equal protection with about 2 paragraphs on substantive due process. Obergefell was based on both equal protection and substantive due process woven together in Justice Kennedy's opinion. But I would simply say that that when it comes to those cases, unlike Roe and Casey, we haven't seen a court challenge since those cases, as opposed to Roe and Casey, where we saw a Supreme Court case on abortion on average every 2.5 years or so, ever since those cases came down.
Ms. Foster, thank you. I just do want to say this, that even though there were just 2 paragraphs, they are the same, they're similar. And I would suggest in your expertise, if you specialize in ethics, I think that when the right to marry the person of your choice is at risk, and is only held up by a thin thread between 2 paragraphs and a few more paragraphs, that should include your subject matter of ethics and the law and the court, because there's nothing more unethical than the court and the United States saying you cannot marry the person you want to because of race or because of gender. Ms. Fishbach had a nice argument about the child at 6 weeks and the child at 15 weeks. She sounded much like Justice Roberts, who kind of said the same thing and said we should not repeal Roe v. Wade, but we should uphold the Mississippi law, which was the 15-week ban. But Justice Roberts was outvoted by his 5 more radical members of the court who took the Federalist Society's pledge to go to the court and get rid of Roe v. Wade. And they did their instructions. They were Pavlovian, and they responded, and that has hurt American women. Someone earlier said, and I hate to think this, because I love America. I'm an American and love America and love this country, and I think it's a great country. But they said we're the freest country in the world. I think it was Ms. Foster. Well, right now, Canada's the freest country in the world. And there are a few other countries along with Canada that are more free than America when we cut women away from having the opportunity to get their families and their bodies to be their choices. The whole idea, though, of it being just not outlawed, but going back to the states is a red herring. The fact is, in the hardcore red states of the Southeast, one time known as the Confederacy, there is but 1 or 2 states that would not ban abortion entirely. And those states did not offer many votes for the civil rights laws. They were passed by Congress without many votes from those red states, and even the red states outside of the Confederacy. So we have to be concerned. You know, the idea of the states having power was not because the states were concerned about a oppressive government or because of abortion. It was because of slavery. And slavery was wrong, and outlawing abortion is wrong, and outlawing gay marriage is wrong. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
Mr. Cohen is wrong. Canada's not the most free country in the world, young people. America is the greatest nation in the world. We are the most free, most successful, most powerful nation because finally now we We've tried to live up to the ideals articulated in the Declaration of Independence, and finally now the Supreme Court, after 50 years, nearly 50 years of an atrocity, has brought us back to that truth. Brought us back to that truth. It's my time. I will not yield, Mr. Cohen, because your comments are absurd. This hearing is absurd. Your comments are absurd. This hearing.
It's Mr. Johnson's time, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you. This hearing is absurd. The Democrat majority has called us here for this hearing entitled "The Threat to Individual Freedoms in a Post-Roe World." Come on. The first inalienable individual freedom is the right to be born. It's the right to life. We boldly declared that in our nation's birth certificate. America should continue to uphold the sanctity of human life, and state and local and federal government officials have a duty, a constitutional responsibility to protect that fundamental right. All life is precious, and there is an inherent compelling interest in protecting unborn children because they are unable to protect themselves. But the radical advocates of abortion are now completely unhinged, and they are seeking to trample on the individual freedoms of all those who disagree with them. Over the weekend, the left-wing activist group Shut Down D.C. offered $200 bounties for public sightings of Supreme Court justices they disagree with. It's obvious the point of their tweet and all the attention they were trying to gather there is to get people to harass conservative justices when they're out in public. They don't have any individual freedoms. Hey, man, they're fair game. Then Senator Elizabeth Warren, I mean, she is completely unhinged now. She said pro-life pregnancy centers should be shut down all around the country. It's appalling for her to say that. There are 2,700 pregnancy centers all around this country, all 50 states. They're supported by over 10,000 licensed medical professionals. They annually serve approximately 2 million women and men. I was legal counsel for many of these pregnancy centers. I can tell you from my own experience, they do exceptional, critical work. Why would anybody want to shut down pregnancy centers that exist to provide counseling, care, aid, and comfort to struggling mothers who just want to have their babies? It defies logic, but the answer is simple. Their extreme agenda demands it. And speaking of extreme agendas, let me tell you what my friends on the other side of the aisle are for, okay? They filed H.R. 8296 in this Congress. They call it the Women's Health Protection Act of 2022. We call it the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. You don't know why? Because it's extreme. It would create a national standard to allow for abortions for unborn children for any reason at any stage of pregnancy up until birth. Read the bill. That's not a talking point. It allows for discriminatory abortions on the basis of the baby's sex, race, and disability. It would override pro-life laws and prohibit states from enacting legislation that protects unborn children, such as protections for babies with Down syndrome and other disabilities. It removes common sense protections for women and children. For example, the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act, the Democrats' bill, would not allow states to enact laws to ensure parental involvement for minors, laws to protect women from coercion. They don't care. The agenda demands, the zeal for this demands that they override all that. Their bill includes vague language that could also weaken conscience protections for medical professionals and limit their right to refuse to participate in an abortion. You think that they're not all on board for this? Guess what? On September 24th of last year, all but one Democrat in the House of Representatives voted on an almost identical bill. Go look it up, H.R. 3755. Abortion on demand until birth. That's what this agenda demands. Ms. Foster said it so well earlier. You mentioned this agenda begins with dehumanizing the unborn child. I just have a minute left, but in my experience, my colleagues here are not able to acknowledge that what is inside the mother's womb is actually a child. In your work and your experience, has that been yours as well?
It has been.
And there's a reason, I think, that they won't acknowledge that it's a child, because then it allows them to pursue this radical abortion on demand until birth. I believe, and this is for all the young people here and those watching, I believe if you can, in this debate, if you can take people to the medical reality of the humanity of the unborn child, we win. This is a pro-life country, increasingly so, because we have medical technology. We have 4D ultrasounds. No one can lie to us anymore and tell us it's a blob of tissue, that it's just a clump of cells. This is a baby. At 6 weeks, it has a heartbeat. At 15 weeks, it can feel pain, suck its thumb. It has eyebrows, lips, nose, and the whole thing. Look at the reality, folks. Do not let them obscure the facts. We're a pro-life country. We should be. I'm out of time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we were just listening in to some remarks from Representative Johnson of Louisiana inside of this House Judiciary hearing discussing the threat to individual freedoms in a post-Roe world following the Supreme Court's decision to again overturn Roe versus Wade. So obviously this story is continuing to make headlines day after day. We do want to dip out of this. We do have some other news that we do want to get to, talking about the economy. If you take a look at the left-hand side of your screen, you can see that new wholesale inflation report shows that inflation for wholesale items in the month of June jumped to 11.3% from a year ago. So really just a very painful reminder that inflation here in the United States is really running quite hot through the economy. And for more on this, we do want to take you out live to New York City, where we do have Fox Business Network's Lydia Hugh, who is joining us live today from the Big Apple. Lydia, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. As always, we appreciate it. Not good news.
Hi.
Wholesale inflation, again, up to 11.3%. What does this all mean for consumers here in America?
Well, hi there, Mackenzie. My pleasure to be here. Yeah, you're right about the producer price index coming in at 11.3% today. That was higher than what analysts were expecting. So that means inflation is running hotter than what estimates were projecting for June over a year ago. Now, like you mentioned, today's report is a reflection of wholesale prices. This means these prices are what companies are getting paid for a lot of their raw goods and commodities. Ultimately, the top line here is that these prices will ultimately get passed along to the consumer sooner or later in the coming months. If businesses are paying more and getting paid more for their wholesale prices, then the businesses that are acquiring those raw goods are using them, whether it be for food products or textiles or what have you. That means their input costs are going up. That's going to have to get passed along to the consumer. It's troubling news because this is on the heels of yesterday's report, the Consumer Price Index, that showed inflation is hot, up 9.1% over a year ago. Food, energy, shelter, major drivers of that inflation rate. This is not good news, not good news for the consumer, frankly. It means that wholesale prices are also running high. At some point, they're also going to be paying for these wholesale prices too.
And Lydia, I did want to ask, you did mention it, of course, we did get the Consumer Price Index report yesterday showing that new 40-year high of 9.1% for inflation. Talk to me a little bit more about how this is going to be passed down to the consumers. We know, of course, we're not only paying very high gas prices, high rent prices, and mortgages as well, but groceries, this is really impacting a lot of people. Some people have to choose between groceries and gas and other things. So how do you think this is going to affect people in the months to come?
It's a great question because we are seeing that consumers are starting to pull back on their spending. Their savings accounts are being depleted. Credit card balances are rising. They are cutting back on their discretionary spending where they can. And of course, all of this affects the larger economy and the marketplace. What I can tell you is that these two high inflationary reports are going to put a lot of pressure on the Federal Reserve because the Fed is trying to rein in this inflation, bring inflation back down to its target rate of 2%. Again, today's report shows 11.3 for producer prices, yesterday at 9.1. So we're much higher than that 2%. In order to bring inflation down, the Federal Reserve's response is to raise interest rates. Now there's talks that at the end of this month, there might be a hike of close to 1% for interest rates. Mackenzie, that is big. We have not seen a 1% hike on interest rates since the 1980s. That would have the effect of making your credit card interest rates go up, making mortgages more expensive. All of that with an eye towards cooling demand, making the cost of borrowing money more expensive so there's not so much stress on the supply chain, making it more expensive for folks to buy consumer products. It's really tough because we're trying to avoid a recession here, but the response to cooling this type of inflation that we're seeing is to try to address the demand side, making it harder to spend money right now.
Thank you, Lydia, for explaining that. I did have another question. We talked about this briefly before, but of course, all of the prices are going to be passed on down to you and myself, the consumers. Are big corporations, are these big companies really hurting, knowing that the cost, the inflation cost, is going to be passed down to us who are paying for these goods? So how are companies doing in the midst of all of this? We know how, everyday Americans are doing, but how are companies sort of navigating this situation?
It's a great question, Mackenzie. And this week, we're going to learn a lot more about how companies are doing because second quarter earnings reports are coming out. We are expecting to hear from a slew of financial companies tomorrow through the end of the week, or tomorrow is the end of the week, so at the end of the week. This morning, we heard from JP Morgan, and what is really telling here is JP Morgan missed their earnings and revenue estimates today. It's really big news because it's an indication of how the big financial sector is doing, and it's not great. Companies are feeling the pinch of they're also paying energy prices. They also have wages to keep up with. Wages have gone up 5 to 6% over the past year. There's still a struggle to hire and maintain a workforce in this economy, and that's a major expense. I think what we'll hear more from companies later this week is exactly how they're going to navigate, how they're going to try to pivot. What I can tell you is that we're already seeing talks about, and actually some companies in the tech sector entertaining layoffs. Not a good sign heading into what some are concerned about as a recession. Even though you might hear folks say, hey, companies are going to be able to navigate this just fine because they'll pass along these higher prices to the consumer. At a certain point, the consumer's just not going to be able to pay anymore. They're either going to stop paying because they can't, or they're going to stop paying because they won't. So the business luxury of just passing these prices on, it's not going to last forever or for much longer at all.
And Lydia, my final question, economists and experts didn't predict that inflation for Americans and of course wholesale inflation for companies would be this high. Why do you think those numbers were slightly higher than expected?
Well, we've seen a lot of volatility in the marketplace, and projections we see it is not uncommon for the projections to be off, for the actual numbers, the actual inflationary numbers to come in higher or lower than what the estimates are. So it's not uncommon, but this is notable because there is a significant margin for these two reports between what was predicted and what was predicted and what we're actually seeing translated into the inflation. We have so much uncertainty both on the global stage and here at home, fluctuating energy prices, talks about oil production, the continuing war between Russia and Ukraine, changes in the commodities markets, fluctuating prices for a lot of our food products on the commodities markets. A lot of these things make it really hard to predict exactly what is happening when it comes to the economy and inflation. But the important thing is that we do know that inflation is coming in hotter than what is expected, which means that we are traveling at a much faster rate with higher prices than what economists and analysts had originally thought. It will definitely be on the minds of the Federal Reserve members as they are talking about hiking the inflation rate, hiking their interest rate rather, in response to the inflation rate that's coming out today.
Now, certainly something to keep an eye on. As always, our Fox Business Network's Lydia Hugh bringing us up to speed and really giving us some incredible insight into this new report, which again shows wholesale prices rose to 11.3% just within the past year. So again, Fox Business Network's Lydia Hugh, thank you so much for joining us.
Great. Thank you, Mackenzie. Anytime.
Right. Okay, everybody. Again, lots of stories that we are covering here on the show today. Of course, we do have President Joe Biden overseas. We have been bringing you these live feeds from the get-go. The president in Jerusalem, Israel. He is heading to Palestine as well. And then tomorrow he will be going to Saudi Arabia. So a very big trip for President Joe Biden. We also, again, as you heard from Lydia, have some big economy related news talking about inflation inflation, wholesale prices rising just a day after the Consumer Price Index report was released, showing that we are now paying very, very high inflation at a rate of 9.1%, the highest rate in the past 40 years. And another story that just continues to make headlines, we of course are talking about the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. We do want to take you back live inside of the House Judiciary hearing on Capitol Hill, where they are currently discussing the threat to individual freedoms in a post-Roe world. We do have several different speakers testifying in front of lawmakers today, really on both sides of this debate on abortion rights. So again, this is a House Judiciary hearing talking about abortion rights and the threat to individual freedoms in a post-Roe world. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Constitutional rights to make their own reproductive decisions, but that abortion was just the first on the laundry list of rights that they were prepared to eviscerate. The right to privacy and intimate relations, the right to raise your children how you see fit, the right to contraception, the right to same-sex marriage. And when people talk about the radical advocates, as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have described, I am a radical advocate for personal freedom and individual liberty. And our democracy is premised on a notion of basic individual autonomy. We don't let states or even the federal government take away rights that the Constitution establishes. And so it's not a question of do we trust states to do it, it's do we trust the individual, and in this case it's women, to make their own healthcare decisions. But it's astonishing to me that anyone who has read this decision is not worried about many other rights that are at issue and that are in danger. Regardless of what your political party is, regardless of what your view is on abortion, there are lots and lots of rights that are also at risk. And so I hope all of America is paying attention to this decision, because your rights, well-established freedoms, are hanging in the balance. And that brings me to my first question. Ms. Werbelow, thank you for your incredible work, for your testimony. And thank you, Mr. Oberfeld, for your really compelling testimony, for your courage and bravery in helping to bring marriage equality to millions and millions of people in this country. You know, if you look at Justice Alito's adherence to a legal philosophy known as original intent, which involves examining the founding documents' language to derive meaning on contemporary issues, can you explain why this method of legal reasoning is outdated and antithetical to a modern society, particularly to members of the LGBTQ community who has historically been discriminated against, and if you follow that reasoning, may never live in a country where they can live lives free of discrimination? And finally, would the Equality Act address that?
You know, first, it's important to note that it's very difficult to discern original intent. We cannot always know what is in the mind of a legislator when they pass a law. And in fact, people may have conflicting reasons for passing a law. That's why basing on original intent, whether it's a piece of legislation or a constitutional amendment, is a flawed approach to legal analysis. Beyond that, taking that approach continues to privilege those with power. And individuals, LGBTQ people, people of color, particularly Black and brown people, people with disabilities, and women will continue to be disadvantaged if we are always taking into account what was written, more than 2 centuries ago by white men who were interested in maintaining control of society, rather than sharing equality with all.
Which, as Delia Lithwitz, I think, so eloquently said, this move cynically weaponizes a deeply rooted history and tradition of little protected liberty and vast inequality to eradicate the modern jurisprudence of American liberty and equality, which is exactly what you just said. Professor Murray, under Roe and Casey, the right to abortion was implicitly read into the 14th Amendment due process clause, and obviously was deemed a fundamental right. In Dobbs, Justice Alito rejects this approach, reasoning again that only rights that are deeply rooted in the nation's history and tradition and implicit in the concept of ordered liberty are fundamental rights. Again, what are the implications of adhering to this logic for other rights, and specifically, what would the impact be, in addition to that, on in vitro fertilization if state abortion laws are interpreted as granting fertilized human eggs legal rights and protections?
Thank you for the question. Let me reiterate, the right to choose your procreative future is not just implicit in the guarantee of liberty. It was actually explicit in the 14th Amendment's ratifiers' views of this anti-slavery amendment. So it proceeds from that ethic. And it does have important repercussions. Overruling the right contained in Roe does have important repercussions for in vitro fertilization. As you know, part of the in vitro process often requires the selective elimination of embryos. And so there are lots of questions about whether or not this limitation on the right to procreate could have broad repercussions for assisted reproductive technology, including ART and IVF.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to introduce in the record the United States Freedom in the World 2022 Country Report, because sadly, America is less free than it was just a few years ago. And so this isn't a question about what we think. This is a report that shows we've slipped. America is less free. The Supreme Court is attacking our freedoms. We need to stand up and codify everything we can to protect all Americans so they can be free from discrimination of any kind and recognize the autonomy of every single citizen.
Without objection, and the time of the gentleman has expired, Mr. Gomert.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, I'm familiar with a lot of pregnancy centers in my district, in my state. Does your pregnancy center care that you're involved with, does that care end when a child is born?
It does not.
What happens after that?
After the child is born, the pregnancy center continues to be there for the woman, partner, family, providing material resources such as baby clothes, baby formula, diapers, any other needs, providing training, parenting training, job skills training, a number of other resources, whatever the young woman, the young family needs. The pregnancy center is there for them.
Well, it's such a contrast that you would care for the mother, care for the life of the child. Such a contrast to what I learned multiple conversations with the former director of Planned Parenthood in Sherman, Texas, Ramona Trevino. She was bright, shining star in her high school, got pregnant, and then was urged to have an abortion, didn't, but she didn't go to college, and then years later found that there was an opening for director of Planned Parenthood. She applied and was thrilled to have gotten the position, but she was very, very smart. But during her time there, she said, you know, the emphasis was not, in their monthly directors meeting, was not on the number of abortions, even though that's where the huge money came from, but it was on how many young girls did you get started on birth control, and the younger the better, because they were taught through their directorship at Planned Parenthood that the younger you can get a girl started on birth control, the better the odds are that she'll forget to take the pill, she'll get pregnant, and then she'll have an abortion. They are nurtured, I'm using that very loosely, by people that worked at Planned Parenthood. Look, your mother is not going to understand. You come to me, don't come to your mother, I'll understand. And they got that relationship, and what really ended up driving her away from all of that was the thought that they would come between me and my daughter, and that was too much. Now, we've been hearing my body, my choice from people for so long, and that's true. It's also true of the child, but we had that fraud exposed when we heard from so many who've been screaming my body, my choice, as they screamed that everybody has to have an experimental drug which has caused great damage and death in people, alters the RNA, but you're going to have that injected into your body. I don't care what your biology is. So that was exposed as not really being as consistent, actually coming into the fraud area. But let me tell you, we sat here in this room and listened to an abortionist talk about how he did the late-term abortion. And our daughter was born 8 to 10 months weeks prematurely. And back then, it was a big deal. We didn't know if she'd live or not. And my wife had to stay at the hospital in Tyler. She encouraged me to follow the ambulance, going to the higher level neonatal ICU. And the doctor there said, you know, she can't recognize your face because her eyes aren't working that well yet. She knows your voice. She's been listening to your voice for months. So talk to her. And you know, touch her little face. And, you know, you can be there for 2 hours, then take a break, come back. They had her hooked up to all these things, and her breathing was very erratic, very shallow. Her heart, very erratic, very fast. But eventually the doctor came over and said, have you noticed the monitors? They'd stabilized. He said, she's drawing strength and life from you. And the thought that anybody that cares about other people could want to have a child like that, have their arms and legs ripped off and the head crushed and pulled.
Time of the gentleman has expired, Ms.
Just
Hemmings.
an abomination.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's disappointing that here we are today in 2022 with all of the challenges that we are facing, still fighting the same old fight for individual rights, but here we are, and that is a fight that we will continue to fight and should be fighting. Why is it so easy to call the vicious rape of a 10-year-old girl a hoax, a lie, a political stunt? Police certainly didn't think so when they made their arrests. Why is it so easy for some to always say assault against women? It must be the woman's fault. For decades, victims of rape are always questioned, viewed with suspicion, too frequently questioned and viewed with suspicion, or even questioned that perhaps somehow she brought the tragedy on herself. Why was she there? How was she dressed? Did she want it? I've investigated cases of rape and sexual assault and incest. How can we sit here today? Are we serious? And say, regardless of the physical, emotional, and psychological trauma of women and girls who survive these vicious attacks, that does not matter. That the only thing that matters is denying them their individual constitutional rights. Are we really serious? The only thing that matters is treating them with all of the work that has been done in this country by people who paved the way, the efforts to continue to treat women and girls like property and like second-class citizens. To say that you have to go to your member of Congress or your governor or your senator and ask for permission. Come on, America. You know, Shirley Chisholm said the sexual psychological stereotyping of females begins when the doctor says it's a girl. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have the audacity to say freedom is what we are discussing here. You're damn right. That's exactly what we are discussing here, individual freedoms. I mean, who do we think we are to tell people how to live their lives? To every family raising daughters, to my 4 granddaughters, we all have reason, regardless of your political, come on, America, regardless of your political standing, we all have reason to be very concerned. What's next? We ought to be asking ourselves, okay, what's next? If you think it stops here, well, there's already been an indication that it does not stop here with the bold call to look at Griswold and Lawrence and even marrying the person that you love. I thought that was an American tradition, but I guess not in the minds of some. Professor Murray, I just want you to just, if you would, reiterate on not just the issue of Roe, because that's pretty doggone important to me, and I would think to every man and woman it should be raising a girl, a daughter, but would you just kind of go into why should we all be concerned about other constitutional individual rights, rights to privacy being trampled upon?
Certainly. Thank you, Representative Demings. I think we should all be concerned about the prospect of fundamental rights being overruled and returned to the states for democratic deliberation. To ask the states to decide our most essential freedoms is essentially to make all of us supplicants to the government. That cannot be what the framers of the Constitution imagined. These were gentlemen who were concerned about the prospect of government overreach into individual lives. These were people who wrote the Third Amendment, which protects against the quartering of soldiers in your home. I cannot imagine that the framers would countenance allowing the government to make the most intimate decisions for individuals rather than allowing individuals to make those decisions for themselves. And that's exactly what this decision and its progeny will do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Gates.
Ms. Warblow, what's the most likely circumstance when a same-sex couple would benefit from abortion access?
Unfortunately, we have women who experience sexual assault. In fact, lesbian and bisexual women are more likely to experience sexual assault than heterosexual women, that their pregnancies are often involuntary. And so these are individuals who would need access to abortion care.
And we'll shelve the bisexual women for a moment since my question's about the same-sex couples. And what's more likely, a lesbian woman having an unwanted pregnancy as the consequence of a sexual assault or a gay couple adopting in America?
These are both laudable goals.
No, I didn't ask. Well, I know they are. Which is more likely?
I think that's impossible to know whether or not.
Well, we have tens of thousands of same-sex couples that are raising families and raising children as a consequence of adoption. Tens of thousands. We know that as a consequence of census data. So is there any data you're able to reference that it would be more likely for a lesbian woman to have an unwanted pregnancy as a consequence of rape than the formation of a family through a same-sex couple adopting?
It may not be more likely, but it's an important interest.
Is it less likely?
Somebody who needs
I'm not asking about the
access to
importance of the
abortion
interest
care
because I'm very
be able
limited
to
on time.
access it.
The question is, you would concede that it's certainly more likely in America that you have same-sex couples adopting than you do lesbians having unwanted pregnancies as a consequence of sexual assault, right?
Well, there may also be a misunderstanding about how same-sex couples form families. And I also think it's important to note that many bisexual women are, in fact, in relationships with other women.
Yeah,
so
I
maybe
said,
a misunderstanding there.
Well, but if a woman is with men and women, they're bisexual, right?
That is not true, sir. An individual who is attracted to people of both sexes, both male and female, is someone who's bisexual. They can be in long-term monogamous relationships.
I don't ask this to be dismissive, but so you're saying lesbian women are also capable of being into men?
That is not what I said. I said bisexual.
Yeah, but my question is about lesbian, same-sex couples, right? Because I care about this issue deeply. With the support of the Human Rights Campaign, I sponsored the legislation to get rid of the statutory prohibition on gay adoption in Florida. I felt that was very bigoted. And I believe families are defined by love more than blood. And I worry that if the LGBTQ community and if the advocacy organizations for same-sex couples somehow reorients to be a pro-abortion enterprise, that could actually result in fewer same-sex couples having access to the family formation that gives them fulfilled lives. Are you concerned about that?
What I would be concerned about is forcing women to carry a pregnancy simply to satisfy another couple's desire to have a child. There are many methods of family formation. Many same-sex couples use fertility treatments, assisted reproductive technologies, in addition to adoption. And in fact, LGBTQ people are more likely to adopt children who are most in need.
Three
Kids who
times
are
more
aging
likely.
Out of
Yeah.
foster
No,
care.
I've noted that actually same-sex couples are 3 times more likely than opposite-sex couples to adopt in America. And that's why it's astonishing to me that people that would purport to advocate for gay Americans would say what we need is abortion on demand. Because it's these very people who are engaging in these adoptions. And maybe it's really not about the benefit of gay couples. Maybe it's about the money. I mean, you know, because Ms. Foster, you made reference to how much money is behind the pro-abortion effort in America. And do you worry that organizations like the Human Rights Campaign that traditionally have stood up for the interests and families of gay couples, same-sex couples, might be co-opted by the coercive and dangerous money that is just for abortion at all costs?
Planned Parenthood receives $500 million taxpayer dollars every single year, and I think that a lot of that, maybe all of it, should go towards actually planning parenthood.
Yeah, adoption is a beautiful thing. It really is a beautiful thing, and this desire to have these reflexive snap abortions seems to stand in the way of that. Another element of your testimony, Ms. Warblow, you said that states were likely to redouble their efforts against marriage equality as a consequence of the Dobbs decision. But there isn't a single state in America where there's been a single legislative committee that has held a single vote on a single bill to attack marriage equality following Dobbs, has there?
I'm sorry, sir, that is not, well, following Dobbs just happened. Most
Right.
state legislatures are not in session. However,
But since Dobbs, that's never happened. There's no real threat for marriage equality. That's an invented
The time of the
threat.
gentleman has expired, Mr. Jeffries.
I thank the chair for convening this hearing and witnesses for their presence. We are in the midst of an extreme right-wing assault by an illegitimate Supreme Court majority on women's rights, reproductive rights, marital rights, family planning rights, civil rights, voting rights, labor rights, and the right to liberty and justice for all. An assault by an illegitimate Supreme Court majority and a right-wing movement here in this country determined to jam its values down the throats of the American people and strip away liberty. It's interesting to me that, Ms. Foster, I think you made the statement earlier that the people who support abortion care are extreme. Is that correct?
Anyone who would support abortion up to the baby's birthday is extreme.
I think what you've heard people within the pro-choice movement articulate is that we support a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. That's not extreme, that's mainstream. It's mainstream if you support the fact that this decision, reproductive decisions, should be between a woman and her doctor. We don't need Ted Cruz or anyone else involved in making that decision. That's extreme, what you want to bring about. It's extreme to criminalize abortion care throughout America. That's extreme. What's extreme is imposing government-mandated pregnancies, even apparently in some states, in the case of a 10-year-old girl being raped. That's extreme. That's extreme. It's extreme to unleash bounty hunters on the women and children of America. That's extreme. That's not pro-life. What's interesting is that the pro-life movement, often so-called movement, often says that we support the American family, so we support children. At the same time, these individuals vote against the child tax credit that reduced child poverty by more than 40% in America. That's not pro-family, that's anti-child. It's anti-child when you actually vote against a legislative effort to deal with the infant baby formula shortage in America. That's not pro-family, that's anti-child. It's anti-child when Republican governor after Republican governor in this country refused to expand access to Medicaid, which supports women and children. So spare us the lectures and the phony rhetoric about being pro-family. When in instance after instance after instance, you behave in an extreme way, that's anti-child, that's anti-family. Now, Professor Murray, you are familiar with the fact that several Supreme Court justices during their Senate testimony seemed to strongly suggest that they viewed Roe v. Wade as settled law. Is that right?
That's correct, Representative Jeffries.
And several of those individuals who testified that Roe v. Wade was settled law, suggesting that they weren't going to touch it for a variety of reasons, stare decisis, the principle of reliance interest, that is a big part of Supreme Court jurisprudence, then turned around the first chance they got and stripped away a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. Is that true?
That's correct.
And now these same justices, some of them, are suggesting we don't have to worry about stripping away the freedom of Americans to make their own decisions as to who they want to marry or how they should plan a family. Is that right?
That is also correct.
And is there any reason to believe that this illegitimate Supreme Court majority, with members who clearly misrepresented their views before the United States Senate during sworn testimony, should now be believed that they're not going after the substantive due process rights that is the subject of this hearing?
Time of the gentleman has expired. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Foster, is it extreme and an effort to intimidate the court when left-wing groups pay people who tell them where a Supreme Court justice is having dinner with his family? Is that extreme?
Yes.
Is it extreme when the court, for the first time in history, someone in the court leaks a draft opinion? Is that extreme and an effort to intimidate the court?
Yes.
Is it extreme when, and an effort to intimidate the court, when the Speaker of the House holds up a bill for 4 weeks designed to protect, giving protection to a Supreme Court justice's family who've had their kids' school put online? Is that extreme?
Yes.
Is it extreme? Is it extreme then when the Justice Department, key agency in the executive branch, fails to prosecute protesters, ignoring a statute that's directly on point when they're protesting at Supreme Court justice's home in an effort to intimidate them and influence a decision, a case pending in front of the court? Is that extreme in an effort to intimidate the court?
Yes.
How about the 50 incidents in 10 weeks of crisis pregnancy centers and churches being attacked by left-wing activists? Is that extreme and an effort to intimidate pro-life Americans around the country?
Yes.
Give us a lecture on extreme. You got to be kidding me. Let me ask you this. We noticed today
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the House Judiciary hearing. We just heard from Representative Jim Jordan, a Republican from Ohio, currently asking some of the witnesses specific questions about abortion rights and, of course, the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe versus Wade. We also have Vice President Kamala Harris speaking right now in Tampa, Florida, landing in Florida to discuss abortion rights. So let's go ahead and listen in to the Vice President.
And that includes the women of Florida. Here in Florida, just most recently, a law was passed effective, I believe, July 1st, that is going to allow the government to impose its decisions on the women of Florida instead of giving women the right to choose, to make decisions about some of the most personal matters a woman could have to deal with. We say, and it is our position, and it's the position of the majority of Americans, let women, including the women of Florida, make those most personal decisions for themselves in consultation with their priest or their pastor or their rabbi. But it should not be the government making those decisions. In Florida in particular, there's no exception for rape or incest. So I'm here to speak with these leaders to talk about what we can do together to ensure that we use all that is within our capacity to protect the women of America, which includes the women of Florida.
On the issue of abortion in Detroit, Madam Vice President.
All right, everybody, that was Vice President Kamala Harris just touching down in the Sunshine State. She's going to be headed to Orlando to talk to a large crowd at the Alpha Kappa Alpha, the AKA National Boule Convention. She joined the sorority back when she attended Howard University. Following that, she is going to be discussing and meeting with lawmakers, as she just mentioned, about abortion rights here in the United States. We do want to switch gears and bring you out to this sky view of Compton, California in Los Angeles. We are getting some breaking news out of California there from our Fox 11 LA team. We do know that the LA County Sheriff's Department is currently on scene for a reported shooting. If you look closely, you can see that our Fox 11 chopper zooming in on what appears to be a law enforcement officer climbing a ladder into the second-story window of a home in Compton, California. So again, this is some breaking news coming into our desk. So again, limited details, but we do know a shooting investigation is underway in Compton, according to the LA County Sheriff's Department. Officers responded to this area about a report of an assault with a deadly weapon. We do know, again, that deputies are currently securing the scene. As you can see, yes, it does appear to be a sheriff. You can see that label on the back of his vest. So again, all deputies are on scene right now. One apparently trying to climb through a second-story window of this home in Compton, California, of course, an area of Los Angeles. As soon as we get more details about this, we, of course, will bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox. It is just before 11 o'clock in the morning. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. And as soon as we get more information about this story, we, of course, will bring it to you. But again, just to recap, there is a shooting investigation underway. We do have a sheriff's deputy appearing to try and possibly either enter the home through this window or help somebody out of it. So again, this is an LA County Sheriff's deputy currently on scene, climbing a ladder, helping somebody out of a second-story window of this home. So again, this is breaking news, limited details, unfortunately, at the moment, but we do know that there is apparently a suspect armed with a shotgun. This is according to our Fox 11 LA team over in California. Again, a suspect armed with a shotgun in Compton, possibly firing at deputies. So again, we are working to get some more details about this breaking news situation. We are bringing you live here, courtesy of our Fox 11 LA chopper, giving us a bird's eye view of this developing news. Again, what appears to be 2 LA County Sheriff's deputies helping somebody down from a second-story window of this home in Compton. So a huge law enforcement presence there. You can see the black and white police cruisers there on the scene. It does appear as though we do have some streets blocked. We also have fire crews on scene as well, assisting the LA County Sheriff's deputies in this investigation. So again, some breaking news that we do have here on the show. A shooting investigation is underway in Compton. We are learning from our Fox 11 LA team that there was apparently a suspect with an who was armed with a shotgun in Compton, possibly firing at deputies. You can see some of those deputies there on the ground, armed themselves, as they work this investigation into this apparent shooting in Compton. And we did just bring to you moments ago, again, that bird's eye view of 2 different deputies helping somebody down from a second-story window. And that is the person that yeah, again, does appear to be the person that those deputies helped down from that second-story window. It is 11:02 here on the East Coast, 8:02 in California, where this breaking news is developing. As soon as we get more information, we again, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, really just a huge police presence as they work this investigation. We'll have more on this on the other side of this 2-minute commercial break.
Mr. Buck.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Can a member of this committee accuse a Supreme Court justice of lying under oath without evidence? That's acceptable under the rules? Okay. All right.
Yes. The rules on personalities which apply to other members of the House do not apply to anyone outside the House.
How unfortunate for them. I have unanimous consent to enter into the record the exact quotations of what these five conservative justices said.
Without objection, Mr. Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the early morning of June 26th of this year, the Life Choices Center in my district was attacked and a fire was started inside. On the outside wall, the arsonist spray painted, "If abortions aren't safe, neither are you." According to its website, Life Choices is a Christ-centered ministry that offers free services related to pregnancy and sexual health, information on reversing the effects of abortion pills, and post-abortion support for guilt, shame, anxiety, and depression. The radical left today is more violent than ever, with more than 50 attacks on pro-life pregnancy centers and churches since May. Rather than putting a stop to the violence, the Biden administration and its Department of Justice refuse to condemn it and are even suggesting it is abortionists that are under attack and in need of protection. This is far from the first time the left has used violence in their push to incite a progressive revolution in America. From the assassination attempt on Justice Brett Kavanaugh to growing attacks from Black Lives Matter and Antifa on the back of mass riots, vandalism, and arson in 2020, the left has all too often chosen violence, with elected Democrats and pundits all too happy to run for cover for the extremists in their own ranks. As Jane's Revenge, a leftist group that took credit for firebombing pregnancy centers in Wisconsin, New York, and Oregon, said, "It's open season on America's pro-life institutions," with other groups even putting bounties on conservative Supreme Court justices. Meanwhile, DOJ continues to target conservatives, including 9 pro-life activists in February for protesting in front of an abortion clinic, something normally treated as nuisance trespass, but which is being treated as a serious felony for those protesters. My friends across the aisle seem to think they can bend reality to their own whims if they only repeat the same radical talking points long enough. In the meantime, the rule of law and pro-life Americans' constitutional rights to freedom of speech and religion are under attack. Americans deserve better. The progressives driving this violence, and the national politicians and media outlets egging it on threaten all of us. In 2020, rioters caused more than $1 billion in damage, and more than 20 people lost their lives. So far, we've been lucky. But if this keeps up, someone is going to lose their life, and God forbid when that happens, the Democrats running for cover will have no one to blame but themselves. Ms. Foster, I served on the board of the Northern Colorado Genesis Project. It's a nonprofit agency that provides care, counseling, financial support, housing for pregnant women. How many women and children are served every year by pregnancy resource and crisis centers in this country?
Many millions.
And what kind of care do they receive?
All kinds of care, material support, resources, training, housing if needed, diapers, clothes, formula, you name it. If the woman is in need of it, 76% of women say that they would choose to parent if their circumstances were different. So this hearing should be about making those circumstances different, helping them improve their circumstances and find a fulfilling life.
And that same statistic, I would assume, includes adoption, the ability for a woman to make a choice about having a baby and then giving that baby to a family that can have children.
Actually, it doesn't. That would be above and beyond the 76%.
Great. And so some of these are religious institutions and some are not. Is that true?
That's true, yes.
And the secular institutions, do they receive taxpayer funding at all for their services?
The vast majority of pregnancy centers are entirely volunteer, are funded by donations.
How does the violence that we have seen recently in this country impact the services to women who, and some of them may still choose to have an abortion, but they're at least going to ask the question and try to gain information to make an informed decision? How does the violence impact the women and the services that are being provided to those women?
Yeah, at least they find out what resources are available for them. Actually, a couple of days ago, I was privileged to go visit one of those pregnancy centers here in DC that was tragically vandalized, and they were sharing that they had to hire security. They were spending donor funds on security instead of just being able to give all that money to the women who really need the care and the support.
How does the Biden administration's lack of support impact that?
They need funding. They need more ability to get to those women.
The time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find it stunning that we are being lectured on what violence is and what extremism is by colleagues who, some of whom have fueled that very violence by not condemning the January 6th insurrection, by defending and
All right, guys, do want to say thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I know we've been showing you a bit of this breaking news scene out of Compton, California, where we do have investigators out at a scene where they had gotten called for a gunshot victim. Upon arrival here, they did run into also a suspect who was firing shots at deputies. Right now, you can see that they are trying to use an armored car to not only help give some coverage to those deputies who are here on scene, but also to help go through these barricades and fences that are in their way. So this is some live pictures coming to us from Sky Fox. Do want to remind our viewers, viewer discretion advised as we've been watching this unfold here this morning. But again, a little bit of information that's been coming in already here this morning. Around 7:15 local time in California, we did have our officials here responding to a victim of gunshot wounds. They did have one taken to the hospital. They are in unknown condition. And then around 7:30, they did say that the initial call was assault with a deadly weapon. Deputies are all accounted for. They're here locking down this location, as well as they, again, had shots fired at our officials. So we are watching this live on Unfiltered. This is exactly what we do here for you, is we always see these news events, we bring to them to you in full, but do remind everyone, viewer discretion advised as we continue to watch this scene unfold before us. Let's go ahead, take this opportunity. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll go back into our double box. We'll be not only watching this scene out of California, but then we'll also be listening in with our House hearing. We've been having a lot of hearings on Capitol Hill talking about the overturn on abortion issues. SCOTUS making a new ruling overturning those cases. Let's go ahead, send you off to that 2-minute break. We'll be right back here with you with all of the top stories, live events coming to us from across the country. We are taking a live look in Compton, California at a breaking news scene where deputies have had shots fired at them after responding out here to a scene. Here's some of the information that we do know at this time. An investigation obviously underway. This is still a very active scene. Want to remind viewers, viewer discretion is advised. Now, according to Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, officers responded to the area here on a report of an assault with a deadly weapon. Deputies here are on scene. They are all accounted for. This is according to LASD. An elderly woman was one of the residents who was rescued from this home here by deputies while at the scene, as they did lead her to a safer area. So this is still a developing situation. The suspect still said to be inside. We do have not only a lot of our deputies down on the ground, but even on the roof of that building across the way here. You can see we do have some of those officials using an armored car down on the ground for some coverage, as well as helping them remove a fence that was limiting them from getting into certain areas. So they do have this whole area locked down. They have it surrounded. You can see some of those armored cars. There's actually one kind of outside on the building. There's also one in that empty parking lot. And so right now, the focus is all on trying to apprehend this suspect, keeping everyone who's involved as safe as possible. What we're going to do is we're going to continue to keep our eyes here on this live picture, but we're also going to be listening in to that House hearing that's been taking place. They've been talking about the overturn of the Roe v. Wade decision. SCOTUS making abortion decisions has definitely had a ripple effect across our country. So we'll keep an eye on this since it is a very active scene. You can see even more of our deputies and law enforcement officers going on that building, the rooftop of this building across the way, And of course, we want to try to keep you as updated and informed on this as much as possible. If we hear any new developments, we'll be letting you know about them. But until that time, let's go ahead and listen in with our House hearing as we continue to keep our eyes also on this breaking news scene.
And enforce it with fear. Here's one. New York Times op-ed tells the Democrats to embrace the politics of fear. When it comes to abortion rights, Democrats need to lean into the politics of fear. The party needs to scare voters and show that they too are scared of the voters themselves. That's what Democrats are writing. Elizabeth Warren says to shut down all pregnancy centers. She said, look, we need to shut them down here in Massachusetts, and we need to shut them down all around the country. So I know folks have been talking about, the ranking member talked about 50, but I get one of these trackers every day. It's 57 crisis pregnancy centers that have been attacked. And that doesn't even include the recent Bethesda church that was attacked last weekend. And according to a close friend of mine who lives in Portland, telling me about 8 churches in the last few weeks that have been attacked. That doesn't include that. But that's the politics of fear. How about the reported shutdown DC offering up to $250 just to track and cite and harass Justices Kavanaugh, Alito, Thomas Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, and John Roberts? How about this one? Yesterday, one of our own colleagues who sits on this committee, also sits on OGR, said, asking of a witness, quote, I'm worried about this. It was the founder of the Republican Party, President Lincoln, who said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free. And then he asked, can we endure half free choice states and half theocratic compelled pregnancy states? Is that going to work for America? I don't know. Was he likening the abortion issue to slavery, or was he likening it to creating an insurrection in the country? I don't know. That's wild. Ms. Foster, when I look at it, I see the radical position of Democrats on abortion. And tomorrow the House will be voting on the Women's Health Protection Act of 2022. And supporters of the bill claim it will simply codify Roe. But that isn't true. Can you explain what this bill actually does?
That bill would strip away every protection for children in the womb. It would strip away protections for their mothers and also for healthcare providers. It would strip away conscience protections. It would strip away informed consent. It would strip away any gestational age limitations allowing for abortion up to the baby's birthday. It would take away everything that we've built for 49 years since Roe.
We would then become the most radical abortion nation in the world, more radical than China, North Korea, or Vietnam, which have no limitations. Is that fair to say?
It is fair, yes.
Democrats are radical and extreme on abortion. This bill is just another attempt by Democrats to expand abortion, override state laws enacted to protect the unborn. Life is the most precious thing we're given, and everyone, especially the unborn, deserve that right.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to first challenge just one of the misleading talking points that our colleagues across the aisle and their witness have been pushing today, that the existence of pregnancy crisis care centers is somehow evidence that the anti-abortion movement actually cares about mothers and families. It's just not true. In fact, these crisis pregnancy centers are a well-funded arm of the anti-abortion movement that advances their agenda by using deceptive and coercive tactics and medical disinformation to target low-income people facing unintended pregnancies to prevent them from accessing abortion and contraception. These crisis pregnancy centers, which actually outnumber abortion clinics, often misleadingly present themselves as providing medical services when they're not licensed to do so and therefore are not bound by the privacy laws that govern medical providers. And in fact, these anti-abortion facilities collect sensitive medical and personal information and then share it with anti-abortion organizations. These crisis pregnancy centers face limited public accountability despite the fact that they are increasingly siphoning off public funds from the TANF welfare programs, which are supposed to serve low-income women and families. Mr. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to introduce a study by the Alliance of State Advocates for Women's Rights and Gender Equality.
And thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us. Just want to kind of describe some of this breaking news scene that we are seeing out of California right now. We do know that police are outside keeping this area locked down after a suspect is barricaded inside. Now looks like this suspect could possibly have started their apartment on fire. You're seeing all of that smoke starting to billow out of windows. It started with just a little bit of smoke coming out of the roof area, but now those windows definitely showing lots of smoke pouring out. This all coming after deputies had responded to assault with a deadly weapon call. They did take one person to the hospital. Their condition unknown here at this time. This puts a lot of danger into the situation, though, having this fire now taking place, because you can see here that we do have, again, all of our deputies outside. They want to try to apprehend this suspect as safely as possible. But now with the apartment on fire, that's going to put a lot more restrictions on what the department is going to be able to do. The sheriff's department, that is. They're going to have to call out the fire department here as well, which was already called out already to try to help with some of the ladders, trying to get other residents who were at risk out of this area. But now, of course, you can see here smoke billowing out. That means firefighters going to have some work to do here as well. But inside is that suspect with a deadly weapon. So there's going to be a lot of careful planning that's going to be happening down on the ground with those commanders who are in charge of this scene. And they're going to be giving some very careful directions, trying to not only put out that fire, also apprehend that suspect, but keep all of their personnel safe as well. So we do have officers, again, not only in some sniper positions, we do have them also down on the ground surrounding this whole area. They've been trying to keep everyone as safe as possible around here. We did at one point also see one of the apartment doors slammed shut. It could have been from the wind, though, but now we're watching this apartment on fire as well. So it will just be a matter of time before we see even more movement. At least wanted to talk about what we do see here at this time. Now, while we're watching this, do want to remind everyone viewer discretion is advised. We do see that smoke kind of starting to go down a little bit. Unknown if that just means that there's a lull in this fire. Did the suspect himself put it out? We do still have that person inside of this apartment building. We have not seen them exit the apartment, even with all of that smoke that was coming out from just moments ago. Our Sky Fox, our team up in the air there, trying to circle around, give us some different looks here, but it is all focused on this one apartment building. That upper right-hand apartment complex going to be the focus, as that's where the suspect is barricaded inside. Not only do they have the suspect inside, but they also know that they have a deadly assault weapon inside with them, and now a fire also inside of that apartment complex. So live now from Fox, on top of always breaking news happening all across the country, and yes, even around the world. We're going to step away for another 2-minute break, as some of you are going to be right back in looking at this breaking news scene, but also listening in to our House hearing on this SCOTUS abortion ruling.
Does the Dobbs decision ban abortions?
It does not.
Does it limit abortions?
It does not.
Does it say anything about abortions beyond that it simply can't find such a right in the Constitution?
It does not.
If a state chose to legalize unrestricted abortions on demand, is there anything in Dobbs that would prevent it from doing so?
Clearly not. We've seen states doing that.
I think the central question that both sides here are considering is whether Congress has the authority to adopt a federal law concerning abortion, either restricting it, banning it, or allowing it. Is there anything in the Dobbs decision that would prevent Congress from doing so?
No.
More difficult question that I'm struggling with is whether the Congress has the constitutional authority to ban or restrict or allow abortion, or if that is a matter that it leaves to the states through their elected representatives. What's your opinion?
Yeah, you know, we at Americans United for Life take a both and perspective on that. We are looking for our elected representatives to lead and to take a strong position protecting life. We also expect our judges to follow the Constitution and protect all life in the law.
Congress is given enumerated powers. I don't find abortion one way or another among those enumerated powers. Is that not therefore left to the states to decide?
It's certainly not an enumerated power.
The majority of Americans tell pollsters that they support Roe v. Wade, but at the same time, they also tell those pollsters that abortion should be banned after 15 weeks. Does Roe allow restrictions on abortions after 15 weeks?
The current regime in our country, or prior to Dobbs, was that in fact it was almost unrestricted abortion on demand.
So Roe would prevent restrictions on abortions after 15 weeks?
It had, yes.
Yeah, okay. How about Dobbs? Does the Dobbs decision allow such restrictions?
The Dobbs decision says that you can, in fact, protect women and children after 15 weeks or before 15 weeks.
Which is what a substantial majority of Americans, even though they say they oppose Roe, actually support.
Supermajority, yes.
I think laws have to be based on a broad consensus. Otherwise, they're ignored or they have to become oppressive. And I do think there's a clear...
All right, guys, just want to let everyone know, you can see here our chopper does have to leave to refuel. I was listening in with our chopper folks, our reporter up in the air there with Fox 11 is Stu Mendel. He did say that they unfortunately have to leave that scene. They have to go refuel, but they're going to try to do that as quickly as possible and then go back to that breaking news scene. Again, a lot of chatter happening down on the ground with those officers who had responded at first to assault with a deadly weapon. They did take one gunshot wound victim to the hospital. They did not know the condition of that victim. Now they are dealing with also not only that suspect barricaded inside, but that suspect has also started their apartment complex on fire. So not only are deputies going to have to be very careful about trying to apprehend that person, but we also now have to involve our fire crews to go in and try to put a stop to that fire. So as we do get our Fox 11 team back out there up in the air again after they refuel, they're going to try to head back out to that scene if it is still going on. We'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Until then, we've been listening in to multiple hearings this week on both sides, the House side, we've also heard the Senate side, multiple committees all talking about the same focus, and that is the overturn of Roe v. Wade. The SCOTUS abortion ruling has definitely had an impact, a ripple effect to folks across the country, whether there are those who are anti-abortion, happy about the ruling, and then you have abortion rights activists who are very upset about the overturn. Right now, we've been listening into a hearing with our House Judiciary Committee. Let's go ahead, listen back in as they're going to continue talking about the impacts that this has had. And you've even been hearing some of these folks have said when they've stated their opinions in hearings like these, then they've gotten threats from the other side of the issue. So let's go ahead and get back into that. We're going to be joining back in live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
In his dissent?
That's exactly what he's saying.
The left tells us that any restriction on abortion forces a woman to carry a baby against their will. How do you respond to this?
I believe, as I said a moment ago, that most women would choose to carry if we could improve their circumstances. That is exactly what this body should be doing.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mrs. Swalwell.
Thank you. Ms. Foster, you think a 10-year-old would choose to carry?
In the 10-year-old case, first of all, the Ohio...
No, my question is, would a 10-year-old choose to carry a baby?
In the Ohio case, the Ohio Attorney General said that abortion would have been justified.
Focus on the question, please. Would a 10-year-old choose to carry a baby?
I cannot...
Do you think a 10-year-old should choose to carry a baby?
I believe it would probably impact her life, and so therefore it would fall under any exception and would not be an abortion.
Wait, it would not be an abortion if a 10-year-old with her parents made the decision not to have a baby that was the result of a rape?
If a 10-year-old became pregnant as a result of rape and it was threatening her life, then that's not an abortion. So it would not fall under any abortion restriction in our nation.
Ms. Warbelow, are you familiar with disinformation?
Yes, I am.
Did you just hear some disinformation?
Yes, I heard some very significant disinformation.
Why don't you tell me about that?
Yes, an abortion is a procedure. It's a medical procedure that individuals undergo for a wide range of circumstances, including because they have been sexually assaulted, raped in the case of the 10-year-old. It doesn't matter whether or not there is a statutory exemption. It is still a medical procedure that is understood to be an abortion. Beyond that, I think it's also important to note that there is no exception for the life or the health of the mother in the Ohio law. That's why that 10-year-old had to cross state lines in order to receive an abortion.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Warbelow, Ms. Warbelow. Mr. Chairman, yesterday, Jim Jordan sent out a tweet that I'd like to put into the record with unanimous consent, and I'll read it in a moment.
You read it, and then I'll give you that.
It's a Washington Examiner posting that Ohio AG Dave Yost said his office has not found any evidence of a 10-year-old rape victim in the state who, according to a report cited by President Joe Biden, was 6 weeks pregnant and traveled to Indiana to receive an abortion. Mr. Jordan's statement was, another lie, anyone surprised?
Without objection.
I'd also like to put into the record from today's Wall Street Journal, from the editorial board, correcting the record on a rape case, and it's the Journal correcting its own misstatement the day before.
Without objection.
So yesterday, Ms. Warbelow, speaking of disinformation, Jim Jordan called a 10-year-old rape victim a liar. A 10-year-old rape victim was called a liar by the ranking member of this committee. And I know that he did that because he hates the president. It's clear every day from his statements and the statements from MAGA Republicans that they don't like Joe Biden, so they're going to call him a liar. That's fine. But what is worse is the reason that he did it is because he doesn't like what that rape victim represents, which is that this law from the Supreme Court, Dobbs, and the laws that will follow in states like Ohio and Texas and Georgia and other states will bring us government-mandated pregnancies for 10-year-olds, fourth graders, little girls. And to deflect from that, they choose to bully and beat up transgender individuals who represent fewer than 1% of Americans. And they try and deflect that because they don't want anyone in America to realize that they don't just want to wage a war on women, they're now expanding it to a war on little girls. So, Ms. Warbelow, let's go back to where we started here. Can a little girl, should a little girl make the decision to have a forced government pregnancy? Should she ever be put in that position?
She should have the opportunity, in consultation with her parents and her medical providers, to make the decision that is in her best interest.
And under this current law, does she have the opportunity to make that decision?
She does not under Ohio law.
Mr. Chairman, again, this is not about someone's ability to make a kitchen table decision with their family. It's about MAGA Republicans who want to control not just women, but little girls, and to put us into an era of government-mandated pregnancies without the opportunity to make that important kitchen table decision that will affect them for the rest of their life. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Stubing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The majority starts the hearing with the lie that there's a constitutional right to killing unborn children. There never has been that right, and nowhere in our founding documents or the Constitution does a constitutional right exist to murder an unborn child. In fact, the opposite is present, and Mr. McClintock touched on it, but I'm going to elaborate. In the 5th and 14th Amendment to the Constitution, there is a constitutional right for any person to not be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, in two different amendments. Certainly an unborn child is a person. I'm not sure what else it would be. And I'm tested to see if the other side's going to ignore the science that the child in the womb is not a person. Therefore, that person shall not be deprived of life pursuant to our Constitution, and certainly not the opposite, where they can be murdered. And there's been a lot of talk today about freedom. And there is no freedom to murder an innocent life, a person that was duly recognized under our Constitution. And the majority of the Supreme Court made this clear in stating, and I quote on page 25 of the opinion, "Its inescapable conclusion is that a right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and traditions. On the contrary, an unbroken tradition of prohibiting abortion on pain of criminal punishment persisted from the earliest days of the common law until 1973. And then on page 69 of the opinion, they hold, "We therefore hold that the Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Roe and Casey must be overruled, and the authority to regulate abortion must be returned to the people and their elected representatives." Since Roe v. Wade, over 63 million children have been slaughtered in an incorrectly decided decision. But finally, the issue has been returned to the elected representatives where it belongs, to right this wrong and give back the right to life guaranteed to every person in our Constitution. And we should be thankful today for the Supreme Court's decision in Dobbs and everyone who made it possible, and that includes our witness today, Mrs. Foster. And I want to thank you for your commitment to life and the work that led to the decision in Dobbs, and I want to personally thank you for your courage for being here. I want to thank you, and I know it's tough up here, but know that hundreds of millions of Americans stand behind you, that we're praying for you, and that there is a large amount of support out there for you. And I had a list of questions for you, but a couple of questions ago, Mrs. Scanlon leveled a host of inaccurate disinformation about pregnancy centers. And so I would like to give you the remaining time that I have left if you would like to respond to any of that, or I can ask you the questions that I have for you, whichever direction you would like to go.
There's a lot I would like to respond to.
You've got 2 minutes and 16 seconds to respond.
Great, yeah. First, Representative Scanlon seems to be almost talking about Planned Parenthood when she's talking about pregnancy centers. Deceptive, well-funded, coercive, that defines Planned Parenthood, and it defines big abortion. And it seems to me that she's getting her information from the same place that a previous representative did on her info about my organization, because in fact we don't take a stance on contraception. So that would be something that I would certainly recommend looking further into. But then further than that, preteen pregnancies, they are high risk and they fit the life exception. And so that isn't actually an abortion, because the primary intent is to save the girl's life. An abortion is the intentional ending of a human life in the womb prior to birth, and that's not what would be going on there. But I ask, really, how do we know about this little girl? Instead of re-victimizing her in front of the nation, here in Congress, on C-SPAN, why aren't we talking about the real issue here? Why aren't we talking about rape? Why aren't we talking about holding her rapist accountable? Instead, abortion and rape are both symptoms of the same violent ideology that says that we can violate others to achieve our own goals and fulfill our own desires. And I work alongside people who have experienced the most horrific sexual violence imaginable, and they understand that transcending these ills and overcoming them starts by refusing to perpetuate or to justify further violence. That is what this hearing should be about. We should be talking about that. We should be talking about helping women, giving women the resources that we need. We need to be talking about how we can work together in a bipartisan way to help our nation's people, to help all Americans, and make sure that we all have equal rights, equal human dignity. And instead, we're just, casting stones and throwing spears and trying to intimidate the Supreme Court into regretting a decision that is completely constitutional and restores America's most fundamental human right to life.
Thank you for being here today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for bringing us together for this very important and very critical hearing. And I want to thank all the witnesses for being here today. Justice Thomas has de facto given the green light for the conservative-controlled states in our nation to continue a crusade against the liberties and freedoms of every individual that is not male, white, and straight. They started with women, throwing us back to the dark ages, treating us as property and cattle, forcing us to give birth against our will, treating us as subjects and handmaids at the service of the government. Next, it will go against gays, lesbians, transgender individuals, and the LGBTQ community. In Texas, Republican Attorney General has already expressed in no uncertain terms that he has a full intention of litigating in favor of overturning Lawrence v. Texas. Now, This case started in my district. Back then, it was in 1988, the arrest of Mr. Lawrence was a resident of what is now my district, and it was all about keeping the government's reach outside of people's bedrooms and their intimate lives where it should stay. It's regrettable that our Attorney General is already thinking about doing something about that. Republicans who claim to believe in small government, in their never-ending hypocrisy, are weaponizing the state to criminalize the most intimate aspects of our lives. What happens between two consenting adults in the privacy of their homes is no one's business. Religion is not a basis for public policy. I am a Catholic, but we must keep our rosaries for prayer and not to restrain from their liberties. I thank the witnesses for coming, and I want to start with you, Professor Murray. Is it extreme that anti-abortion activists have been responsible for at least 11 murders, 26 attempted murders, 42 bombings, 194 arsons, and thousands of incidents of criminal activities directed at abortion providers since 1977?
It is extreme. I find it really interesting that the Republicans in this hearing have emphasized the protests against the Supreme Court justices and individuals exercising their First Amendment rights in a peaceful manner, when in fact we have since 1977 a long history of actual violence against those who provide abortions and those who seek abortion care. I will also note that in 2014, the Supreme Court of the United States in McCullen versus Coakley invalidated a law that the people of Massachusetts enacted through their legislature to provide a 35-foot buffer zone between abortion clinics and protesters so that individuals could enter those clinics in a peaceful manner to make decisions about their health care. The Supreme Court invalidated that, subjecting those individuals to the protests and disagreements and in often many cases, the intimidation of those who oppose abortion.
So that's part of the hypocrisy. They don't want a buffer zone at abortion providers centers, but they want some type of buffer zone around their homes when they're eating. I mean, should we just make them a little bubble boys and girls so they can just go and be protected in a bubble?
The court emphasized that the protesters at abortion clinics were exercising their First Amendment rights in a peaceful manner. I do not condone violence in any way, but I agree with the court that those who wish to exercise their First Amendment rights peacefully should be able to do so.
Well, I agree with you. I don't condone any violence, and I, in fact, am a former judge, and I, in fact, have had death threats. But I just feel that I've always had law enforcement. I've always had people who can protect you, and people have a right to protest. They have a right to be there, particularly if they're staying in public sidewalks. So thank you for that. And do you think that there's anything that would, I keep hearing this whole notion of it needs to go back to the elected representatives. Well, last time I checked, I was an elected representative.
That is exactly right, Representative Garcia. I want to correct Representative McClintock's statement that this does not augur the prospect of a federal ban on abortion. Justice Kavanaugh, on pages 2 and 3 of his concurring opinion in Dobbs, makes clear that this simply returns this issue to the prospect of democratic deliberation in the states and Congress. Those are the words of this opinion. This will surely come to Congress if there is a Republican majority.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Chairman, I want to, for the record, introduce the National Abortion Federation Center's report dated May 19, 2022, listing all the violence against abortion providers since 1977.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The gentlelady's time has
I yield back.
expired. Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you. Mr. Warbelow, did you have personal security to attend here today?
I did not, but I do have a security as
thank you
part
for that
of
question,
my job.
or thank you for that answer. Ms. Foster, we heard about targeting low-income people. Could you give us just a brief tutorial on Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood and their history?
Margaret Sanger is one of the most noted eugenicists in our nation's history, if not the world's history. She believed in targeting minority populations, believed in in targeting populations with disabilities, all kinds of just backwards, undemocratic thinking. She also founded Planned Parenthood, which, today performs the lion's share of all abortions in America.
And isn't it true that Nazi Germany actually invited her ilk to their country pre-World War II?
They did.
Yeah. What effect would you talked earlier about the so-called Women's Health Protection Act of 2022 that failed in the United States Senate. Could you comment on how the impact on state governments that bill would have?
It would even go beyond Roe. Roe stripped away protections in all 50 states, even the states that had already moved to liberalize abortion law. It stripped away protections in every single state, protections like informed consent, protections like if you name it, if it was on the books, it was gone. This Women's Health Protection Act, which is incredibly deceptively named, they talk about disinformation. It's not about health or protection. It has nothing to do with the good of women. That bill would strip away every protection that's been put on the books in American history. It would strip away the ability to see our own ultrasounds. If we ask to see our own ultrasounds, that could be denied us again. It would strip away informed consent, any kind of protection on late-term abortion, which of course, as we know, is far more dangerous for the woman, much higher maternal mortality rate. It would strip away protections on chemical abortion, which is even more dangerous than a surgical abortion when it comes to hemorrhage and sepsis. You name it, it's on the chopping block.
So would it remove parental consent?
Yes.
Okay, so we heard some rhetoric earlier about protecting little girls. So in other words, me as parents, my wife and I as parents, so in other words, if we had an underage daughter, that would remove us from the picture, is that correct?
It sure would, yeah.
Does it limit the healthcare information? Does this bill limit healthcare information that can be provided to pregnant women?
The Women's Health Protection Act does. When we're talking about lack of informed consent, women don't even have the right to get the facts about the abortion, the procedure that they're about to undergo.
Basically what you were saying earlier. Yeah. I want to thank the chairman yesterday for clarifying the Democrat Party's position in regards to the Hyde Amendment. For those of you not familiar with the Hyde Amendment.
You're welcome.
The Hyde Amendment prevents taxpayer dollars from being used for abortions. So in other words, you should pay for it. And if you have, let's say you have a conscience, let's say for conscience reasons, you say that you do not want to pay for an abortion, that would all go away. And it's terribly unfortunate because we saw many Democrats over the previous decades that did have strong conscience provisions that believed in the Hyde Amendment, and our chairman now has made it very clear that the Democrat Party's position is that you shall pay for abortions if they're going to set the law here in our country. I just want to close with this, and I want to address the young people that are here today. Thank you so much for joining us for this hearing. I want to talk to you about the history of the Republican Party. We were formed in 1854. We were the original single-issue party, and that was to end slavery. And that was accomplished in our country. And we did it over we ended up fighting a war over it. And we are now here to protect life once again. It is now the Republican Party that stands for life in America. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Chairman. We have spent countless years listening to questions about women's personal freedoms from individuals with extreme views. Questions from individuals in this body who have already expressed by their actions and their rhetoric that the will of the American people should just simply be ignored. And after all the years of attacks on Roe v. Wade, after years of disingenuous questions and deceitful politics, I believe that it's time that those who have advocated for the overturning of a woman's right to choose answer some questions of their own. Does a 12-year-old girl a middle schooler, who attends after-school programs because her parents work late, who is viciously raped on her walk home from school, should she have access to an abortion? Or must she be forced to carry that fetus to term for 9 months, to wake up every morning to bouts of morning sickness, to shake in fear every time she is touched, the growing bump in her belly, a reminder each day of the unimaginable trauma she has suffered, memories she cannot escape, and a feeling she may never feel clean or whole again? Does the mother who has struggled to get pregnant, who has just gone in for a prenatal checkup and has been told the heartbreaking truth that her child will be stillborn upon delivery, and that no matter what she does or no matter how hard she prays, her desire for motherhood will once again be denied? Should her doctors be allowed to treat her miscarriage? Or must she be forced to carry her fetus to term, to grapple with the pain, the anguish, the devastation she feels being asked by passers-by in public how far along she is, or enduring comments on how beautiful she looks as an expectant mother, and how excited she must be for the arrival of her newborn child? Does a sophomore who plays varsity soccer and hopes to play in college one day, who's excited to go to prom in a few months and just had sex for the first time, who can't seem to understand why her shirts keep getting tighter, she finds herself with her head in the toilet one night, vomiting seemingly for no reason at all. And as her father comes to check on her, he startles her, and she looks into his eyes, which are filled with tears. They both recognize that she's pregnant, and that she, no more than a mere child herself, will be forced to give birth to one. Does she have the right to an abortion? Or will she be forced to feel the guilt and shame she believes she has caused her parents and her loved ones for realizing that college may no longer be an option for her, or that her future, her dreams, are deferred? In other words, I'd like to ask my Republican colleagues, do you support abortion in the first trimester? Do you support abortion in the case of rape or incest? Do you support abortion if it risks the life of the mother? Do you support abortion in the case of fetal abnormalities? Do you believe all abortion is murder? And if so, do you believe miscarriage is manslaughter? Do you believe women should face criminal penalties for seeking an abortion? Do you think doctors should be put in jail for providing them? Do you support a woman's right to make her own health care decisions? And the reason we will never hear a response to these simple questions is that they know the answers they give, Americans will find extreme and disturbing. They know that forcing women to have children without their consent.
Thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been listening into this hearing about the impact and ripple effect of the SCOTUS abortion ruling that came down just before they ended and left for the summer. I do want to say thanks again to everyone who's here with us. We are going to be sending you out to a 2-minute break right back here with breaking news when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Want to kick things off here for you with some breaking news coming to us out of California. Our chopper, after refueling, is back up over a big breaking news scene in Compton, California. Initial reports had said police were called out to this area for a gunshot victim with a suspect who had a deadly weapon. They barricaded themselves inside of this apartment building, which you now are seeing smoke rising up. A lot of fire teams have also arrived on scene. That barricaded suspect set their apartment on fire. Now, we are listening in to our Fox 11 teams who are there watching this unfold. They've been listening into the police scanners as well and have been out here throughout the morning. So let's go ahead and tell you what we do know at this time. So residents had been asked to evacuate. There was, again, that initial call for shots fired in this area on Thursday morning. Now, according to Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, officers responded to the area. They'd said it was for a report of an assault with a deadly weapon. A resident had talked with our Fox 11 team and said she was in her home around 7:15 when she heard the commotion coming from outside. LASD officials said a person with a gunshot wound was taken to the hospital. Now, deputies proceeded to knock on doors at this apartment complex. When they knocked on a second-story corner unit, the suspect opened fire at them and firing at least 2 shots at those deputies. Now, they've been working to secure this scene. They do have a big perimeter set up around this area. All of those deputies are accounted for. That's according to LASD. An elderly woman at one point was seen climbing out of her window to be rescued by LASD deputies to help lead her to a safer area. And evacuations also in order. This scene continuing on to be very active. You're seeing that smoke continuing to billow out here. Fire had began to develop from this apartment unit, so far we've not heard anything about the suspect leaving this apartment since that fire took place. So unsure if that person is inside at this time. Could they have suffered a self-inflicted gunshot wound? Could they have inhaled smoke and passed out? Could they be in an area inside of this apartment that hasn't had smoke or the flames reach there? So you're seeing that, again, smoke rising up from that apartment where that suspect had been barricaded inside. You can see fire teams here on scene. This is going to be a long day for all of these first responders. That suspect, again, we're being told some new information that they did. Okay, I'm listening in with our chopper right now, and so apologies for that, but I do hear our Fox 11 reporter Stu Mendel say that they do have that suspect in custody. So at least that's a new update and good to hear here as now fire teams are going to work on putting out this fire. So at least we do know that here at this time. A suspect, again, in custody after shooting at deputies, after starting their apartment complex on fire. It had definitely been a wild morning. Our team had to leave this area before returning to put more fuel in our chopper. We're now up seeing the aftermath of this from this person, from this suspect, and hopefully we are able to continue to get more information here to you. So let's go ahead and just listen back in as we do have Stu Mendel up in the chopper.
To safety as quick as possible. The fire department, well, they departed when they left with that victim, so they actually found some ladders nearby and used those ladders to actually get her to safety. That was earlier on, but then after that, the standoff continued, and we watched and waited. We were here when those flames started. Bellowing smoke came out of that apartment, but somehow that suspect opened the door and closed that security door shortly before those flames really started to roar inside that apartment. Right now, though, the fire is still being battled, but apparently that suspect in custody. I'm Stu up in Skyfox. Back to you guys on the ground.
All right, so once again, just able to catch a small portion of that report with Stu Mendel. He's up in the chopper. They do have that suspect in custody. It had been a lengthy morning after they had gotten initial calls to come out here for a victim of a gunshot wound from someone with a assault weapon, so a deadly weapon. They had officers here on scene who had also been fired at by that suspect setting their apartment on fire before eventually giving up and being arrested, apprehended by those deputies on scene here. Now it's up to fire crews to be responding here to this scene and help put out that fire. So did at least want to update our viewers, let them know, for those of you who were watching with us earlier, since we had showed you that breaking news scene as soon as our chopper had been out there, I wanted to at least show you what's come of it since the last time we were here. Thankfully, again, no deputies injured during this event. If we do get an update on that first victim who had originally had called for that report of that assault with a deadly weapon, of course, we'll try to update you on their condition if we are able to get that. Thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. My name's Christy Larson. We're going to continue things along. We know President Biden is overseas in the Middle East. He, of course, has a little bit of controversy. Some people upset he's going to be making a part of this trip to Saudi Arabia, but right now he's been in Israel. He has been speaking with the Israeli Prime Minister as well as receiving the Medal of Honor. Let's go ahead and listen into that event that happened just a little bit ago here for you on Live Now from Fox. All right, looks like
Minister of the State of Israel.
We were having some trouble with the audio. Looks like they made an adjustment on their end. Let's go ahead, listen in. All right, looks like they had some trouble figuring out their audio. Let's go ahead. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll see if we can't get you the correct version where they did have those microphones turned on. Let's go ahead, send you out to that 2-minute break. We'll bring it right back to you here in just a few moments. Welcome back. We were able to find the best version possible of this Medal of Freedom ceremony with President Biden, the Israeli Prime Minister. Let's go ahead and listen into it here on Live Now from Fox.
His Excellency, the President of the State of Israel, Isaac Herzog.
The Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., President of the United States of America. His Excellency Yair Lapid, Prime Minister of the State of Israel. Ministers, Knesset members, religious leaders, excellencies, distinguished delegations, honored guests. Mr. President, you are the 15th consecutive American president with whom my family has had the privilege of engaging for over 80 years. FDR was the first one. I am so delighted to host you here in the heart of Jerusalem. As I said yesterday, Mr. President, this is a visit amongst family and old friends. You have been a faithful, lifelong friend of the State of Israel and the Jewish people. Your tireless advocacy of the enduring U.S.-Israel partnership in word and in deed has truly withstood the test of time. Your journey of peace here in the Middle East comes at the pivotal hour of a challenged world order. The aftershocks of the pandemic are colliding with the tragedy unfolding in Ukraine, while extremism displaces dialogue as our planet runs out of time. I believe that a strong and vibrant U.S.-Israel partnership has seldom been more critical to our countries, to the Middle East, and to global stability and sustainability, peace and prosperity, democracy and decency. Since its establishment, the State of Israel has been a vibrant democracy, sometimes too much, Mr. President, as you know all too well. We are a diversified society, encompassing Jews and Muslims, Christians, Druze and Circassians, of all denominations and beliefs. Some of their distinguished representatives that ambassadors from all Arab countries that have signed peace accords with Israel are present here today. Mr. President, A strong and secure nation state of the Jewish people in the land of Israel is critical to the safety and future of the Jewish people. And now we have the opportunity, thanks in large part to the support of your administration and the Abraham Accords, to envision one step further. Together, we can create not only a new Middle East, but a renewable Middle East, a regional ecosystem of sustainable peace. Under your leadership, we can continue transforming our region from a source of global tension to a source of global stability, progress, and integration. The Middle East can grow into a meeting point for climate innovation and combine medical research, clean energy, food security, and peaceful exchange among faiths and peoples. This is the blessing you will bring in the coming days to your meeting in Jeddah. Just as we are united in promoting peace and cooperation in the Middle East, we're also united in our opposition to Iran's terror and that of its proxies, and its drive for nuclear weapons capability, which is the greatest threat to this region and perhaps the world at large. We know the United States is committed to Israel's security, as you have reiterated throughout this visit. This was underscored in the important Jerusalem Joint Declaration, which you and Prime Minister Lapid agreed upon and signed today, echoing your own ironclad, unshakable commitment to Israel's security and well-being. I commend your administration's crystal clear moral stance against all forms of anti-Semitism and delegitimization of Israel around the world. Thank you always for standing by us. And now, Mr. President, in our private meeting moments ago, I handed you a document found in our National Archives, the minutes of your meeting with Prime Minister Golda Meir nearly 50 years ago, which you often recount with fondness. What is interesting is the reflection of the Israeli diplomat who wrote the minutes and added the following concluding remark, and I quote, "The senator," that means you, Mr. President, "was full of respect and admiration for the Prime Minister and repeatedly said that he has come to learn, but on the other hand was carried away by his enthusiasm." President Biden, your great enthusiasm remains with us until today, and we feel it here. I thank you for honoring us with this important visit, which means a great deal for the people of Israel. And in a few moments, I will honor you in gratitude and appreciation on their behalf. We wish you great success in your regional visit and your historic trip tomorrow from Israel to Saudi Arabia. May it bring a message of peace and hope for all peoples of the region. And finally, Mr. President, you say, God bless America. We say, as was quoted today by the Prime Minister as well in our prayers, Hashem oz le'amo iten, Hashem yivarech et amo b'shalom, meaning the Lord will give strength unto his people, the Lord will bless his people with peace. And I say to you, my dear friend, the Lord will give strength unto our peoples. The Lord will bless our peoples with peace. Hashem oz le'ameinu iten, Hashem yivarech et ameinu b'shalom. Toda rabba. Thank you.
Well, President Herzog, it's wonderful to be with you again and honored to be with so many familiar faces out in this garden. You know, if anyone should understand my inclination and enthusiasm, you should be. With a grandfather who thought Sinn Féin was the future of Ireland, you should understand that. You all think I'm kidding. I'm not.
Great day for the Irish.
I've known many of you for a long time, and all of you, and you know that my love for Israel is deep-rooted. I was raised, as we say and you say, by a righteous Christian, my dad. And I've had the honor, it's hard to say these words, for over 50 years. I can't be that long, but for over 50 years in the federal government helping build the relationship. 50 years ago, we'd never had this audience before. We would not have this audience out here. We had so many people representing so many different nations and faiths as well, and it's important. You know, seeing Israel thrive, seeing the wildest dreams of Israel's founding fathers and mothers grow into reality that Israel children enjoy today, to me is close to miraculous. You're always, we use in the Catholic Church a hymn that's based on one of the Psalms, and it says, "May he raise you up on eagle's wings and bear you on the breath of dawn. Until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand." Well, every time I've come over these years, thank God, God seems to be holding us in the palm of his hand because we get stronger, not weaker. And to me, it's pretty miraculous. The Torah tells the story of the prophet who described the ancient Israelis as the people that dwell alone. Mm-hmm. And the Torah portion that will be read in services across the United States this week. You know, I know, President Herzog, that your uncle also wrote a book with that title. Mm-hmm. But as I look out on this proud, strong Israelis in the audience, at the nation that made the desert bloom and built the Iron Dome, I see people who are growing more secure, more integrated, more confident, and more have greater relations with their neighbors. A nation that has forged peace before and can do it again. And a nation that will never dwell alone. Because as long as the United States, you will never, ever be alone. And as you know, there's still so much more work to be done. That's why America's commitment to Israel's security remains ironclad. Today and in the future, that commitment is not about me or any other American president. It springs from the deep affinity and enduring connection between our peoples. And it is our responsibility as leaders to nurture that bond, to ensure that it grows stronger, deeper, and broader as we navigate the challenges ahead, and they will continue to be profound and they will change. And as a leader, I can say without hesitation that being known as a friend of Israel and receiving this award today is among the greatest honors of my career, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. In fact, and thank you, Mr. President. Since I know that you and I share a connection, as I said to Ireland, I hope you forgive me for ending by quoting an Irish poet, Seamus Heaney. He wrote in the Cure of Troy, he said, "History says don't hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, that longed-for tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhyme." I truly believe that we're at one of those moments, if we get lucky and work hard, where we can make hope and history rhyme. Israel and the United States are both places built on hope, grit, and determination. And I believe together we will stay always true to our founding values and that we can help make hope and history rhyme once more, but this time in one of the most dysfunctional in the past regions of the world, where you again will be fully integrated and be one of the leaders. So, Mr. President, it's an incredible honor, and as some of you heard me say, if my mother were here, she said, Joey, hush up and let the man get on with his job. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
הנשיא הרצוג יעניק את עיטור הנשיא לנשיא ביידן. President of the State of Israel, Isaac Herzog, will bestow the Presidential Medal of Honor upon the President of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
The Honorable President Joseph R. Biden Jr., in recognition of the strong support for Israel you have consistently demonstrated and the depth of the friendship our nations share, I wish to present you with the highest honor bestowed by an Israeli president, the Presidential Medal of Honor. This tradition was instituted by the late president and your good friend, Shimon Peres. The accompanying certificate reads, and I begin with quoting the Bible, Imo chokhma ugvura, lo etza utvuna. With him are wisdom and strength, he has counsel and understanding. The Presidential Medal of Honor is hereby awarded to the Honorable President Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the United States of America for his true friendship with the State of Israel, the people of Israel, and the Jewish people. His uncompromising decades-long commitment to Israel's security, his contributions to deepening, strengthening, and enhancing the strong and unwavering alliance between Israel and the United States of America, and his struggle against anti-Israeli and anti-Semitic hatred around the world.
What a great honor. Thank you very, very much.
תודה לנשיא המדינה ולנשיא ארצות הברית. Thank you, President Herzog and President Biden. ועכשיו, קהל נכבד, honored guest, לו יהי.
The president here awarded with the Israeli Presidential Medal of Honor during a ceremony. We brought it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. Going to be taking you out to Vice President Kamala Harris, who is back here in the United States. She's actually in Florida. We'll bring you her remarks coming up next.
my goodness. Oh. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Please have a seat. We have so much to talk about. Oh my goodness. What a sight my eyes do behold. It is so good to be here. I can't even explain how this feels. I can't even explain how this feels. To our Supreme Basilisk, Dr. Glenda Glover, members of the Directorate, former Supreme Bacilli, and all who serve Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Good morning to everyone. Good morning. Dr. Glover, you have been a tremendous friend to me and sister over so many years and a phenomenal leader of our sisterhood. So I want to thank you in front of everyone for all that you have done and for your commitment, your enduring commitment to exemplify excellence. I also want to thank our international president, Danette Anthony Reed, as you guide us into the next chapter of our sorority. I'm so excited to walk with you on this journey. And what an amazing sight to look out and to see so many of our sorority sisters under one roof at the same time. I look out at all of you, and of course, I see family. In fact, our sorority, some of you may know, has been a part of my life since I was a little girl. You see, my aunt, Christine Simmons, joined Alpha Kappa Alpha at Howard University in the year 1950. And so, yes, you know. And, and when I was a teenager, she was Basilisk of Alpha Nu Omega chapter in Oakland, California. And when I graduated high school, there, of course, was no question that I would attend Howard University. And I was determined from a young girl to join Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. And of course, this sisterhood remains a key part of who I am today. In fact, when Auntie Chris was Basilisk, I'll never forget, she hosted one of our revered founders, Miss Norma E. Boyd. And Miss Boyd was in her late 80s at the time, and we had a reception for her. And she was then signing her book, A Love That Equals My Labors. And she signed a copy to Kamala with love, Norma E. Boyd. And I will tell you, I proudly display the signed copy of that book in my West Wing office in the White House. Yes, I do. The legacy lives on. And last month, I'll tell you, and I see some of them here, I was so proud to host my line sisters, the 38 jewels of iridescent splendor, at my home in the official residence of the Vice President of the United States. All of that being just one of the thousands of stories of how enduring and lifelong and through the generations our sisterhood is. Our sorority, along with all the Divine Nine organizations, was founded to create lasting bonds of community. All of our founders were acutely aware we needed to build networks of support for young Black men and women who attend college in America. AKA, of course, was the first sorority created to meet this call. As we all remember, Ethel Hedgeman Lyle led the effort to found our sisterhood. And in the face of terrible challenges, just think, in the year 1908, when our sorority was founded, 89 Black people were lynched across the country. Just think, at the time of the founding of our sorority, American life was deeply segregated. When Miss Lyle attended Howard, less than a quarter of the students were women. And yet, despite all of this, and perhaps because of it, she believed in the power of sisterhood and in the power of service to create desperately needed social and legal change. Beliefs that guide us all to today. Our legacy is service to all mankind. And our work in Mississippi alone over the last 87 years is a perfect example. During the Great Depression, our sorors provided free medical care to poor Black women in the Mississippi Delta. And generations later, many of you here ran vaccination drives in those same communities during the COVID pandemic. It's but one example of so many. You know, recently I was reminded of another example of our long-standing, enduring commitment to service when I was a member of the United States Senate. So, across the street from the United States Senate, in my office, it's in the Hart Building, it's called, sits the Library of Congress. And I would visit the Library of Congress from time to time. And one time I visited, and the librarian was very proud to show me an old photograph from the year 1950 of President Truman. He was meeting with representatives from the National Panhellenic Council, which included a member of our sorority, to talk about ending employment discrimination in America. And fast forward to today. There are recent photographs, very recent, of the Divine Nine presidents at the White House while they met with me in the ceremonial office of the Vice President of the United States. And these photographs are a testament, then, to how members of the Divine Nine have always made sure Black voices are in the rooms where decisions are being made. How our advocacy has been the history of moving the highest levels of government into action, and how we will always fight for what our communities need and for the best of who we are as a nation. In the year 2020, our sorority proved this yet again. Our sorority registered more than 250,000 people to vote. Our sorority teamed up with our Divine Nine sisters and strolled to the polls. Indeed. And with the entire Divine Nine to combat voter suppression. And I will never forget how during those long days, you turned out for almost every rally and campaign event. In fact, at one of my events, I was in a hold room in the back, and some folks who were working the event came in and they said, "Ma'am, there are a bunch of ladies out there wearing pink and green, and they'd like to see you." And of course I said, "Well, you bring them in immediately. Those are my sorors." So in 2020, just as the most recent example, you not only showed up for President Biden and me, you showed up for America. And together, we were joined in our fight for progress, which is part of our legacy. Together, we said we must fight to address the current challenges we face as a nation, and that we are prepared to lead on issues like the Black maternal health crisis in our country. Because we know Black women are 3 times as likely to die from pregnancy-related causes. And we know women in rural America are more than 1.5 times more likely to die. So, after the election, the President and I and all of us elevated the issue of maternal health to a national priority, building on the work that we did together over the years. In fact, for the first time, we hosted the women most impacted, Black women, rural women, Native women, to the White House to discuss, get this, at the White House to discuss the importance of doulas. To discuss and speak up and out about the issues of fibroids, postpartum depression, and the barriers to care for women of color and rural women. Because we're not going to be quiet when we know there is a role and a need for us to serve. And through the work we have done together, we've dedicated resources to hire and train doulas. We have done the work of funding research to address the biggest contributors to maternal mortality and to advance and speak about the need to advance culturally competent care. Through the work that we did together on this issue, we have now got to the point where we have encouraged, in a positive way, encouraged states, urged them, cajoled them, to understand that Medicaid postpartum coverage should not just be 2 months, it should be 12 months. Because the women who require and count on Medicaid coverage require that after giving birth to a human being, that their needs are recognized for beyond just the first 2 months. And this will benefit over 250,000 women as of today. Together, we all said we must help our children reach their God-given potential. And so, our administration extended the child tax credit, which lifted up nearly 40% of Black children in America out of poverty just last year alone. We recognized working people are struggling, and in particular when it comes to covering the cost of their basic needs, including the cost of raising a child. So we passed a tax cut to give working families a tax cut of up to $8,000 a year, which gives folks more room in their budgets to buy food, medication, and school supplies for their children. We've been traveling the country. Many of you have joined me in different places in our country to talk about the long-standing, very serious problem of lead pipes, where our babies are being forced to drink toxic water, having well-documented then health consequences, including consequences to their ability to learn. So together we did the work to remove lead pipes. We are in the process of doing that to ensure that no child has to drink water poisoned with lead, and to make sure that we again are doing everything we can, understanding our children. God has given them so much capacity, but we here on earth must do our part to make sure they are protected and can live in an environment that allows them to thrive, which is why together we also have addressed the issue of high-speed internet. Because I know there are a whole lot of folks here right now who know what that pandemic meant to your child's ability to learn and go to school, and what that required in terms of you having access and being able to afford high-speed internet. I travel the country. I can't tell you how many parents I met who would have to go and drive the kids to the local fast food restaurant or library to have access to the public Wi-Fi there. The kids would be in the back seat of the car trying to do their homework. We know what an education means in terms of what it allows for the future of one's ability to grow and succeed. However, so many of the children in our country will be impaired in that ability if they don't have the basic tools like access to high-speed internet. So we've invested billions of dollars to provide what we know needs to be access to high-speed internet across the country, including subsidies for low-income and working families so that they can afford it even if they have access. We have talked about the fact that so many of our children, and therefore their families and their parents, are in need, in dire need of support when it comes to those children who have disabilities, and what we need to do to ensure that the families have resources they need. So we are fighting together for home health care work, that it is affordable. We are fighting to say that if we want to have a nation that can compete around this world, Dr. Glover talked about it. I have been traveling all over this world as vice president. I have met with, I'm told, at least 80 prime ministers and presidents, talking with them about the challenges that face our world. One of the common themes everyone knows is you invest in the children of a nation, you are investing in the future of a nation. And when we invest in the education of the children of a nation, we are doing the best in terms of ensuring certain outcomes. So together, for example, we all said, let's support some of the most excellent academic institutions in the United States of America, which are referred to as HBCUs. And under Dr. Glover's leadership, our sorority raised millions of dollars for HBCUs. And our administration invested an historic $5.8 billion in our HBCUs. And as a point of personal privilege, as the first Vice President to be a graduate of an HBCU. I'm particularly proud of that fact. So as we move forward, we know that there is more work to do, and that means to ensure that we have invested in the success of all of the people of our nation. And Dr. Glover, again, I want to thank you for being the Vice Chair of the White House HBCU initiative, which we can ensure will lead to its success. So, sorors, together we said that our country must build more wealth and opportunity for all communities. That is part of what we fight for. And our administration then invested billions of dollars in minority and women entrepreneurs, knowing there is nothing more important than building the wealth for most Americans, and that means investing in home ownership. This is something the sorority has worked on through the years. We know historically that one of the impediments to economic health, growth, and wealth for the Black community has been biases in the system that allows for home ownership. And that continues to today. So I've met with many of the leaders here and around the country to talk about the fact that one of the remaining issues in terms of the bias in the system is the bias in home appraisals. You all, right? You've heard the stories of how a Black family wants to sell their home or learn the value of their home because maybe it is then the assets of that home that will be the basis of sending their child off to college or helping their child grow a business. And then the appraisers come in and the family knows, no, that sounds like a low estimate of the value of our home. And there are stories, which I'm sure we've all heard, about that family then having friends of the family, another family, who are white, and inviting them to come in and put up their family pictures. And the Black family takes down their own, leaves the house for a couple of days, and the appraiser comes in, and lo and behold, the same house appraises for a higher amount. So one of the issues we've been dealing with is speaking that truth and dealing with it around what we need to do to eliminate racial bias in home appraisals, understanding when we have an economic agenda, the value of a home for so many of our families is the greatest source of their wealth and intergenerational wealth. So moving forward, that is part of the work that we have done so that we can make sure that folks can realize the full and actual value of their home. When we look at then where we are, we also know that together we said police reform is long overdue. We cannot stop having that discussion.
We are listening in with Vice President Kamala Harris. She's in Florida today doing a number of events. We'll follow her as well as we are with President Biden overseas. Some viewers going out to a 2-minute break as we continue with this event with her sorority sisters.
Last but not least, together we said we needed better representation on the federal courts. You know where I'm going. So first, I will tell you and share with you, we have appointed the most diverse group of judges in the history of the United States, including, of course, the first Black woman appointed to the United States Supreme Court, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. And I was so proud to be a part of that process. And when we look at where she sits and think about our founders and think about everything that is the spirit behind who we are and why we serve, as such a perfect example of what makes all that work worthwhile. So I say all of this, and I went through that list of accomplishments, because all of this was possible because of your work. And I just want to remind you of that. because this is a group of leaders that is so invested in fighting for the best of our country. This is a group of leaders who know the power of service and the need in the power of service to create needed social and legal change. And so all of that to say, thank you, Sorors. Thank you. Because this is the progress that you fought for. And I've not had a chance before today to thank you all in one place for what you have done for the lives of people you may not ever meet and people who may never know your name. This progress is what you stood in line for. And so I'm also here to say we must do it again this November. Because there is still more work to do. To have a strong workforce, we have to do more to support working parents. We must continue the fight to make sure that parents don't have to pay more than 7% of their income in child care. That's the work we still have yet to complete. We cannot let up our fight to lower the cost of home health care, including elder care. And we must continue the fight to lower the cost of prescription drugs, including insulin, so that it is no more than $35 a month and not causing people to look at bankruptcy just to take care of their basic health needs. There is more work to do if we want, as a nation, to keep our communities safe from gun violence. Well, we must demand that Congress has the courage to repeal the liability shield that protects gun manufacturers, and we must demand they have the courage to renew the assault weapons ban. We have lost too many precious lives. I attended the funeral in Buffalo of an 86-year-old grandmother. And you know her story, and if not, I will share with you. She was going to the grocery store after having left her husband, who she'd been caring for, who was in a nursing home. She was just going to buy some groceries. A matriarch of a family. So in Buffalo, in Uvalde, those babies and their teachers. In Highland Park, I went there within 24 hours of that massacre that was supposed to be a parade route. And in communities and cities across our country. Listen, as we applaud, and we must applaud, our President Joe Biden for signing the first federal gun safety bill in 30 years. He signed it. And there is still more work to do to see it through. Especially when in America today, while black people are 13% of America's population, black people are 62% of gun homicide victims. This is our issue. This is our issue in terms of our leadership on this issue of the need for reasonable gun safety laws. It is an issue on which we lead because we know we have so much at stake as leaders in our country. When young black men are 18 times more likely to be victims of gun homicides, we will lead on this issue. And we have more work to do. But I'm here to obviously speak a little truth, a lot of truth. And so in that spirit, the road to get there, to see it through, it's not going to be easy. It's never been easy. And there are, as there have always been, forces that stand in our way. Forces that oppose even the most on this issue of gun safety, even the most common sense gun safety proposals. Forces that include extremist so-called leaders who, instead of expanding rights, work to restrict rights. These so-called leaders who, after we fought and marched, members of our sorority being among the greatest leaders, fought for the right to vote. These so-called leaders right here in this state and in other places in the country making it more difficult for people to vote. So-called leaders. In neighboring states, making it even illegal to give folks food and water as they're standing in line to vote. And we know what we need to do. One of the things we need to do is pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. So-called leaders. So-called leaders who are in the process of criminalizing doctors and punishing women who want to make health decisions for themselves. So we know what we need to do. We need to continue to fight for a woman's right to make the most intimate, personal decisions for herself with her doctor, with her pastor, with her priest, with her loved ones, but not her government telling her what she's supposed to do. So, all of this to say that we have a legacy of fighting for social and legal change in our country. And when we have done that, everyone has benefited. When we have fought for social and legal change, it has never been about fighting against something. It's about fighting for something for the benefit of all mankind. And so much of what we have fought for is on the line again. And so we know what we need to do. In particular, because I'm going to leave you with a couple specifics, we need 2 additional United States senators to protect voting rights. We need 2 additional United States senators to protect a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And we need to elect people who will defend these rights up and down the ballot, from district attorneys to state attorneys general to local sheriffs to governors. And to make this happen, let us do what we do best. We build coalitions. We know how to do that. We got the meanest, baddest phone trees in the world. We know how to network. We are fueled in the deeply held belief that we all have so much more in common than what separates us. So let's do the kind of work that we have done, because we do it so well, and continue to activate and organize our communities. Let's continue to be on the front lines of the greatest movements for progress in our country. And I'll close with this. Our soror, the great Coretta Scott King, once said that freedom must be earned and won in each generation. I look out at this extraordinary group of leaders, and I see among the folks here a young woman who is still making her way through college, sitting next to a woman who has served her community in pink and green with pride for over 75 years. Ours is an intergenerational sisterhood. And we live with that knowledge, with the knowledge that we stand on great and broad shoulders, like Norman E. Boyd. We live knowing that we are their legacy, that we learn from each other, that we teach each other, and that we have always been about fighting for the best of our country. Because the women of Alpha Kappa Alpha, Sorority Incorporated, have always been unburdened by what has been, unburdened by what society may say we can or cannot be. And through our sisterhood, we teach that there is no barrier we cannot break, and there is no obstacle we cannot overcome. We are built for leadership, and every day we see it through, we strive, and we do. And today I honor the first Alpha Kappa Alpha. Thank you all very much.
Vice President Kamala Harris, we're wrapping things up here at this event, but of course we're watching her whereabouts. She is set to speak at a number of different places, including talking about reproductive rights with Florida legislator leaders. Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. This is a new hour, and of course, we have a number of events to bring to you. Wanted to start with a look at our market here as we are down more than 430 points on the big board. This all coming on the heels of a lot of controversy. Still a huge issue with our prices when it comes to our inflation reports, especially that June inflation report just being released yesterday. We've had a number of our lawmakers speaking already about it. Let's go ahead and bring you yet another press conference right here. We're going to be taking you out to Nancy Pelosi. She's holding her weekly press briefing. She's not only talking about families being affected by these high gas prices, high grocery prices, but also the fallout and also impact of the Roe versus Wade decision being overturned by the Supreme Court. Of course, there's a lot of people on both sides of the issue. You have abortion right activists, and then you also have those who are anti-abortion, happy about that overturned decision. So I want to bring you Nancy Pelosi's press conference from the top. Let's go ahead and listen into it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Installations, and again, won the Medal of Honor. And when he did, he single-handedly destroyed enemy positions. But Admiral Nimitz praised his extraordinary heroism by saying, uncommon valor was a common virtue at Iwo Jima. That's when he did this. He was a Marine at Iwo Jima. So if you have a moment, you may want to go pay your respects to him. He's lying in state under the dome of the Capitol, under the flag of our country, which he defended so valiantly. His family is here, and among his family members, they included with his family, these Medal of Honor winners of multi-generations. So this has been a very good week for our veterans. Not only are we honoring our veterans and honoring Woody, we're honoring all of our veterans. He wanted it that way. But also, we passed the PACT Act. We are so excited about passing that legislation. It's a solemn promise to protect our veterans when they come home, which is, as you probably know, in initiation of hostilities, there frequently are these burn pits. They're terrible. I don't even want to tell you what goes into a burn pit, but they're huge, and they are carcinogenic. And many of our veterans, this bipartisan legislation, it was a big vote. We were very pleased with the vote, ensures that we care for our heroes in uniform who risk their lives, and then not only in combat, but a deadly threat of toxins from the burn pits. It provides access to VA health care to 3.5 million potentially exposed veterans. It grants presumptions of exposure to veterans. up until now, they've had to have these complicated cases to prove were they there, and if it were so, how does it necessarily relate to their condition? Well, this is a presumption of exposure for veterans, and it includes something very important. You've probably heard about what went on at Camp Lejeune. This was in terms of the water supply. It's not just harmful to our men and women in uniform and our veterans, but their families. Again, carcinogenic and dangerous. So this is a very important. This is special to me because long before I came to Congress, I had done sit-ins and all the rest on Agent Orange in the early 80s with some of the veterans of the Vietnam War. Agent Orange, one of them was attended by Dick Gregory, who helped instruct the protesters as to how to deal with hunger strikes, to keep hydrating and the rest. It's quite remarkable. I loved Dick Gregory. He and my brother served in the military together years ago in Texas, and he wrote about it in his book, so we had a friendship. But in any event, it took a very long time for the Agent Orange issue to be dealt with the Blue Water legislation of just a few years ago. But in our bill, we have some, in our HASC bill, which I'll talk about next, we have some further improvements on that. So again, these, shall we say, other consequences of war have to be recognized, not just wounds from combat, but wounds from exposures. Again, today we are caring for our veterans as we defend our security with the HASC bill that is on the floor as we speak, with many amendments being voted on. It's going to be a strong bill, hopefully with strong bipartisan support for our service members. It supports our service members with a strong pay raise. It strengthens our security, including investments in the next generation of our defense technology. This has been a high priority, both of them, for the chairman, Adam Smith, who's done a remarkable job. And it supports our democratic partners and values, including an additional $1 billion in security assistance for the Ukrainians. And that, of course, is always on our minds, next to our hearts, and the rest. As you know, we are dealing with the protecting freedom and democracy in our country when it comes to a woman's right to choose. As Republicans in Congress are plotting a nationwide ban to criminalize abortion in all 50 states, Democrats are taking action to defend the right to reproductive freedom. Tomorrow we'll pass the Women's Health Protection Act, voting for a second time on this legislation to make the protections of Roe v. Wade the law of the land. And another bill we'll have tomorrow is Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. It's stopping Republicans from criminalizing women who exercise their constitutional right to travel across state lines to terminate a pregnancy. Women's health decisions are her own. They don't belong to politicians in Washington, D.C., or in state capitals, or in the Supreme Court of the United States. They belong to a woman, her family, her God, her doctor, her loved ones. At the same time as we are protecting freedom, we want to make our country safe, and House Democrats have continued to work to defend freedom and save lives. Yesterday, we passed the Active Shooter Alert Bill. The Active Shooter Alert Bill is an Amber Alert. It can tell you when there's in your community nearby active shooting going on. It has broad support from the law enforcement community. Mr. Cicilline has worked for a long time with the law enforcement community on legislation of this kind. If there's an active shooter threat in a school or any public place, a similar system to Amber Alert will go off. 168 Republicans voted no. If your child were in a school where there was an assault, wouldn't you want to know? How can these Republicans vote no to people knowing that there's an assault in their school or their community centers or wherever? 168 Republicans voted no. I don't know. These people think their political survival is more important than the survival of our children. We have to do much more. More action is needed to save lives. The Judiciary Committee is moving forward with a markup on the assault weapons ban. They'll have their own announcement on that, but there is great support in our caucus for an assault weapon ban. It's about our children. More children die from gun violence in each year than cancer, car accidents, or anything. How could that be? 168 Republicans voted no, we don't want an Amber Alert if somebody is shooting up a school nearby. Again, we have talked many times here with charts and all the rest about our Democratic efforts to lower cost. Later today, the House will be receiving a classified briefing from the administration on the national security imperative of the COMPETES Act. The COMPETES Act is transformative, lowering costs for families and energizing American competitiveness, bolstering America's national security. That's part of that briefing, and securing America's economic preeminence, and much more. We have also, as I've talked about before, worked to get as we try to get that legislation to the president's desk. We also are continuing to pass bills to lower costs for families, lowering gas prices, passing our Consumer Fuel Price Gouging Prevention Act to crack down on price gouging on big oil, for lowering food costs by taking further action to lower gas costs, which have an impact on food costs because farmers need gas, but also lowering fertilizer costs for farmers, increasing competition in terms of meat processing and poultry processing for families, and lowers costs at the pump, as we've discussed, cleaner American unleaded 88. And lowering the cost of everyday goods. Our Ocean Shipping Reform Act, now law, this is now law, is cracking down on exorbitant fees that ocean shipping companies charge, which raise the price at home. So we recognize the challenge inflation is to kitchen table budgeting for America's working families. We want to lower cost for food, lower cost for fuel, lower cost for many of their expenses, and many of it spring from price gouging by oil and gas companies, exorbitant prices by shipping companies, which has an impact on the supply chain. Supply chain is diminished, costs go up for families. While Republicans vote against these, and these are mostly bipartisan bills, Democrats will continue to fight inflation and lowering cost for families. So there's so much going on now. It's the overturning of Roe v. Wade has initiated legislation that we will be persistent. We have other bills in the works. The war in Ukraine has increased cost at the pump and food cost in terms of the hopefully won't continue for too much longer, but the blocking of food being exported from Ukraine to the rest of the world. So hopefully if that war could come to some closure, it would be a good thing for democracy. It would be a great thing for the people of Ukraine. It would be essential to protecting women and children who are the victims of war in Ukraine, but it also has an impact on the economy. I'll just close by saying this. I was talking to somebody with knowledge about the motivation for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And I said, when I was there, what just shook me so was, and also here when parliamentarians and grassroots people come to visit us from Ukraine, is the assault that the Russian soldiers are making on little girls, raping 11-year-old girls repeatedly, their mothers in front of them, in front of their grandmothers and all the rest, taking them off to Russia and kidnapping them and the rest. And I said, You know, war brutalizes people. It's so sad to see what's happening to these soldiers. And what I was told was, these soldiers are not doing anything they are not instructed to do. Does that break your heart? Any questions?
Madam Speaker, about this alleged attempt to undermine the House, that the January 6th committee says Donald Trump tried to call one of their witnesses to maybe interfere.
I don't really go into the January 6th. I'm very proud of the work that they are doing to seek the truth. But anybody who's been to their meetings knows that I don't go into their work. I keep my distance from it. I'm proud that we have strong bipartisan initiatives to seek the truth, find the truth, and as you see, the evidence that they have is from Republicans. Yes.
On Pete's, the Secretary of Commerce yesterday suggested a narrower bill centered on the CHIPS part of it. Is that something you could be open to or accept in the face of this impasse from Macron?
Well, she said a couple things, I think. She said chips, and then she said chips plus. That's what we're more interested in. But we have been working constantly on the CHIPS bill, and we need to have the transformative nature of research and education and the rest to make us continue to be preeminent in the world. How it shapes up in the next short period of time, we'll see. But we are determined that we will pass a bill.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
good afternoon. Is there any reason to think that we won't see a COVID bill here? I mean, you tried to get this into the big spending bill back in March.
Yes, ma'am.
You thought you might be able to do something in April or May. That's never come to pass. COVID cases are up here. Is Congress ignoring this right now, or is there a way to do this unilaterally or put this into some sort of a spending bill in September?
Well, as you know, we are a bicameral legislature, and you should probably go ask those questions in the United States Senate, because we have stood ready to have resources available. Now we have the monkeypox, and that is another call for resources and action. So I think those who may be thinking, well, let's wait until things get really serious on the Senate side, they are getting serious. Yes, ma'am.
I know the House is going to be taking up these abortion
Yes.
measures, rather. Some Democrats have called on President Biden to declare a national public health emergency. Would you support that? Others have also said that his administration was too slow to respond with those executive actions. Were you satisfied by the administration's response in the fallout of Roe?
I have no question about this administration's support for a woman's right to choose and to take the necessary actions to ensure that. This is something that is core to who we are. It's about freedom, it's about health care, it's about respect for women, and that is something that the president is wedded to. In terms of that's more of a scientific decision, and certainly we would all be open to that. But the fact is, between now and if that can happen, we will pass the Judy Chu legislation tomorrow, which takes Roe v. Wade into the law of the land and protects it from some of the assaults that have occurred since it became upheld by the Supreme Court. But I wouldn't waste my time on figuring out how enthusiastic this White House is about a woman's right to choose. They're there. And for the first time, in 2018 was the first time that we had a pro-choice Congress. We had Democratic majorities, but weren't always pro-choice. So we feel pretty confident about what we can do. But much of it will spring from the community itself, from women themselves. And that's what is so, I don't want to say beautiful to behold because it's so tragic, but so encouraging to see, is that women understand this is an assault on their dignity, assault on respect for women to be able to make their own decisions about the size, timing of their family. And by the way, women's right to choose is a kitchen table issue. Contraception, birth control, they are kitchen table issues. They have an impact on the financial well-being of a family in terms of the timing or if a family is going to expand. So this is something that this president, I have no complaint about it. We're always impatient. This is who we, welcome to our world. There's never been a time when outside groups are not impatient for more. I can say that with some authority, being the recipient of it, but also being the contributor to it. Before I came to Congress, I was chair of the California Democratic Party. We were never satisfied with what the elected officials did, timing-wise, intensity, and the rest. So that's the beautiful part of a democratic system. Any other women? Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to follow up on that question. Congresswoman Chu's bill has passed the House before, but it continues to fail in the Senate. Are there any discussions between House leadership and Senate leadership for some sort of negotiations?
What do you mean negotiation? What do you want to negotiate?
Well, some senators have said that this bill, Senators Murkowski and Collins, for instance, have said that Congresswoman Chu's bill goes to...
We're not going to negotiate a woman's right to choose. As Senator Murkowski and Senator Collins may have their view, but it is not a view that is one about a woman having the right to decide. And so we're not negotiating that, no.
Are you in discussions with the White House on any further executive actions that can be taken if this bill can't get past the Senate again?
Well, we're not, people don't like it when we say vote. In 100 days, people will be voting. Fewer than 100 days, people will be voting. And we have to elect a couple more Democratic senators so that we can get around the filibuster so that we can pass legislation that truly impacts a woman's right to choose. But there's not a halfway measure. Can't be a little bit pregnant in this. It has to be a real measure that protects a woman's right to choose. And so, no, it's not for negotiation. What are you going to negotiate? What are you going to negotiate? Whether a woman can have contraception? Is that a cause for negotiation? Whether people can have birth control? Yes or no? A little bit here, a little bit there? No. Look, you're in my wheelhouse now because I have 5 children, 6 years, and 1 week. God blessed us with that. And Republicans sometimes have said on the floor, Nancy Pelosi thinks she knows more about having babies than the Pope. Yes, I do. And I think any Pope would agree. And what was a blessing to me is not what should be something that other people should choose for themselves. That's what we're talking about, is respect, freedom of reproductive health for women. And it's not about politicians negotiating that away. Yes, ma'am.
Last question.
Trump has indicated that he plans to announce a 2024 run in the next month or so. What impact would that have on the midterms, and would it benefit Democrats, in your opinion?
Do I ever even mention his name? Would I even waste my time talking about him? What I will say is, and I'll say this and I've said it again and again, Democrats have absolutely no intention of losing the House in November, and the Senate too. We are mobilized, we are fortified, we have great candidates, and we have our country is at risk. Our democracy is at risk. But what we are campaigning on are the kitchen table issues that affect America's working families. So they know the difference between a Democratic and Republican administration, on top of Congress, on top of which our democracy is at stake. I don't speculate on who's running in 2024, even if it's the former occasional occupant of the White House. That's up to the Republicans to figure out what impact it may have on them. But we do know that if people vote, women win, and so do their issues. So that's what we're about. I hope you get a chance to go see Woody Williams, the great American hero. And it gives us a chance, because he would like it that way, to celebrate not only him, but all of our veterans. He dedicated his life. That's why today the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Milley, was there, the secretary of Veterans Affairs, McDonough was there, and the Secretary of Defense, Austin, was there to pay their respects. And that's why, because he devoted his life to helping Gold Star families who had lost loved ones in battle, help build centers for health care for veterans. This is a glorious day for us because this individual was such a manifestation, a personification of our respect for our veterans and our recognition of the debt that we have to them. Thank you all.
Nancy Pelosi wrapping up her weekly briefing, talking about a number of issues we're facing here across our country. Let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to take you out to some of the events President Biden has been involved with over on his trip to the Middle East involving the Israeli Prime Minister. It's coming up right here in just 2 minutes. President Biden already holding a number of events on his trip to the Middle East. Let's go ahead and listen into his press conference with the Israeli Prime Minister.
The President of the United States of America and the Prime Minister of the State of Israel will now sign the Jerusalem U.S.-Israel Strategic Partnership Joint Declaration. This historic document reaffirms the unbreakable bond between the United States of America and the State of Israel and paves the way to a future of increased partnership based on shared values and a shared vision. Thank you, Prime Minister Lapid and President Biden. The Prime Minister of the State of Israel will now make his statement, followed by the President of the United States, after which we will take questions from the media. Prime Minister Yair Lapid, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. In March 1965, on Dr. Martin Luther King's famous march from Selma to Montgomery, walking beside him in the front row was a Jewish rabbi, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel. When he returned home that day, Rabbi Heschel wrote in his diary, "Today I felt my legs were praying." In the state of Israel, Mr. President, our legs pray every single day. Nothing in our lives is taken for granted. My father was a Jewish child in the Budapest ghetto, hiding from those who tried to kill him. The fact that I am standing here today did not happen by itself. We learned the lesson, Mr. President, at all times. Israel must be strong, free, and safe, with a powerful army that can defend our citizens. Be it Joshua crossing the Jordan River or Dr. King crossing the Alabama River, the principle is the same. If you want your independence, your hands must defend you and your legs must pray for you. You must march fearlessly towards the river. This past year, with Russia's unjustified invasion of Ukraine, with the Iranian nuclear threat becoming more dangerous, and with the threats of terrorism worldwide, we were all reminded of something. In order to protect freedom, sometimes force must be used. Nobody wants that, but neither can we shy away from it. On the side of terror stand people who will not hesitate to exploit any weakness, people who do not play by the rules. Those of us who are fortunate enough to be born free people sometimes do not understand the intensity of the hatred behind the attack on democracy. What did we do to them? What makes them crash planes into skyscrapers in New York and fire rockets at kindergartens in the city of Sderot? The answer is fear. What scares them the most is that their citizens, their people, can see us, can see our quality of life, the dynamism and creativity of our economy, the rights of women and the LGBTQ community, freedom of religion, freedom of speech. Our way of life is what threatens them. It's what makes the Iranian regime develop its nuclear program. Hezbollah aim its missiles at us, and terrorist organizations worldwide send suicide bombers. They want to destroy the only Jewish state in the world. We will never let that happen. Words will not stop them, Mr. President. Diplomacy will not stop them. The only thing that will stop Iran is knowing that if they continue to develop their nuclear program, the free world will use force. The only way to stop them is to put a credible military threat on the table. You have said many times, Mr. President, that big countries do not bluff. I completely agree. It should not be a bluff, but the real thing. The Iranian regime must know that if they continue to deceive the world, they will pay a heavy price. Here in the Middle East, we have an alternative now. It is growing and gaining power. We are creating an alliance of moderate countries that believe in peace, that believe that our children deserve the opportunity to live a better life. From here, from Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the State of Israel, you will travel to Saudi Arabia. Your visit to Saudi Arabia is important for Israel and for the entire region, for our security and for the future and prosperity of the Middle East. We send with you to all the nations of the region, including, of course, the Palestinians, a message of peace. Israel wants peace and believes in peace. We will never yield an inch of our security. We are obligated to be cautious at every step, but to any country, any nation that wants peace and normalization with us, we say, Ahlan wa sahlan, shalom, welcome. Mr. President, you will meet with the leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Oman, and Iraq. I would like you to pass them all a message from us. Our hand is outstretched for peace. We are ready to share our technology and experience, ready for our people to meet and learn about one another, ready for our scientists to collaborate and our businesses to cooperate. The book of Psalms says all of this in one verse. Chapter 29 reads, Hashem oz la'amo yiten, Hashem yevarech et amo b'shalom. The Lord will give strength to his people. The Lord will bless his people with peace. If we are strong, if we are determined, if the world understands that we will not hesitate to defend ourselves and our values, peace can come. Mr. President, our relationship runs deep. It crosses party lines. It connects not only our governments, but also our peoples. This friendship is one of the cornerstones of Israel's national security. It is moving, and it is certainly not taken for granted. Throughout all your years in public service, you were one of the chief architects of this relationship. For that, you have the everlasting gratitude of the people of Zion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. An eloquent statement. I'm honored to be back here in the capital of Israel. As I said yesterday, I've met with every prime minister since Golda Meir. It was a pleasure to be able to spend some time with you today and to get to know you better. Mr. Prime Minister, a deep love and respect for Israel has only taken a deeper hold on my heart and my gut since I first visited here back in 1973 as a young senator. I'm returning for my 10th visit as president, this time as president of the United States. But I've never forgotten what Prime Minister Meir told me when I was a brand new junior senator from the state of Delaware. It was just weeks before the Yom Kippur War, and she could see on my face that I was worried. As we stood before the press, taking questions and pictures, she looked at me, and without press hearing, she said, "Don't look so worried, Senator. Israel has a secret weapon." And I looked at her as I turned my head, and she was going to tell me. I just looked at her. She said, "We have nowhere else to go." I'll never forget what she told me. That was nearly 50 years ago. 50 years ago, the threats then were real, and the threats to Israel remain real today. The scourge of anti-Semitism still marches around the world. We must never forget the horrors which an unchecked hatred can lead. And that's why I immediately, when I returned, I wanted to visit Yad Vashem. When I landed yesterday, to bear witness, to remember, to renew our vow of never, never again. At the same time, the Israel of today is not the Israel of 50 years ago. You've cultivated new resources, capabilities, new relationships, including a growing integration with neighbors in the region. You have new tools that keep Israel strong and secure. You have an ironclad commitment from the United States of America to Israel's security, an ironclad commitment. We'll make sure that Israel can defend itself by itself. When I was vice president under President Obama, we passed a record-setting agreement for Israel's security, $38 billion over a 10-year period. And I was proud that last year we also provided an additional $1 billion to replenish Israel's Iron Dome supplies, making 2022 the largest single year of military assistance that Israel has ever received. Yesterday, I viewed some of Israel's Iron Dome technology, as well as a very promising new Iron Beam technology.
a laser-enabled missile defense system. These technologies and advancements are critical. They're critical because every rocket that is intercepted is a potential life, perhaps more, that has been saved. And as we move forward together, partners in both security and in innovation, the United States and Israel defense sectors will cooperate in new high-energy laser weapon systems that can defend Israeli lives as well as lives of American service members. Israel and the United States also stand together to defend fundamental values and underwrite global security, prosperity, and freedom, not just for us, but for many around the world. And Putin's assault on Ukraine is a challenge to the peace and stability everywhere in the world. Putin's war must be a strategic failure, and the free world must sustain our resolve to help Ukraine defend its democracy. The United States will continue to support Ukraine and the Ukrainian people who have been devastated and displaced by the Russian violence. Today, you and I also discussed America's commitment to ensuring Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. This is a vital security interest to both Israel and the United States, and I would add, for the rest of the world as well. I continue to believe that diplomacy is the best way to achieve this outcome, and will continue to work with Israel to counter other threats from Iran throughout the region, including support for terrorism, ballistic missile program that continues, and the proliferation of weapons to terrorists and proxies like Hezbollah. We'll also continue building on the Abraham Accords, which I strongly support.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us. More to come.
For business, cooperation, and tourism. We've just completed the first Leaders Summit among Israel, India, the United States, and the United Arab Emirates to deepen the economic ties between the Middle East and the Indo-Pacific, to create new partnerships, to tackle global challenges like food insecurity and clean energy technology. Regional integration is also the goal of the historic Negev Forum, which took place here in Israel this past March. Israel's integration in the region, Israel's peace with its neighbors, these are essential goals. Tomorrow, I'll be the first American president to fly from Israel directly to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. That represents important progress. And when I see the Saudi leadership tomorrow, I'll be carrying a direct message of peace and extraordinary opportunities that a more stable and integrated region could bring to the region and, quite frankly, the whole world. As we work together toward greater integration, we'll also continue to work toward a lasting negotiated peace between the State of Israel and the Palestinian people. Israel must remain an independent, democratic Jewish state, the ultimate guarantee and guarantor of security of the Jewish people, not only in Israel, but the entire world. I believe that to my core. And the best way to achieve that remains a two-state solution for two people, both of them who have deep and ancient roots in this land, living side by side in peace and security. Both states fully respecting the equal rights of their citizens, both people enjoying equal measures of freedom. And any more that takes us further from that outcome, I believe anything is detrimental to the long-term security of Israel. Prime Minister Lapid, Israel and the United States are natural partners because we share the same values. Our people share the same innovative spirit, the same determination to preserve and persevere through every single challenge. That's why we're launching a new high-level strategic dialogue on technology that's going to help Israel and the United States harness critical and emerging technologies and apply them to issues that matter most to our mutual futures. So thank you, Mr. President, for welcoming me back, for fostering the enduring bonds and continuing them that link the people of Israel and the United States. That's what this business is about, affirming those ties that stretch back to just 11 minutes after Israel declared statehood, when the United States became the first country in the world to recognize Israel. And I assure you, it will be the last country in the world ever to walk away from Israel. Ties that have grown deeper and broader with each passing year and now encompass a 21st century partnership, one grounded on ageless values and looking squarely at the future. We're here to stay, Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister. Like it or not, we're with you. There's no way out. I want to thank you very, very much for your hospitality. And I mean from the bottom of my heart that your security, the security is going to determine the security of Jewish people around the world for the rest of the world. It's critical. And we're in it with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And before we move on to the question, there is a technical change on the stage.
These guys work awful hard.
Yes, we're just standing here.
Thank you very much. We will now be taking questions from the press. The first one to ask a question is Ms. Gilly Cohen from Channel 11, Israeli television.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask, will you set a deadline for the nuclear talks or define a certain stage when you will say there is no more opportunity to revive the nuclear deal, and what will happen afterwards? And another question, sir. Your visit tomorrow is Jerusalem, and you won't be accompanied by an Israeli official. Does this represent a change in your administration's view regarding the recognition of Jerusalem as the capital of Israel, and if East Jerusalem is part of it? Thank you.
Answer to your last question is no. With regard to your first question, we've laid out for the people, for the leadership of Iran, what we're willing to accept in order to get back in the JCPOA. We're waiting for the response. When that will come, I'm not certain, but we are not going to wait forever.
Mr. President?
No, the question was for the President. And
Mr. President, do you want to call on the next question?
Sure. I was given a list here. Steve Holland of Reuters.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. There is some opposition back home to your meeting with Saudi leaders this week. What will you say to Saudi leaders, specifically to Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, about the Khashoggi murder and other human rights practices? And if I may, Prime Minister Lapid, how close are you to an agreement with Saudi Arabia to gain overflight rights, and should we expect that soon? Thank you.
With regard to the question you asked me, my views on Khashoggi have been absolutely, positively clear. And I have never been quiet about talking about human rights. The question that the reason I'm going to Saudi Arabia, though, is much broader, is to promote U.S. interest. Promote U.S. interest in a way that I think we have an opportunity to reassert what I think we've made a mistake of walking away from, our influence in the Middle East. I'm going to be meeting with 9 other heads of state. It's not just it happens to be in Saudi Arabia. And so there are so many issues at stake that I want to make clear that we can continue to lead in the region and not create a vacuum that is filled by China and or Russia against the interest of both Israel and the United States and many other countries. And so the purpose of the visit is to coordinate with 9 heads of state what are in U.S. interest, and I believe in Israel's interest as well.
Let's the Prime Minister
I always bring up human rights. I always bring up human rights. But my position on Khashoggi has been so clear. If anyone doesn't understand it in Saudi Arabia or anywhere else, then they haven't been around for a while.
Well, about the overflights of Saudi Arabia, of course, as I was saying in my speech, we are all for promoting normalizations with every country in the region that it is possible. But since the president is going to Saudi Arabia and there will be a finalization of the issues over there, I will let the president finalize this when he's in Jeddah.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
I'm optimistic.
And the next question will come from Ms. Tal Schneider from Times of Israel.
Hi, hello. Thank you for being in Jerusalem. It's good to see you. Israelis have been waiting to hear developments on the visa waiver program. We know that there are hurdles to get there, but can you set a deadline after which Israeli will be granted with a waiver to enter the U.S.? Will you bring this issue with the opposition leader, Netanyahu, when you meet him today? And another question for our Prime Minister. There is a discussion about regional defense cooperation that includes Israel and the Saudi, but we hear that there are technical difficulties as well as other reservations from the Saudis with respect to defense system, which means it's mostly about Israel sharing its intelligence, its intel. How do you see the cooperation moving along with those problems? Thank you.
With regard to your question to me, we are working very, very, very hard to eliminate the lack of precision in the applications many times for the visa program. It is my hope and expectation that in the next several months we'll have it worked out.
And jumping on the subject, and we urge the Israeli opposition to be more responsible and help with the legislation needed to finalize this. As for your question, it is no secret that we're doing our best with our American friends to work on a regional security architecture. So this was no secret. The details of this apparently are. So I'm not going to go into details on this, but we are working with everybody we can in order to promote regional security, especially facing Iran's regime and the terror policy they bring to the table.
The next person to ask us a question, I guess, is Nadia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nadia Bilbesi of Al Arabiya Television. Allow me to press you a little bit on Iran, if I may. You visited
No, I'm not going to allow that.
I did it today, so.
You are visiting the Middle East here in Israel, and then you're going to Saudi Arabia where you're meeting with King Salman and other GCC leaders. You know in advance, before you come here, their position, their concern, their fear about Iran nuclear program and Iran's support for proxies in the region. Tangibly, what are you offering them to assuage their fear and concern practically? Is there anything that you're offering them to make them feel comfortable that the United States are on the same page with them? And if I may, Mr. Prime Minister, what are the differences and the similarities between you and President Biden regarding Iran? Do you see eye to eye on all the issues? You alluded to some differences just now. And if I may, I wanted you to confirm to us today your position in supporting the two-state solution as a caretaker Prime Minister, and if should you be elected as the next Prime Minister of Israel. Thank you so much.
With regard to Iran and convincing the Saudis and others that we mean what we say, is we mean what we say. They have an opportunity to accept this agreement that's been laid down. If they don't, we made it absolutely clear. We will not, let me say it again, we will not allow Iran to acquire a nuclear weapon.
Well, with regards to a question about Iran, we have an open discussion about what is the best way to deal with it, but I don't think there's a a light between us in terms of these are all means to an end. We cannot allow Iran to become nuclear. Israel serves the rights to act freely on the subject, but we are, of course, discussing everything with our greatest ally, which is the United States. About the two-state solution, I haven't changed my position. A two-state solution is a guarantee for a strong democratic state of Israel with a Jewish majority.
Thank you very much. This concludes the signing ceremony and the press conference. Please remain seated until the leaders have left the room.
Thank you all so much.
No, this concludes sorry.
You are watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here as we have all the movements and top feeds coming from President Biden's trip in Israel. You're watching Live Now. We'll take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here worldwide on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines from all over the country here. A live look right now at the Dow. You can see that it is down more than 300 points there in the red. We'll continue to take a look at it for you right here as the day continues on. But I want to go out to the Senate floor where we did have Senator Mitch McConnell from earlier talking about the economy and other top stories as well.
Yesterday's CPI report told Americans what they already knew all too well. The disastrous effects of Washington Democrats' spending binge last year still have our economy in a vice grip. Year on year, inflation has hit 9.1% for the first time since the fallout of the Carter administration. And the signs are inescapable. Price hikes on everything from food to fuel to housing are setting new multi-decade highs. A shopper out in Oregon told a reporter recently she doesn't buy beef anymore. Here's what she said. We kind of try to eat what we have while we have it. Yesterday, we learned exactly what she and millions of Americans are up against, this fastest rising grocery prices since 1979. In Nevada, the owner of a local diner says, quote, "My concerns are that my food costs have escalated dramatically. I used to gut wrench about raising menu prices 2 or 3%. Now it's way more than that just to keep my doors open." Yesterday's report says he's not alone. Nationwide prices on food outside the home haven't risen this fast since back in 1981. And this new reality is especially frustrating for those working to help. As the head of one South Dakota food bank put it, quote, "The donation load has seemed to lighten up. When we give out food boxes, they're not as full as they used to be." Right as working families are struggling the most, so are the organizations trying to help them. Just one more cruel twist of Washington Democrats' runaway inflation. One of the first and most painful consequences of the Biden administration's failed policies has been the soaring cost of energy. Remember, on their party's watch, the cost of heating a home rose by double-digit percentages last winter. Electricity prices climbed at their highest rate since 2006, and prices at the gas pump have doubled since President Biden took office. One Pennsylvania woman said that ever since her heating bill skyrocketed last winter, she's had to scale back her spending big time. Here's what she had to say: "I need to hide under my bed and save every dollar I can." And in Maryland, one retiree reports that skyrocketing gas prices mean that visits to the local library, about 5 miles round trip, no longer feel free. From day one, the Biden administration has worked overtime to make it harder to produce the most affordable and reliable forms of energy Americans rely on right here at home. Now, as their radical climate agenda takes its toll on domestic production, millions of Americans are facing the possibility, listen to this, of summer blackouts. The heartland, the West, and the Southwest face the highest risk. The people of Arizona and Nevada, for example, are already at what the experts call elevated risk for the summer. Are Arizonans and Nevadans clamoring for a new tax hike on natural gas and electricity on top of everything else? I doubt it. Are they desperate to double down on the very unreliable green sources that set us up for these blackouts in the first place? I don't think so. Our electric grid is overburdened already, but Democrats apparently want to strain it even more by eliminating the most reliable sources of energy we have, all the while spending hundreds of billions on schemes that depend on Chinese minerals, components, and supply chains, trading American energy independence for less reliable sources that depend on forced child labor and foreign producers with questionable environmental standards. Is this what our colleagues think will usher in a big transition to green daydreams? Washington Democrats are the only ones who would define higher energy costs and lower reliability as a victory. Real-life Americans know that rising costs and rolling blackouts are just two more symptoms of a failed government with failed leadership pushing failed policies. Working families are still reeling from the time Democrats decided to spend us into inflation. They've got no appetite for being taxed into recession. Now, on another matter, all week long I've been discussing the historic Supreme Court term that wrapped up last month. Over the course of several months, a textualist and originalist majority issued the most consequential victories for our Constitution since the court overturned Plessy versus Ferguson with Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. It was the best Supreme Court term in generations. The court corrected one of the worst moral and legal mistakes of the 20th century and returned power to the American people to implement popular and common sense protections for unborn life and bring America back inside the global mainstream. The court handed down two historic wins for religious liberty, rolling back decades of infringement on the rights of Americans to worship and to raise families as they choose. The court strengthened the rights of law-abiding Americans to defend themselves outside the home in a resounding reaffirmation of the Second Amendment. And the court took a huge bite out of the unconstitutional administrative state and rolled back a big part of the Obama-Biden administration's totally illegal Clean Power Plan. With electricity prices skyrocketing on Democrats' watch, experts warning about impending southern summer blackouts, and more pain at the gas pump, the last thing Americans need is a holy war on fossil fuels that Congress never actually authorized. The court's decision in West Virginia versus EPA was a victory for working Americans and a reminder that the power to make laws rests with elected representatives, not unelected bureaucrats. But today I want to talk about something that runs even deeper than these historic rulings. As in any high-profile term, last month the court arrived at rulings that some politicians and some citizens like more than others. Goodness knows, I have been disappointed in my share of Supreme Court rulings over the years, including some extremely consequential cases. Going back decades, there have been countless times when the federal judiciary has left conservative citizens feeling every bit as disappointed in a particular outcome as far-left activists seem to feel right now. After all, the courts don't exist to enforce any one political ideology or policy agenda. The justice's sacred job is to follow the written text of our laws and Constitution wherever it may lead them and let the chips fall where they may. But there's something funny, Madam President. I can't recall any time when our side, the right of center side of America, engaged in prolonged mob protests outside judges' private family homes. The attacks on the judiciary, on this fundamental institution of our society, seem to only run in one direction. A few weeks ago, the Speaker of the House and the Senate Democratic leader teamed up to issue a frankly unhinged statement. Most of the top Democrats in the country followed suit. Their reckless statements did not stop, indeed barely even took a pause, when a disturbed left-wing person very nearly tried to assassinate a sitting judge. Frankly, the inflammatory tone of all these attacks echoed the furious attacks on the court, ironically from the Democrats of the day after Brown overturned Plessy back in 1954. We're hearing absurd calls from the far left to have Congress politically persecute individual justices because of their view of the law. They want to take off lady justices' blindfold and scare the court into becoming politically partial. Well, this didn't start now. Sadly, it's been years in the making. Along the path to this moment, the far left has stoked reckless rhetoric, and we've heard it from Democrats in elected office. Like the amicus brief from several senators that declared the court unwell, and warned it to, quote, heal itself before the public demands that it be restructured. In other words, do what we want to do, or we'll change the makeup of the court. Or the named threats from the Democratic leader himself that sitting justices would, listen to this, pay the price for ruling in ways that he didn't like. Said that over in front of the Supreme Court. So, Madam President, we've spent a year and a half now hearing Democrats say over and over and over again that a core principle of democracy is accepting the legitimacy of an outcome when you don't like it. Sound familiar? Our colleagues need to practice what they preach.
Watch Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us.
comes to the floor regularly with heartfelt concerns about the burdens facing America's families. I share those concerns. I think all senators share those concerns. Inflation is a tough thing to deal with in the family budget. I go home to Illinois to see the price of gasoline at the gas stations. I shop in my local stores and see what it costs for the basics, and I understand that although it's an inconvenience for me, for many people it's a hardship. And so for the Republican leader to come to the floor and remind us of that problem which we are facing in our economy is certainly understandable. And yesterday, the Bureau of Labor Statistics released Consumer Price Index for the month of June. Higher than anticipated, prices rose 1.3% when compared to June of last year, up 9.1% since 1981. When you dive into the data, you'll see that the prices jumped in categories that affect almost every household: food, energy, rent, gas. And we know for many American families, a break can't come soon enough. So what are we going to do about it? Give speeches? There are a lot of opportunities for us to do that. Republican leader, Democratic leader. Or are we going to do something? Democrats think it's time to do something. And we picked one category of cost that is particularly important to American families. It's the category of cost that not only is a life and death issue, but it determines the cost of health insurance for families. We know that because we're told by the largest health insurers in the world and in the United States that the cost of prescription drugs is driving the cost of premiums for health insurance. And so Democrats have decided to tackle this directly. Credit should go to our Democratic leader, Senator Schumer, who's in negotiation now on prescription drug pricing with Senator Manchin of West Virginia. I have been skeptical of the outcome of that negotiation, but I'm beginning to be encouraged by what I hear from Senator Schumer and from Senator Manchin, that in fact we can give relief to American families on the life or death inflationary cost of prescription drugs. Wouldn't that be a breakthrough? Wouldn't it be something if this 50-50 Senate could end up doing something on a bipartisan basis that American families actually feel? That seniors in our country would be able to say, there's a limitation on how much I'm going to be asked to spend for prescription drugs. And beyond that, I won't have to pay. That's amazing. Breakthrough. And would it make a difference when it comes to the cost of living for families? Of course it would. So you would think that the senator from Kentucky, who comes to the floor every day to give a speech on inflation, would be the leading cheerleader on our effort to contain the cost of prescription drugs. Wouldn't you think so? No. No, he's announced that he would oppose the increased effort to lower the cost of prescription drugs because it might raise taxes on the wealthiest people in this country. Hard to imagine, isn't it? His sympathy for millionaires and billionaires gets in the way of his caring for working families. I think he should set it aside, and he should ask his colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle to join us in a bipartisan effort to contain the cost of prescription drugs. We recognize how these price increases are squeezing household budgets across America, and we take it seriously. We have plans to lower prescription drug prices, decrease the price of gas at the pump, help families with the cost of child care, and increase the supply of housing, all of which will address inflation. But item number one, priority number one, is prescription drugs. The senator from Kentucky has said he'll oppose that. I hope he changes his mind. I hope as he tells the stories of working families who tell him of the burdens they face with inflation, that he'll also ask them a question, how about drugs? How about prescription drugs? Are those expensive to you? Create a hardship? You know they do. It's time for us to do something, and we would certainly like to have the Republican leader on our team to deal with one of the serious problems of the cost of living in America today. On a related topic, the majority leader comes to the floor and characterizes the Supreme Court as the best in history. he refers to decisions they've made and compares them to Brown versus Board of Education. For those who have forgotten, in 1954, the Supreme Court in Brown versus Board of Education basically said separate but equal does not work in America anymore. We are going to provide real equality, real opportunity when it comes to education. It was an historic decision. The senator from Kentucky compares it to the Dobbs decision on a woman's right to choose. There's a critical difference. Brown versus Board of Education expanded the constitutional protections of American. It expanded the constitutional rights of America. Those are historic, and those are consistent with the most celebrated decisions in our Supreme Court's history. Dobbs did just the opposite. For the first time ever in recorded history, the United States Supreme Court removed a constitutional protection for its citizens. And what was that protection? The right of women to make their choices on their own reproductive health. So it's very painful to hear a comparison between Brown, which extended the constitutional protection and rights of individuals, and Dobbs, which in overturning Roe versus Wade, went in exactly the opposite direction. It's interesting to me to hear the court described by the senator from Kentucky as a court that is originalist. They just look to the Constitution. They just look to history. Well, they also look to something else. Every single nominee on the Supreme Court installed under the Trump administration with the facilitation of the senator from Kentucky had to check one important box: approved by the Federalist Society. What is the Federalist Society? You can search the Constitution, you'll see no reference to it whatsoever, but it's very real. President Trump made no bones about it. He wouldn't consider a federal court judge, particularly for the Supreme Court, who'd not been approved by the Federalist Society. Federalist Society is an extreme right-wing conservative group that approved judges during the Trump administration, the 3 judges that were approved for the Supreme Court. So the loyalty of these justices may be to the Constitution, but it's also to the Federalist Society agenda. And that agenda applauds, of course, the Dobbs decision overturning Roe versus Wade. I also want to make a point about attacks on Supreme Court justices. Unacceptable, unforgivable, and we should do something about it. Now, here's what the senator from Kentucky failed to mention. The Senate Judiciary Committee, which I chair, has enacted a law and sent it to the floor which would extend the protection of the federal judges in the Andorral Act so that there are more resources put into their protection. It passed overwhelmingly on a bipartisan basis in the Senate Judiciary Committee. And you would think, with all the speeches that we're hearing on the floor about the safety of judges and how we should take care that they are not in danger, you would think that we would have passed that law on the floor of the Senate immediately, right? Wrong. That bill, which gives more resources to protect federal judges, has been stopped by one senator. And he's announced publicly that he's done it. Could you guess where that senator is from? The same state as the minority leader, Kentucky. Senator Rand Paul has held up this bill for additional resources to protect federal judges for weeks on end. Why? Why don't we want to protect them? He objects to the way we've done it, and he's held up the bill, won't even let us vote on it. So I would say to the minority leader from Kentucky, if you really care about the security of judges in the federal system, pick up the phone and call your colleague from the state of Kentucky and ask him to withdraw his hold on this bill. We should pass that bill this week. If something terrible happens to a federal judge, God forbid, how in the world can we explain that one senator from Kentucky has held up the bill that might have created the resources to protect that federal judge? That's the reality. So when you talk about judicial safety, start at home. Start with the state of Kentucky. One senator for it, the other senator blocking it. If both of them would be for it, we would do it this afternoon. Madam President, I'd also like to address one of the aspects of the Dobbs decision overturning Roe versus Wade, which will be addressed by our colleagues a little later this morning, our nation is in the midst of a health care crisis because of this Dobbs decision. In the weeks since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, erasing the long-standing constitutional right to abortion, pregnant women across America have been thrust into chaos. From the moment this decision came down, abortion was declared illegal in nearly 12 states. Some of these state abortion bans make no exception even for cases of rape and incest. And even when exceptions are made to save the life of the mother, they are confusing and leave medical professionals uncertain of their legal status. The sad reality is that these laws will most certainly result in pregnant women in danger, especially women of color, who are more likely to experience severe and even deadly complications as a result of the pregnancy. Earlier this week, the Senate Judiciary Committee held a hearing examining the damage that's been created by overturning Roe. During that hearing, we heard testimony from Dr. Colleen McNicholas. She's an OB/GYN doctor and abortion provider who practices in both my home state of Illinois and the neighboring state of Missouri. Dr. McNicholas told the committee, and I quote, "When the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, they effectively created two nations, one where those reproductive freedoms belong to themselves and those with reproductive freedom that belongs to a small group of politicians who've effectively appointed themselves as the decision makers over the bodies and lives and futures of women." Dr. McNicholas informed us that demand for care at her facility in Illinois has tripled since the Roe v. Wade decision was overturned by the Supreme Court. She said, and I quote, "The Supreme Court's decision has already pushed people, the people each one of you represent, into extreme and sometimes dangerous circumstances in order to access one of the safest and most common health care procedures. The radical far-right majority on the Alito Supreme Court has put lives at risk by revoking a constitutional right which was on the books for almost 50 years. Now, members of this Senate must act to protect another constitutional right related to this debate, the right to travel across state lines to access health care, in this case, reproductive care. That's why I'm joining my colleagues, Senators Cortez Masto, Patty Murray, Sheldon Whitehouse, Kirsten Gillibrand, in co-sponsoring the Freedom to Travel for Health Care Act of 2022. Women and their health providers are counting on us to pass this bill. They find it hard to imagine that state legislatures and even some federal officials would try to restrict the right to cross a state boundary for medical care. Because the anti-choice legislators who have already outlawed abortion in their state are not content with what they've done already. In fact, right now they are proposing legislation that would turn many state borders into Checkpoint Charlie in America. These lawmakers are hell-bent on denying women fundamental freedoms, no matter how many constitutional rights they infringe upon. The question is, how far are we willing to let them go? Will we allow them to penalize and prosecute healthcare professionals who provide essential care to their patients in states where abortion remains legal? Are we going to allow these lawmakers to hold American citizens hostage in their own states, forcing them to give birth? Does that sound like the America that we know? No, it doesn't. And we need to draw the line here and now by passing the Freedom to Travel for Health Care Act of 2022. Madam President, I ask consent that the following statement I'm about to make be placed in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Madam President, during the first part of the July recess, I traveled with several of my Senate colleagues to the historic NATO summit in Madrid, Spain. On Tuesday, several members of our bipartisan group, Senators Shaheen, Tillis, Coons, Ernst, and Blunt, spoke on the floor about the trip. Senator Fisher was also with us at that summit meeting. I think Senator Tillis of North Carolina said it best, that despite policy differences within our group of senators, there was no daylight between us on two profoundly important matters. We agree Finland and Sweden should be welcomed into NATO, and we also agree the illegal, barbaric war on Ukraine by Russian dictator Vladimir Putin must not succeed. At the summit, we met with leaders from a number of our allies, including for the first time, leaders from the Indo-Pacific region who joined the NATO summit. Japanese Prime Minister Kishida was clear when he told us the security of Europe and the Indo-Pacific are inseparable. And German Chancellor Scholz expressed an unwavering commitment to take as long as needed to make sure Ukraine retains its sovereignty against Russia's barbaric aggression. But perhaps what was most notable was the overwhelming sense of unity and defense of common values found among our NATO allies in the face of Russian aggression. For that, I want to give President Biden credit. He spent an hour or more with our bipartisan delegation at the summit meeting. He and his able team, Secretary of State Blinken, Secretary of Defense Austin, and others, met with us and discussed in detail what was being debated at the summit. I've been traveling to Eastern Europe and meeting with allies for many years. I can tell you I've never felt such a shared sense of purpose and determination to stop the Russian threat. As Senator Tillis noted on Tuesday, our safety at home is inextricably linked to the security of Europe. Our bipartisan delegation understood this, the world leaders at the NATO summit understood it, and President Biden certainly understands it. Vladimir Putin would serve his people well by understanding it as well. In the Senate, we can help Putin understand the unbreakable unity and resolve the world's democracies by being one of the first NATO member nations to approve Finland and Sweden's membership. We should do that without delay. Before arriving at the NATO summit in Spain, I joined my colleagues in visiting one of the prospective new NATO aspirants, Sweden. Sweden has long been a security ally. For nearly 200 years, it's tried to maintain a semblance of non-alignment. That changed swiftly with Vladimir Putin's aggression. It triggered an overwhelming Swedish support to join NATO. And Sweden began shipping weapons to Ukraine to help in the war effort, something it hadn't done since helping Finland resist Nazi aggression in 1939. Swedish leaders recognize Russia's aggression today as the same kind of behavior seen in Europe in World War II. They know that the collective NATO security arrangement is critical to stopping Russia. I agree completely and look forward to their NATO membership. Putin thought he could fracture NATO by invading Ukraine. Look what he did. He stoked petty grievances against NATO, and in the end, we are picking up two valuable, important allies. And incidentally, Vladimir Putin, you're now going to have 800 miles of new NATO territory on your border. I was unable to join my colleagues who visited Finland as their first stop, as I was in Lithuania, a Baltic state with long memories of Russian tyranny. In no place in the value of the collective NATO defense more starkly than in the Baltic states, which Putin no doubt would like to forcibly return to Soviet dystopia. Lithuanian leaders, including President Nausėda, Speaker of the Parliament, Kamilė Nielsen, are keenly aware of the Russian threat. But Lithuania is undeterred in helping its neighbors in Ukraine and Belarus stand up to Russian aggression. And they're unafraid to stand up to the Chinese bullies as well. I was glad again to spend time with Valdas Adamkus, a highly successful Lithuanian immigrant to Chicago who returned back to his homeland of Lithuania and successfully ran for president. He was there shortly after Lithuania gained its independence from the Soviet Union. President Adamkus' historic leadership and foresight helped bring Lithuania not only into the European Union, but equally important, into NATO. And for that, the Lithuanian Parliament recently honored his achievements. Quite simply, Lithuania is safer today because of his vision. The awe and esteem Lithuanians feel for this historic leader was clear from the reverence shown by the Lithuanian people. I also want to mention the tireless work of Belarusian opposition leader Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, who lives in Lithuania after fleeing from Belarus from the henchmen of the strongman leader Alexander Lukashenko. You see, 2 years ago, her husband Sergei ran for president against Lukashenko. We know from history that anybody who is courageous enough to run against Lukashenko is going to end up in prison after the sham elections, which he stages with regularity. Lukashenko, worried that he couldn't win a fair election, jailed Sergei, her husband. Rather than back down in fear, Svetlana, the wife, ran in his place. She probably won the rigged election, but had to flee with her family, leaving Sergei to face an outrageous 18-year prison sentence. This is a picture of Sergei Tikhanovsky facing an 18-year sentence in the Belarusian prison because he had the temerity to challenge Lukashenko. Now his wife, a courageous woman if I've ever met one, is trying to plead his cause and is safely with her children in Lithuania. Thousands upon thousands of Belarusians protested the stolen election. 1,200 were jailed as a result of it, including Sergei. Putin helped Lukashenko at that moment of crisis, and Lukashenko is now repaying Putin by using Belarus as a staging ground to attack and kill Ukrainians. Many brave Belarusians still resist, sabotaging Russian supply lines, fighting alongside your Ukrainian brothers and sisters. They understand the fate of Ukraine is tied to their own fate and that Putin must not prevail. Yesterday, I introduced a resolution with Senator Tillis, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Markey, Fisher, Cardin, and Rubio, recognizing the second anniversary of this stolen election, the historic peaceful protest, the continued heroic efforts of the Belarusian people, and those still languishing in their nation's jails. They and their fight for freedom and democracy cannot be forgotten. And I urge the administration to continue its support for their effort by appointing a new special envoy for Belarus without delay. Let me conclude with a note of thanks to the many fine members of our State Department Foreign Service who work tirelessly to represent our diplomatic interests overseas and also make these congressional visits possible. They, along with our military service members serving around the world, are national treasures. I thank them for their service, and I yield the floor.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, and we appreciate you joining us here. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
It's hard to compete with the sound of freedom, right? Good morning, Your Excellencies, Senator, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2300 Constitution Avenue, Northwest. The recently approved address for the future home of the Desert Storm and Desert Shield Memorial here in Washington. My name is Scott C. Stump, and depending on what day it is, I'm either blamed or I'm credited with the one conceptualizing, initiating, and leading this effort to construct this all-important memorial and its timeless message that it's going to convey here on this site. This morning, we celebrate a major milestone. The road getting here has been fraught with obstacles, impediments, and the need for our team to constantly improvise, adapt, and overcome, as Gunny Highway said long ago. You know, every phase of this project, we have heard that it's impossible. This cannot be done. I personally have not heard this many no's since 1984 when I was looking for a prom date. You will never get Congress to pass legislation authorizing the memorial, but we did. And on May 28th of 2014, the House of Representatives voted 370 to 0 in our favor.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to take you out to Virginia, talk about the destructive aftermath of the flooding that we have seen in the last couple of days there. We'll have a full report coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here, as always, bringing you top stories and headlines from across the country. We want to continue our coverage here of the Virginia flooding that we have seen in the last couple of days. It's really been destructive. And joining us live in Virginia right now is Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell with the very latest that she is seeing right out there.
Good afternoon, Mike. We've been out here all day receiving these updates from the Sheriff's Department and the agencies that have been working with them. The good news today is that number of those accounted for went from 44 to zero just about 2 hours ago. So they've been going through about 30 miles of road doing their search and rescue, trying to account for everyone. And it's taken them, since Tuesday night leading up to this afternoon to get that number down to zero. But the big thing is everyone is okay, with an exception of one injury from a snake bite. But this rain brought in 6 inches on Tuesday night. And that caused severe flooding, flash flooding in this area, displacing a lot of people, moving some homes into the middle of the road. I've seen one home completely flattened. The roof was on the ground. I spoke to one mail carrier. She decided today they could go back out and try to get into the devastated areas to give them their mail. And she said, a lot of the homes she's noticed, they've actually just drifted off into the creek. So there's a lot of destruction out here, but of course everyone is safe. That's the biggest thing. But I did talk to her about those that are impacted that she knew, just to see what are their conversations like, how are they doing, and this is what she had to say.
Most of them just cry. Their whole life is destroyed. I mean, they just don't know what to do.
And some of them said they didn't have flood insurance.
And a lot of them don't have flood insurance. So they've lost everything. All of their, they've lived there 40 plus years. This is what they've, And I've done this route for 18 years. And, you get close to the people. Just like these people right here that's lost their homes. You know them all. And it is devastation.
There we go. All right, and they've had some challenges along the way getting to this point. One of the big ones being communication. If you come to this area, you will experience some very bad cell phone signal. That's actually why we are here at the post for the Sheriff's Department. We also have State Police, their department also behind us. If you try to go out into those neighborhoods, you will not get cell phone service, very spotty. So just getting a phone call through to some of those that were unaccounted was hard. But also a lot of the roads, they are either destroyed or they have been flooded over, and so they're muddy, or it's just hard to really drive through. And so they've had those two main issues over these past 2 days to get through. But thankfully the crews have been able to do that work. So now they're going to let some of the agencies that have come through to help them out, they're going to relieve them. The local county's Sheriff's Department, they will continue to help out these folks and also move on to assessing some of that damage as well. Mike?
All right, thank you so much there, Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. When those numbers came out of the missing there, it was sounding very bad, but glad that updated number there with nobody now missing anymore there. So that is great news there. Brandy Campbell with Fox Weather, always breaking it down for us right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here with that live report. And of course, we'll continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country as they continue to pop up. And of course, when breaking news happens, we'll bring it to you here as well. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. And we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox on this Thursday edition as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. And our next top story here, it continues. It's the ongoing battle of Twitter and Elon Musk. And to break it all down, let's join in now Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady, a great friend here of Live Now from Fox, to break it all down. And what's the latest here of this ongoing saga between the billionaires?
Hey, thanks for having me on. Yeah, so I mean, this has just been such a saga of back and forth. On Friday, Elon Musk said, hey, I'm going to walk away. I'm going to terminate this. Twitter was threatening legal action. And then I believe it was either yesterday or the day before, I think it was Tuesday, Twitter has now filed a suit in the Delaware Court of Chancery. And that's pretty important because there's a lot of corporations that are incorporated in Delaware. It's very business friendly. And this specific court has a lot of expertise when it comes to these types of cases. So right now, we haven't heard anything from Elon Musk, no official response to that suit being filed. He is, of course, tweeting as per usual, some choice emojis, if you will. Feel free to go on Twitter. I'm not going to say them on the air. But that's kind of where we are right now. We're sort of all speculating Wall Street with how the stock is trading. Yesterday, it closed 8% up, and so that was kind of a little bit of an indication that maybe investors are thinking Twitter has a better chance at winning this suit, but nothing has been set in stone in terms of timeline yet.
Yeah, and Kelly, and it seems like, Twitter wants to do this expedited process there in Delaware. And what's the latest there with Elon's team there of lawyers that will continue to battle this out for him?
Yeah, so Twitter, I think they highlighted maybe September 19th was the date that they wanted to actually get this ball rolling. I mean, there hasn't been a response from Elon Musk's team yet, so it's unclear. But Delaware is known to expedite things quickly. Twitter has said that they could actually argue this case in just 4 days, and they could convince everyone that, they're the one that the judge should decide with. But this could really be drawn out over the course of many months, because even if the judge were to come with a verdict and say, Elon, yes, you have to actually pay the $44 billion, you have to take over the company, or vice versa, right? You can walk away scot-free. Both sides can appeal this. And so, and I would expect them, if they aren't able to come to an agreement on maybe a negotiated price or damages that are acceptable to both sides, that you would see an appeal. So we could kind of see this drag on for many months, depending on, how committed to this both sides are.
And Kelly, is there still a way right now for Elon Musk to try to work out and broker some sort of deal? Like, look, the stock price is not what it was when I offered it. Is there any way that they could maybe lower it and he would still be able to purchase it?
It's a really interesting question, and there have been a number of cases that have gone through the Delaware court in recent years. I believe Simon Malls was acquiring a smaller mall group, and that one they were actually able to come to a lower price because they were able to argue, hey, the COVID pandemic has, made malls not as prolific and lucrative as they were before, and so there should be a lowering of that price, that purchase price that they were going to have. The interesting thing about the contract is that there was actually a clause, I'm going to bring up the exact quote here, that's in there saying that, quote, any circumstance affecting the market generally or other social media companies would not excuse defendants from closing. And so there's a lot of speculation that, well, Twitter's stock price is far below that purchase price of $54.20. I think it's trading around $37, $36 right now. And so in theory, Elon Musk would want to pay less for it. But just because we're going into a recession, just because we're seeing a sell-off in those tech stocks and the market as a whole, and the contract kind of provides for that and says, no, neither party can walk away because of those types of things. And that's where you're getting at that bot issue. So I think it should be interesting to see if he is able to kind of put pressure on things optically. Because the one thing that I would say is, a judge can order them to pay damages or go through with the deal or say, Elon, you can walk away. A judge is not going to say, you need to come to a lower price. That's going to be both sides saying, okay, we just don't want to deal with this long drawn out legal battle. If I'm Twitter, something that I'm concerned about is even, let's say that 5% is accurate. And for viewers, for the context, Elon Musk is saying the number of fake accounts that you're saying are on the platform is actually more than 5%. That's like really the crux of this whole issue. You have advertisers, you have shareholders, you have investors. They're kind of looking at the situation, and just that question that Elon Musk has put out there can be quite damaging to Twitter. And so the longer this draws out, you might see advertisers say, you know what, I'm not going to advertise on Twitter. I'm going to go to TikTok. I'm going to go to Instagram. I'm going to go to Facebook. And so they might come to a lower price if they're saying, well, we don't see a path forward financially and value-wise for us. And that's when you might see them negotiate a lower price.
Yeah, this is also fascinating. And one last thing, Kelly, I've also been interesting to see the other side of the aspect for the investors and what they think about Tesla as this has been going on. We saw, earlier there was such high demand there for the stock. We saw it over 1,000 a share. Now that has come down since all of this has happened. What's the feeling and on the Tesla stock as well right now?
I love that you bring that up because, throughout this whole process, we've started to see Tesla shareholders, investors, and whatnot say, are you going to be able to run Twitter and deal with all of this and still, take us to Mars, get all these electric vehicles on the road? I mean, clearly Elon Musk has a lot of irons in the fire, if you will, and now adding on this complicated legal battle. I mean, of course, the Tesla stock is under pressure for a number of other issues, supply chain, recession, etc. But there's also this concern that his focus will be split because, I'm expecting if this does go to court, this is going to be the business version of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial that we were all following. It's going to be very juicy, very high profile. So the other thing that I do want to bring up about that Tesla stock is there is this interesting question because Elon Musk is being sued as a person. Now, there's a little bit of murkiness there. He's not the one actually acquiring it. It's two companies that he's created to acquire it. But of course, he owns those companies. It's kind of all of this like corporate legal, how you make purchases come together. I won't bore you with the details, but there are some that are saying because those companies, Tesla, Neuralink, etc., SpaceX, are headquartered in Delaware, and this case is taking place in Delaware, maybe his assets could be frozen or he could have to give over those shares. And so there might just be some trepidation that you see in the stock, whether that comes to fruition or not, that his other companies and assets are at risk. So this will kind of be interesting to see how that all plays out. And I think all of these dynamics will impact whether this actually goes to court or these two sides come together in the next couple of months and say, you know what, let's work this out.
Yeah, we will definitely keep our eyes peeled there, and we know you will too. Fox Business's Kelly O'Grady breaking it all down for us there on the business side of Twitter and Elon Musk, and when things aren't happy in the way of business there, what do they do about it? So we appreciate it all, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox, Kelly.
Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
No problem. And we will take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. Going on to some breaking news of multiple people shot near downtown Detroit. We are going to listen right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone.
Interviewing one of the passengers of the vehicle. We've got some video assets in the area that we're going to be pulling, but we need the community's help.
Anybody in custody?
No, not yet. We need the community's help. Literally within an hour, this hot scene.
Did the alleged shooter run from the scene then?
He escaped in a vehicle that he pulled up in next to the victim's vehicle.
Were there any shots fired back?
No, not to our knowledge at this point, no. We don't think so.
What can you tell us about the victims, even children, adults?
Adults, all in their 20s.
Men or women?
Men.
And again, do you have a description of the suspect vehicle you're looking for?
We're looking for a vehicle, black Jeep Cherokee, we believe, or black SUV. We think it's a Jeep Cherokee. We think it's late 2000s, maybe 2016, 17. We don't know.
So three people in the vehicle, 2 deceased, 1 in critical.
4 people in the vehicle, 2 deceased, 1 critical, 1 not struck.
Where's that one?
He's being interviewed right now.
Can you talk about how many bullets were fired at this vehicle? I see a lot of evidence markers.
As you know, hot scene. We're just getting into it. Multiple shots fired. I don't know how many, but multiple at this time.
Do you think there were multiple shooters?
It's so much we don't know. We'll find out more in the next few hours. As I indicated, you've got investigators combing the area. They're looking at video assets. They're talking to witnesses. We need the community's help. Just happened within the past hour, a little over an hour. So we'll know a lot more soon. Our investigators are very good at what they do. I'm confident that they're going to bring some closure to this family, but it's just going to take some time. We've got to get into it.
Chief, do you know where the decedents are from, or the people in the vehicle are from?
We've got one that's a John Doe. We think we know who the other 2 are. We think they're Detroiters. I'm not going to release their name pending the notification of the family. All young in their 20s. Very tragic situation. Very tragic day, tragic situation. You know, we need the community's help to bring an end to this tragedy. It looks like we've got family members showing up now. So just horrible. And, you know, we've got to do something about this violence.
Is this a road rage?
We don't know. It could be. We don't know. But, you know, the community comes through for us. We'll know something. We'll find out who did it. We'll make the arrest. Hopefully they stay in custody, and, you know, we'll bring some closure. Investigators are good at what they do. It's just going to take some time.
Any indicators whether any of the bullets hit any of the apartments or condos?
They're combing that now. It doesn't appear that to be the case.
The people targeted, did they live here?
No, they do not.
Were they just driving by then?
We think it's a little bit more to it, but they don't live here.
Chief, another issue. Officer Hodo, was he found today?
We don't know. You know, it's a really sad situation. That case, there's a lot to it, and the perpetrator shouldn't have even been on the street, in my opinion. But we're looking at that. The person we suspected perpetrator shouldn't have been on the street. But that's a whole nother conversation. We don't know. We're going to let the medical examiner do their evaluation and see if we can identify the body that we found. Sadly, a lot of things are pointing to that may in fact be our retired police officer. Very tragic week for the Detroit Police Department. Keep us in your prayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief.
Got it.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as we were covering that breaking news there of 2 dead in Detroit. They're 1 in critical condition of a shooting that just happened there. We'll definitely be keeping an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. But we want to continue on with some other news that we have been following. And this is a story that we were giving you yesterday, that this indictment might happen. And today it has indeed happened, where the disgraced South Carolina lawyer Alex Murdaugh charged with killing his wife and son. And now let's go right here to Fox News' Jonathan Siri. You have been covering this and have the very latest from this indictment.
Yeah, we have a series of indictments handed down by this grand jury in Colleton County, South Carolina. 2 indictments for murder against Alec Murdaugh and 2 indictments for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. These indictments stem from an incident that occurred just outside the family home on their hunting property in Colleton County, South Carolina. Happened a little more than a year ago on June 7, 2021. Authorities say that Murdaugh shot his 52-year-old wife, Maggie, with a rifle and their 22-year-old son, Paul, with a shotgun. The chief of the South Carolina State Law Enforcement Division, or SLED, issued a statement saying, quote, "Over the last 13 months, SLED agents and our partners have worked day in and day out to build a case against the person responsible for the murders of Maggie and Paul." Now, today's indictments are the most serious in a long trail of legal problems for this disgraced South Carolina attorney. He's accused of pocketing settlement money from his clients, including the survivors of a longtime family housekeeper who died reportedly after falling down the stairs of the Murdaugh family home. We spoke with attorneys representing several of the alleged fraud victims, saying that at first this was a respected longtime attorney. Not just him, but he came from a long line of prosecutors. His father, his grandfather, and his great-grandfather were the lead prosecutors in this same part of South Carolina. People respected this family. They respected this individual attorney. But as all of these crimes began to come out, his life began to unravel. Back to you.
Yeah, Jonathan, I mean, this is like a textbook talking about the life of someone that had it all and then starts to unravel there. And it is fascinating to see there, and truly horrible to think of what the family might have gone through, what he is alleged of doing there. I mean, this is setting up for so many different streaming services to do documentaries on this. Do you know of any that are just biting at the, just hoping to land this deal?
Yeah, I don't know of any specific ones, but I think it's a safe bet that that's what you're going to be seeing. Now, the defense team, the Murdaugh defense team, is asking for a speedy trial. They're asking the state attorney general to turn over all evidence in this case within 30 days, and then presumably after that you could have a trial possibly within 60 days after that. The defense team has issued a statement saying, quote, "Alex wants his family, friends, and everyone to know that he did not have anything to do with the murders of Maggie and Paul. He loved them more than anything in the world," end quote. But after all of the other cases of alleged financial fraud unraveling here, his critics are very skeptical.
Yes, absolutely. And Fox's Jonathan Siri breaking it all down for us with today's revelations. We appreciate it, as always, right here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll continue to bring you top stories and headlines from across the country. I do want to continue right now as we have another live event to go to. Let's go out to Texas right now. We do have the governor there, Governor Greg Abbott. He is speaking right now on the drug crisis that continues, including fentanyl. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Texans, and it's getting worse. Here's some numbers and some examples. In 2019, just a few years ago, there were 277 fentanyl deaths in Texas. Just 3 years later, in 2022, make that 2021, there were almost 1,700. Most of those deaths were in counties that are not along the border. So what comes across the border typically does not stay in the border region. It makes its way to places like Harris County, Montgomery County, and across the entire state of Texas. In fact, if you will look at this map over here, all of the pink locations, pink or red, those are counties in the state of Texas where just DPS alone has made fentanyl seizures. over the course of the past year. Now, that doesn't count law enforcement agencies such as the Montgomery County Law Enforcement or the Harris County Law Enforcement or other local law enforcement. If you look at all the law enforcement together, you probably would find almost every county in the state would be colored as a location where fentanyl has been seized. Fentanyl seizures by DPS have literally skyrocketed. Get these numbers in just a one-year differential. In 2020, DPS seized about 70 pounds of fentanyl. 1 year later, in 2021, they seized more than 964 pounds of fentanyl. That's more than a 1,000% increase in fentanyl seizures in just 1 year. And the number of lethal doses seized is almost enough to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States of America. Fentanyl is so deadly, it's now the #1 killer of the population group of 18 to 45 in the United States of America. Now, this past spring, I met with Virginia Krieger, whose daughter was tragically killed by fentanyl poisoning. Earlier this year, also in Austin, Texas, 12 people who were out partying on 6th Street were taken to the hospital. 3 of them died from fentanyl poisoning. And it's been reported that on average, 1 person dies every single day in Harris County because of fentanyl. As a state, we are escalating our crackdown on this deadly drug. This last session, I signed a law that I think that Senator Huffman was the author of, to increase penalties for making or distributing fentanyl. Also, we have made seizing fentanyl a core component of Operation Lone Star that Director Steve McCraw is in charge of, where he and Texas Department of Public Safety officers, they are involved in this massive seizure of fentanyl. Importantly, this is not just a border problem. It's a problem that affects every state in the United States of America. Communities across our country are mired in this tragedy, whether it be schools or neighborhoods or families. They're all touched by the deadliness of fentanyl. As just some recent headlines shows the breadth of this problem. One, and I quote, 15,000 fentanyl pills were seized and 11 suspects arrested in a North Texas drug bust. And one from nearby, Texas teens die from fentanyl overdose weeks before their high school graduation. Fentanyl is deadly. It is spreading, and Texas is fighting back. But a core part of my message today is law enforcement alone is not going to be enough to make sure that we reduce the use and spread of fentanyl. One of the most important tools that we have as a state to help us deal with the spread of fentanyl is parents. I'm urging parents across the state right now to know that your kids are going to parties, and at those parties, pills are being traded and used. And what you don't know and what your child does not know is whether or not a pill that they are given at that party is laced with deadly fentanyl. It's so important that as parents, you play a role in making sure that you educate your children about the deadliness of fentanyl and the way that it can be laced on a drug in ways in which they have no possibility of discerning whether or not fentanyl is on that drug. Now, with us here today is a leader who has helped us to address these challenges, and that is Senator Joan Huffman from here in the Houston area.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you for being here and leading the fight and the cause against fentanyl and so forth. And I want to thank the media for being here, and it's heartening to see such a large media presence today, because as Governor Abbott says, we cannot stress enough how important it is for parents, for families, to understand that this could happen to your child. We look at these fentanyl deaths, they have increased. We know in 2021 there were over 480 fentanyl unintentional overdoses right here in Harris County. These deaths cross races, they cross demographics, they cross neighborhoods, suburban, urban, wealthy, lower economic status. Everyone is being affected by this. It could be your child, it could be any child. We have tried, we made some progress last session by increasing the penalties, and I was heartened to hear from